Good morning. How are you all doing? I'm doing great. Thank you. Ready for a long day? Hope you all know the purpose. Today we are going to revise entire strategic management. Along with that, we are going to cover the ethics also. You're probably aware of the weightage of these two papers when it comes to SM. Hope you are aware of the weightage and you are aware of the chapters. Today I will take you through most of the important concepts of strategic management, and we'll try to understand what those concepts are trying to convey and how we can understand those concepts. Any concept come in the exam, how we can answer about it. So today the entire focus will be on that. Most of the concepts we'll try to cover in the entire SM. So we have 3 chapters, right? Yes. For namesake it is 3 chapters, but internally it covers different areas. Whereas the first chapter deals with introduction, second chapter deals with analysis, whereas the third chapter deals with the implementation. But when we get into the content, everything deals with different topics. In introduction, we will understand about what is strategic management is all about, and we'll understand concepts called vision, mission, and objectives. So we have to very elaborately discuss what is this vision, mission, and objectives are all about. The second chapter is with respect to analysis. We discuss some tools over there. The tools that is helpful to do analysis. Like what we have, portfolio analysis. In portfolio analysis, we discuss about BCG, we discuss about ADL, and we discuss about ANSOF. There, those 3 concepts will be major one to understand. And when it comes to implementation, we'll try to understand how the strategies are implementing in different functional areas. Not all the functional areas have covered. Hardly we have been covering with production is one area that we are going to cover. Along with that, marketing is one area. I think HR. These 3 we are going to cover. These are the 3 chapters and the areas that we are going to focus on. And then ethics, we'll be keeping it for the last session. Okay, whatever last session today we are going to deal. In that last session, I'll brief you up with respect to ethics. So that is going to happen for the entire day for today. I want all of you to be active in the session, right? So until evening, I'll be expecting the same kind of energy. Be responsive for the questions that I am going to ask. So that is very much needed, right? So shall we start? Great. So straight away, and in your material you have been given with something called 0 chapter, fundamentals of management. Don't think that, sir, should I read the questions of even that one also? Don't read anything from there. That is just for so that a student can understand what is management is all about and some of the basics of management. That particular chapter has been given. This is nowhere related to your exam syllabus. Keep that thing in your mind. Don't read that, the 0 chapter that is there in your material, fundamentals of management. There you will understand about what, moreover, if anyone of you come from your CMA foundation, then they will be knowing this fundamentals of management very thoroughly. Is there anyone who came from CMA foundation? No one? Right. Those who have come from CMA foundation, they will be knowing this. There is an exclusive subject there. Fundamentals of management. Fine. So we are going to start from the first chapter. The first chapter that we have is Introduction to Strategic Management. All of you are having materials with you? Good. So I'll be highlighting some of the key terms. Everything we are going to discuss straight away from the material. If any frameworks that I can help you out by drawing, I'll try to draw those frameworks and I'll explain you the concept, right? So simultaneously, we'll try to keep this one also. So first of all, Introduction to Strategic Management. This particular chapter title itself says it is introducing the concept of strategic management to the student. So we are going to understand different elements with respect to what is strategy is all about, and what are the different levels that we have in strategy, levels of strategy. Then majorly in this chapter, we'll deal with vision, mission and objectives concept. So first, to begin with, of course, you are a bit lucky enough that most of the questions are not going to come as a practical one. At least you have that feasibility that you don't need to be worried that, sir, will all the questions be coming with respect to practical orientation? No. Chances are there that question may come as a straight question. So you have to understand what the concept is trying to convey. Along with that, you should know some key terms also. Keep that thing in your mind. You have to understand the key terms. Don't overgeneralize the content while you are writing the answer. You have to mention the key terms even though if you are typing the answer, because for you people now it is not that you write, you have to type. So here two things that we don't need to worry about our writing, because if it is writing physically, then we have to take care of our writing. Whatever we write, the evaluator should understand. But here there is no such kind of thing as you are typing the things. But of course, you have to hone your skills with respect to typing. There is no other option. You have to be a bit fast in typing. You have to do the practice. Hope you are doing that. Yes. So let's understand some of the key terms. The first concept that we are going to understand, what is strategy and what are its features. So first of all, what have you understood? What is strategy is all about? How to understand the concept of strategy? What is strategy? Good. Strategy is nothing but a plan. Good. Why do companies make these plans? Multiple reasons are there. Come up with some reasons. Why do companies create strategies? To achieve the targets? To avoid the future risks, and can we say to achieve goals? Interesting thing to understand about strategy, even though which is not mentioned here, the origin of this term is not from management orientation. Actually, the term strategy is used by the army people in the warfield. So most of the students that read this particular terminologies, but they don't know what is the exact meaning of that. The origin of this term has something related to warfield. There they use the term strategy as techniques adopted by the army to defeat the enemy. That is what strategy is generally used as. Now we are applying the same for the companies. In the companies also, meaning remains the same. Who is an enemy? Imagine you are running as a company. Who is enemy for you? Now do you need to defeat your competitor now to stay in the market? For that, whatever the company adopts is called as a strategy. So strategy is a plan for different purposes, to reach the goals, to attain the objectives, or to defeat the competitors. We can't write in a generalized way. To understand the concept, we can generalize it. But we have to answer it technically by adding some key terms. So let's have a look what it says. Strategy may be defined as, I'll try to highlight some key terms. You are having highlighters with you people? Okay, if you have, then you better try to highlight the key terms that I am trying to highlight, or else at least underlining them, or else understanding the meaning of them. When you are writing, make sure those key terms have to be there in your answer. Don't overgeneralize the content when you are answering in the exam. Strategy is defined as direction and scope of an organization over a long term. So direction and scope of an organization over long term. So strategy is all about where the company wants to reach in the long term, isn't it? As a company, when you prepare a strategy, you are not preparing what I should do today. Strategies are not for today. Of course, in certain cases, they'll be prepared. Are you aware of like levels in the organization? That I have to incorporate here. Levels, strategic levels. 3 levels are there. Top level, middle level and lower level. Remember this? Now strategies are prepared by which level? Usually top level. Who will come at the top level in the company? CEO, directors, CFO. All the top positions in the organization will be at top level. Imagine when a CEO plans for his organization, will he be planning for today? A CEO always thinks about the future. where should I take my company down the line in 5 years? What kind of new products I should launch? So strategies are always with respect to future, long run. That's why it says that strategy talks about direction and scope of an organization over the long run. And moreover, this achieves advantages for organization through utilization of resources. Strategy talks about how effectively the company is going to utilize resources. So when you are reading something with respect to management, it's very important to understand the meaning of certain terminologies. There it says resources. Look, when you are reading, don't read it just as the point is given over there. You should understand the meaning of that. So what are resources for a company? Employees. When you read something with respect to management, you should know the meaning of this term resources. What are resources for a company? For an organization, what are resources? Have you heard this term? For an organization, generally resources are represents with like we can say 5 M's, but generally they say 4 M's. Men, machine, material, money. Remember this. Generally 5 M's we call it as one more M is methods. Have you heard this when you're reading the subject? Men, machine, material, money and methods. So strategies with respect to how you are configuring your resources. How a company using the resources. With respect to changing environment. To fulfill the stakeholders' expectations. You are aware of stakeholders, right? That's what strategies generally mentioned as. And when I say resources, the second point also talks about the same. Strategy is all about integrating organizational activities and utilizing and allocating the scarce resources. Again, the same thing. When a top management prepares a strategy, they are preparing it in a way that they are going to utilize the scarce resources, limited resources. How effectively minimum resources have been used to get the maximum returns. That's about the meaning of the term strategy. In this, what you have to understand, strategies are always prepared for long term. And strategies talks about utilization of resources. These two things you have to keep in your mind. And accordingly, you have to develop the answer. So instead, in the exam, if this thing come, you are overgeneralizing it. Strategy is very important for the business. Without strategy, there is no company. Preparation of strategies are very much needed for. You are writing everything about it, but you are not writing the key terms. You are not mentioning that strategies are prepared for long run. You are not saying that strategies talks about utilization of scarce resources. Key terms are important in the exam. Keep that thing in your mind. If you overgeneralize the content, chances are there you may not get good marks. Clear? And then strategy have some features. As we have understood the meaning, understanding the features will become easier. Just now I said, when corporate level prepares, top level prepares strategy, will they be preparing for today, for now? No, they'll always prepare for future. That's what the first feature says. Strategy is important for what? For foresight and visualizing the uncertain events. From where we get these uncertain events? Have an idea? Strategy we are preparing to deal with the uncertain events. From where we will get these uncertain events? Here understand the term, from the environmental factors we get uncertain events. Business is surrounded by so many environmental factors. Customers, competitors, supplier, distributor, intermediaries. So many people, so many environmental factors are there. So on that case, here the point says, from those environmental factors are uncertain. Can we say when a customer will change his mind? As a company, can you define when a customer will change his mind? Uncertain, we don't know. Can we say when a competitor launch a new product which impacts our product? We can't. Will government take your permission to create a policy? All of a sudden they will create policies and we have to follow them. Uncertainty is there or not? Your strategies are helping you to deal with those uncertainties. That's the point says, to uncertain events of firms and industries. And moreover, strategies deals with what? Long-term development rather than routine operations. You don't need to prepare big strategies for your routine operations. Like you do production every day. You don't need to prepare daily strategies for your production, right? That's a daily activity. Once you have defined how the production should happen, once you define what parameters have to be followed for production, then the activity will goes on. Strategy don't talks about operational activities. Most of the cases, strategies always talks about long-term development. In future, which products should I launch? In future, what kind of new businesses should I enter into? How many branches should I start? How many new products should I launch? Long-term nature. Strategies are always related to long-term. And you have to create the strategy to deal with whom? To deal with the behavior of customers and competitors. Both are important. As an organization, when you prepare strategy, you have to understand about two things. Strategies are prepared to provide satisfaction to the customer, and moreover, strategies are prepared to deal with the competitors. This is why I said just before, in the war field, strategy is all with respect to defeating your enemy. With respect to army, for an organization, who is enemy? Competitor. So you should prepare your strategies to defeat your competitor. So strategy majorly focus on two things here: how to deal with the customer and how to deal with your competitors. Good. And strategy is a well-defined roadmap of an organization. Roadmaps in strategy, very clearly you will prepare everything. In the next 3 years, company is trying to launch a new product. When they have decided this, for that, do they need to prepare a roadmap? Roadmap, a path. Yes. You have decided to be a CMA. To be a CMA is your goal. For that, do you need to travel through a roadmap or not? Like clearing the foundation, or then going for intermediate and then going for final articles, everything will come in between. Roadmap. In the same way, strategy talks about roadmap of an organization, and it defines vision, mission and object, direction of an organization. We'll understand about what is vision and mission in the further concepts. There we will elaborately come to know what is vision and what is mission. There I'll explain about it. And when the last point is an interesting one. Chances are there, fill in the blanks may come, because it has nowadays we will see that, will you be having this fill in the blanks or multiple choice for you? You are having, right? No? 2 marks? Short answers they are giving. There is no something called multiple choice, or multiple choice will be there. Yes, that is right. Along with that, are they giving any fill in the blanks kind of thing? I have come to know that they are last time multiple fill in the blanks have come last time. That's what in my notice. So careful, this kind of, because the thing why I'm telling you is that chances are there, if fill in the blank come, this kind of points they will focus on. Look at the 5th point. The objective of strategy is maximize the strengths and minimize the strengths of the competitors, not ours. You have to be careful there. You try to maximize your strengths and you try to minimize the strengths of your. How you can minimize the strengths of your competitor? By maximizing your strengths. This kind of points, chances are there where he may ask you fill in the blank. Like he may give 2 blanks here, or else they say that strategy is prepared to maximize what? That maximizing organization strengths. Along with that, minimizing of what? Strengths of competitors. This kind of statements, possibilities are there. MCQ, fill in the blank may come. So be careful with that. Multiple choice questions, filling the blanks, can only be answered when you thoroughly understand what the content is trying to convey. Conceptual clarity and key terms are important, or else you'll end up choosing with the wrong answer. You have to be very careful. Fill in the blanks, if you have come up with the wrong answer, straight away mark gone. If it is a descriptive one, when you type something, chances are there at least you may get some attemptive marks, at least, on a least case. But if it is something with respect to objective and filling the blank, if it is wrong, straight away you lose your mark. So don't take the things for granted. Be very careful with respect to every subject that you read. That's about meaning of strategy. Some of the key terms are clear. So in the meaning, we have to understand this talks about scope and long term, and it talks about allocating the resources. So some of the features we have understood. This is for long term. It deals with customers and competitors. It talks about roadmap, and strategies meant to increase our strengths and to decrease the strengths of our competitors. That's it. We're done with this. Next, there's a one more small concept called strategic decision, or some of the characteristics of strategy. Obviously, previously we have discussed the features. When you understand the features, most of the things you will understand from this also. Whenever we prepare the strategy, we are preparing strategy by keeping in mind what? With long-term direction that I have already explained you. One more term, be very careful when you read this strategic management. Just now I said that strategies are prepared to fight with the competitors, right? As a company, you will get advantage only when you plan better than your competitor. Agree with this? Right? You have to do something better than your competitor. In strategic management, there is a term called competitive advantage. So just remember this term, competitive advantage. Okay. What is this competitive advantage is all about? Gaining advantage over the competitor. Okay, competitive advantage is all about gaining advantage over the competitors. When you do business in a highly competitive environment, is it needed you have to gain advantage over the competitor? Yes or no? Then only you can survive, right? You have to perform better than your competitor. You have to perform better services to your customer than your competitor. Then only you can survive. So when you prepare a strategy, your strategy is helping you to gain competitive advantage. That is the second point says. Without understanding this competitive advantage, you will never come to know what the second point is trying to convey. Look at strategies and decisions have been prepared in the organization to achieve some advantage for the organization over whom? Now gaining that advantage over the competition is called as competitive advantage. That is the whole purpose of strategies that we prepare in the organization. Strategies will always should help us to gain advantage over our competitors. That is another characteristic that we have to understand. And already these points I have said, strategy can be seen matching the resources and activities. Whatever the resources that we have and what activities that we are following in the organization. So already this can be treated as a key term here. And it talks about scope of the organization's activity. Scope. What is the present scope of our organization's activities? Even that also strategy deals with. And this term, fifth one, we have to understand certain things from this. Strategy can be seen as stretching an organization resources and competencies. This we know. When we prepare strategy, we have to stretch our resources. We have to stretch our competencies. Competencies means? What is competencies? Here the term is given. Competency means? Yes? We can say strengths or capabilities also. So we have to stretch our resources and competencies to create a new opportunity on to capitalize to them. Strategy should always help you to create new opportunity. At the same time, strategy should help you to capture the capitalizing those opportunities also. Environmental factors and market will always provide opportunity for the company. Understand this carefully. Environmental factors will always provide opportunity for the company. Company's responsibility is to grab that opportunity. What happens if you don't grab this opportunity? You can't survive. What organization have to do every time? Organization responsibility is that major thing, check for the opportunity in the environment. Whenever there is an opportunity that you have to capitalize immediately, capitalize it. That is needed. That's the point says here. One, search for new opportunities. Whenever you find an opportunity, immediately capitalize. Capitalizing it is grabbing it. You take the advantage of opportunity. If you don't take that advantage of opportunity, your competitor will take. Then ultimately you will suffer losses or not. That's the point. Understood what this point is trying to convey? Without knowing what the meaning is trying to convey, don't read. It will not serve any purpose. That's what I can say. Strategy may require major resource. Already I have talked about the resources. Strategic decisions likely to affect operational decisions. Two types of decisions have talked here. Careful. In filling the blank, it may come. Generally, when we talk about what is decision making, We'll discuss in the further concepts. Here two things I've said: strategic decisions, operational decisions. Yes, two types of decisions. Strategies deals with strategic decisions and operational decisions. What are these? Strategic decisions are all about. Any idea what is strategic decision? These decisions are very good long term. These decisions have been taken by top level management in the company. These decisions nature is always yes, long term in nature. Whatever the decision taken by the top level, they are called as strategic decisions. And the nature of this decision is always in the long term. Whenever top level plans for something, they won't plan for today. They plan for always for long term. If not, another decisions are there. These are operational decisions. Very good. These are with respect to day-to-day operations. Day-to-day operations. Now they are taken by whom? Here these are taken by top level. Then operational decisions are taken by whom? Middle and lower level. Because they are dealing with day-to-day operations. Clear with these two terms? I am trying to emphasize on some terminologies where you have to understand the meaning of those terminologies. That's about strategic decisions likely to affect operational decisions. It will happen. Whenever top level make any decision, the impact will be on what? Operations, day-to-day activities, it will show impact. These are some of the features. And what the last point says, strategy of an organization is affected not only by environmental factors and resource availability, but also values and expectations of stakeholders. Whatever the decisions that we take, whatever the strategies that we prepare in our organization, will they have impact on our stakeholders? You're aware of stakeholders concept, right? Yes. Who are stakeholders? Yeah, interest in the well-being of a company. The one who have interest in the well-being of a company. All of them are stakeholders. Whatever the top level, whenever they prepare any strategy, it will definitely straight away have impact on the stakeholders in the company. These are some of the key terms with respect to characteristics. Are you clear with this? Look, at any point of time, if you're not able to get anything, ask me. Okay, all your doubts will be addressed. Don't worry about it. If you have any doubt, you just ask your doubts. Right? At any point of time, any concept, you feel like you need to understand it more elaborately, ask me, I'll explain you. Let's go with the next concept. So next we are going to understand about some advantages and disadvantages of strategic management. You'll be waiting for this kind of questions where there are more side headings usually. When it is bullet points, then you feel so many points are there. You have to remember each and every point. But this kind of questions you will wait for, I know. Is here you have a feasibility that at least you can understand the headings. We'll do something with the content inside. First, at least we can write the headings. This kind of questions will help you out to provide some content in the exam. Let's have a look at that one. But don't make it as a ritual or habit. Don't prepare with that habit, sir, only I'll read the headings. Rest of the content, that is applicable for your the other kind of exams that you write. There it is okay. You are writing your graduation exams also. Those who write. And if you have already written, you know how you write them, isn't it? Everything you will find in the answer apart from the content that is asked over there. Don't do that for this. Whenever you are sitting in professional courses, don't do that. And it is a known fact, even ICAI has also raised their bar with respect to paper valuation and paper setting. Isn't it? If you have already written, you are done with one of your attempt previously, then you will be knowing the standard of the question paper. Don't expect that because many people think that okay, CMA anyways will go and write and will complete. No, those days are gone. Those days are over now, I am telling you. Even this board have raised their bar with respect to setting the papers and evaluation also. Evaluation also has make it more stringent. So be very careful. So don't take the things for granted, right? Okay, let's have a look at the advantages. First advantage, strategic management is helping the organization to discharge board responsibility. Board of directors responsibilities. Strategies very clearly indicates what responsibilities this board of directors needs to fulfill in the organization. Do you have any idea what is the purpose of having this board of directors in the company? For whom they will work? What is the purpose of having this board of directors? Any idea? Whose interest they should fulfill? Good. Stakeholders or shareholders. Shareholders we can say. Board of directors' responsibility is to ensure the company is running as per the interest of the shareholders. So when you prepare the strategy, your strategy should clearly indicate, okay, these are the responsibilities that board of directors should fulfill in the organization. Forgot to ask, are you comfortable with the language? Done. If not, let me know, then I'll convert into the... If it is comfortable, then we'll continue in the same way. Comfortable? Excellent. So, strategic management process is talks about discharging the responsibilities of board of directors. Very clearly, strategy says, okay, these are the things that board of directors have to fulfill. Next, it forces an objective assessment exclusively in CMA strategic management. When we read when we discuss about in CA, and here also the term objective can be discussed in two different senses. Careful with that, because in the further concept we'll discuss objective term, vision, mission, objective we will discuss. Particularly here, forces objective assessment. Here, objective stands for end results. End results. You remember like this, end result. What ultimately company wants to be, end result. Strategy talks about an assessment of the end results. When you implement strategy, you'll be thinking what ultimately I want to achieve. That's about forces and objective assessment. And next one is supports understanding buy-in, nothing but approvals. It enables board and staff to better understand the direction and why that direction was chosen and the associated benefits. Your strategy should clearly tell you why you have chosen this direction. If you travel in this direction, what benefits you are going to get. Everything have to be clearly associated benefits. Why you are traveling this path, what made you to travel this path. Everything has to be mentioned clearly in strategic management. Supports understanding and buy-in. Next, enables measurement of progress. You have prepared a strategy. Strategy is for 5 years. But every year you should check your progress. Needed? As a company, you have prepared a long-term plan. In the journey of achieving that long-term plan, do you need to check your progress? Is this strategy helping me to achieve my standard goal or not? So, strategic advantage says that it will help you to measure your progress. That's what the explanation also says. It forces an organization to set objectives and measures of success. You have created a strategy to achieve an goal or objective or an end result. So you should measure, with this strategy, will I be able to achieve what I want to achieve or not? So strategies are helping you for that. Next, provides an organizational perspective. So strategic management takes an organizational perspective and looks at all the components and their interrelation. Strategies are not with respect to one component in the company. In the organization, strategies are with respect to every component and their interrelationships. How their components are interconnected to one another. So that's what it provides. The entire organization perspective it is trying to provide. And moreover, last one, strategies will provide a framework for decision making. We have a concept, decision making. But before that, I just want, as the term has come here, I should ask you, what is decision making? Anyways, again, I will explain about it. What is decision making? Any idea? Do we have this as a concept, decision making? Yes, we have. What do you think? What is decision making? Yes, decision making ante enti? Strategies are providing framework for decision making, right? First we have to understand what is decision making. You said setting goals are different from decision making. Do people take decisions? Then what do you do in decision making? Proper should choose. Very good. Look, decision making is nothing but when you have different alternatives in front of you, you are selecting one alternative. That is decision making, right? Yes or no? That is decision making. Simple example to understand that. Remember these terms and understand the concepts. You went to restaurant to have food. You all go to restaurant to have food? Yes, you certainly. When you go to restaurant, will that restaurant guy will provide you the list of items that are available in his restaurant? A la carte or menu card, right? Now what you do then? You know what many people do when they give? They will be again asking the waiter, what is good in your restaurant? you see this? Many people ask, right? So he will say what he likes. Rather saying what is best over there. So here what we do when he has provided so many options, from that options we are selecting one option. Have we taken a decision over there? That is decision making. When we have different alternatives in front of us, selecting one best alternative is called as decision making. When we prepare strategies in our organization, strategies are creating framework for decision making. Like simple logic, I'll tell you. After completion of your CA Inter, tell me what is your next target to fulfill? Articles are there. So if you have to go to articles, do you need to take a decision? What is that? Where should I go for my articles? Which means that you are planning. This planning involves decision making or not? Yes, you are planning that, okay, after completion of my CA Inter, I have to go to articles is your plan. In the plan, what involves? Decision making. So strategy is providing framework for what? Decision making. Understand the interconnection between the both now? That's the point says. When we discuss in strategic management, every term has its own meaning. When we go in depth, we'll understand why it has given over there. So without knowing the meaning, what it is conveying, there is no purpose of understanding it. Strategy provides a framework for day-to-day operational decisions. Again, the same thing. Just previously I said strategic decisions, and just before I said strategic decisions and operational decisions. So here it says that strategic management is providing framework for day-to-day operational decisions. Not only operational, but even strategic management even help for strategic decisions also. And those decisions make the organization move in a single direction. When you have taken a decision, that decision will help you to move in a single direction. So these are some advantages. Understood the advantages? So key terms, strategic management is helping to discharge some board responsibilities. This will help us to check our objectives. This is supporting in approvals, says understanding and buying. Next one, it is helping us to measure our progress. And next one is, this will talk about the entire organization perspective. And finally, strategies are providing us framework for what? For decision making. It's not that every time strategic management and strategies are helping you to provide with some benefits, strategy is having some hindrances also. Don't expect that every time it will give you the advantage that you want to get. And that's why we have some disadvantages of strategic management. As there are disadvantages for strategic management, let us not implement strategic management in the company. No. Without applying strategies, company cannot move ahead and it cannot survive also. Even though these hindrances are there, it's important for the businesses to have strategies. So let's understand. Some of the disadvantages is like this. The future doesn't unfold as anticipated. So to understand this point, Do we prepare strategies for future or for past? Yes, we don't need to think about it at any point of time. You can't plan for past. Is it possible to plan? You think of it. You say something which is applying to this statement, planning for past. Suppose you're saying, you're packing your bag and you're saying this, I am thinking where to go yesterday. Then they will say, have you stopped taking medicines? లేదా మనకంటే ఒక సపరేట్గా ఒక బండి వస్తుంది, అందులో తీసుకెళ్తారు మనల్ని ఇలాంటి మాటలు మాట్లాడితే. నిన్న ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళాలని ఆలోచిస్తున్నాను. ఐఎమ్ థింకింగ్ వాట్ టు ఈట్ ఎస్టర్డే. ఇట్స్ టాక్ లైక్ దిస్. హౌ ఇట్ విల్ బి? Definitely they will take you to the place where you belong to. So strategies, plans and decisions, they can't be taken for past, they'll always for future. Immediately my second question is, future is certain or uncertain? Then which means that we are planning for something which is uncertain. Some people have even said this also. Some management expert says that planning is for future, future is uncertain, hence let's not plan. Yes or no? Planning is for future and you say that future is uncertain. Then why are we wasting our time to plan for something which is uncertain? Even such kind of discussions will also come in management. But even though there is uncertainty, ఇది ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే అన్సర్టనిటీ ఉంది కాబట్టి నేను ప్లాన్ చేయట్లేదంటే ఎలా అంటున్నావు అంటే, సార్ ఎగ్జామ్లో ఏ క్వశ్చన్ ఇస్తాడో తెలియదు కాబట్టి నేను చదువుకోకుండా వెళ్తా సార్, ఎందుకు అనవసరంగా చదువుకోవడం? ఇట్ సౌండ్స్ లైక్ దట్. We don't know what question will come in the exam, sir. I don't read because I don't know what question come in the exam. Do we do so? Even though we plan, uncertainty is there in the exam. Are we planning or not? Same thing. But it is considered as disadvantage. How? You have thought about something about future and plan. In future, something else have happened. Will all your plan go into risk or not now? That's why it says. The future doesn't. Then you will say, sir, what should we do now? I have planned for future, but future has offered me something else. That's why we have one more concept called contingency planning. Remember in SM we have a concept called contingency planning. Sir, when this disadvantage is there, what is the remedy for that? Contingency planning is remedy. What is contingency planning? Prepare alternatives. No company will prepare only one plan to reach their goals. They will have alternative set of plans. If one plan goes into uncertain, immediately they will pick the other one. So that's how we can interconnect the concepts. This is what conceptual learning is. When you say that strategies, you say that future is uncertain, then how to plan? Alternative set of plans. If one plan fails, then you immediately get ready with the other plan. So that's what the point says. Strategy requires to anticipate the future environment in order to develop plans. But predicting the future is not an easy task. This is a major disadvantage. Next one, it can be expensive. Yes. Big strategies involves a lot of money. Because if you have to prepare a big strategy, some expert strategic planners you should engage. You can't plan everything. Some experts are there in that field. You should call those experts. And those experts are costly. And moreover, when strong plans have prepared, you need to allocate more resources also. For that you have to spend a lot of money. Whenever this comes, I always say this. Do you know how much money Mukesh Ambani has invested to launch Jio in India? Any idea? Jio capital investment? 9,000 crores. No. More than that. Any idea how much he invested? 1,50,000 crores. This was the amount that around 1,50,000 crores was the investment. He has long back he crossed his break even. Long back he crossed his break even, I'm telling you. Now he is into profits. Break even crossed long back. So no, I'm not saying that, sir, every time strategy will be that expensive. No. But if you have to implement strategy, you have to invest for some money. Now the companies with limited resources, they can't go for big strategies. Now every organization can't spend that much money to implement a plan. That's why it's considered as one of the disadvantage of strategic management. Sometimes strategies can be much expensive. The companies with limited resources, they can't implement this kind of strategies. Strategic management process is expensive. Many non-profit organizations who have some internal constraints, those who are not financially good, they cannot go for investing that much amount of money. It's a disadvantage. And long-term benefit versus immediate results. Top management, every time they always think about long term. No CEO will talk about what today I have to do. No CEO or no manager, no head of the organization will be thinking that what I should do today. They will always be thinking about what I should do in future. Strategy always thinks about long term benefit. They don't bother about immediate result. It's a disadvantage. It's not that every time you are focusing only on long term. Sometimes you have to focus on the present also. Day-to-day operations also have to be focused. That's the point says. Strategic management process are often long term, offers always long term benefit. It won't address immediate crisis. Not every time, but sometimes organizations will be ready to deal with the immediate crisis also. But in most of the cases, it talks about long term. That's one the disadvantage. And next, impedes flexibility. Sometimes strategic management obstructs flexibility. Usually, strategy should be flexible or rigid. Strategy should be flexible or rigid. You are preparing strategy in your company, how it should be, flexible or rigid? Flexible, yes. Strategy should never be rigid, should always be flexible. Sometimes, some of the environmental factors will make the strategy to be more rigid. It is not good. Adhe point ikkada. It obstructs flexibility. Strategies are obstructing some kind of flexibilities in the company. Organizations sometimes have to be flexible. They have to change as per the changing requirements. But in certain cases, due to some changes in the environment, it will obstruct that flexibility. That's the point says. Strategic management process may inhibit the organization ability to change and adopt. Changing and adopting is nothing but flexibility. Sometimes your strategic management is obstructing that flexibility. What happens if you are not going to be flexible? Suppose if a company is not being flexible, what happened? They can't survive. The company's long-term survival purely depends upon how flexible the company is. Yes, with respect to their strategies. But sometimes strategic management is obstructing it. Simple 4 disadvantages. Future is unanticipated. It involves lot of expenses. Strategy always deals with long term, but it ignores immediate result. Finally, it is obstructing us to be more flexible. These are 4 simple disadvantages of strategic management. Are you getting the things clear? Good. So take this as a good advantage, I'm telling you, because we have a good amount of time. That's why we could elaborately understand most of the concepts. If you focus on, I'm not going to be in a hurry to wrap up with the things. So you feel like it's not that you feel like it is happening quickly. You will feel like you're listening to strategic management again, definitely. So take the advantage of it. We have good amount of time until evening. So most of the concepts I'll try to give you a good elaborate explanation. Let's go into the next thing. First of all, let us understand one thing. In the organization, strategic management is treated as a process. Okay? In the organization, strategic management is a process. In this process, there are some steps. And these steps have been understood with a framework. What happens in a strategic management, if we understand this in a systematic step-by-step way, we call this as a framework. That's our next question. Framework of strategic management, which means how it starts and how it ends. Framework consists of how it starts. Some stages are there. Before that, a definition has been given, stated by William F. Gluck. Let's understand what the definition says for strategic management. William F. Gluck defines strategic management as a stream of decisions and actions. In strategic management, we do 2 things. We take some decisions and we perform some actions. Just before I said the two types of decisions we have, strategic and operational decisions. So strategic management always deals with those decisions and actions, which leads to development and effective strategies to help achieve our here objectives are nothing but, already I have said, end results, ultimately what the company wish to achieve. So in strategic management, you are taking some decisions and you are taking some actions. These decisions and actions for what? To achieve some objectives. Understand like this. Definitions, you have to understand what they are trying to say. From there, extract some key terms. Then it becomes very easy for you to provide the answer in the exam. So instead, you are putting your efforts to read it more times to understand. Don't do that. Like more time to remember. So don't read to remember. Read to understand. So that's the definition of strategic management. Now, very easily we can understand the definition. Strategic management deals with decisions and actions for the purpose of achieving the framework. With this diagram, it simply help us to understand the framework. So I'll simplify this, then I'll take you through the points over there. There are 5 stages in the framework of strategic management. Before I take you through this framework, let me create a small situation so that you will understand these 5 steps very clearly. After exams, you have planned a trip with your friends. Wherever, place is not constrained. Don't go in a summer to there. Humidity will be very high. You have planned a trip. Now let's understand what happens when you plan. When you are planning, the first thing that you have to decide where to go, right or wrong? You said that, okay, after exams, this is the destination that we are planning to go. So first, before that, first we have to understand what is our position now. How did we wrote our exams? After writing the exams, you will think of it. How did I wrote? If you feel like, okay, I wrote everything very well, then you'll be more happy. So first to know the present condition. Depending upon the present condition, you will plan something for future. So first you have understood how you wrote your exam, present condition. And with respect to budget also, you have decided how much budget that I can spend. That is the first step. After deciding what is your present condition, okay, present condition says everything well. You wrote exams well and you have some good amount of money also with you. Immediately you will decide, where should I go? Okay, first understood the present condition, then you have decided, where should I go? Destination have decided. Okay, second steps, destination have decided. Third step, how should I go there? Different ways are there. Should I go by bus? Should I go by train or airways? Or should I drive on my own and reach there? So many options are there. There is a third step. Okay, you have chosen one option and you have adopted that particular option and you have reached to your destination. This is the thing that happens, right? First we have understood what is our present condition. Then we have decided where I have to go. Then we have jotted out some options. From that options we have selected one option and we have implemented that option and we have reached where we want to go. Same thing for an organization. It's not that organization is going to go goal setting purpose. Framework steps you are clear? Same thing, an organization is having a goal and to achieve the goal there is a framework in strategic management. First decide what is your present condition. Whenever we plan something for future, first we should understand about our present. What is my position now, whether I can pursue that goal or not. Look at the first step. Where are we now? This is nothing but analysis of what? Present situation. So know what is your present situation. Once you get the clarity about your present situation, immediately where we want to go. Here we will set goals, objectives for the future. Got the point? First we are knowing where we are now, then we are deciding where we want to go. Once we decide where we want to go, how I should reach there? That's the third step. analysis of various alternatives to achieve our goals and objectives. Here we will be ready with various alternatives, plan A, B and C. Previously we have used the term multiple plans. Contingency planning, prepare alternative set of plans. So among those alternatives we are going to select one best alternative in line with strengths of the organized. Depending upon our strengths we should select one alternative. If you want to travel by road in the car, first you should know driving. Know your strength first. After knowing the strength, you will decide one alternative. That's the point. So selecting the best alternative in line with the strengths of the organization. And finally, you have selected an alternative, then implement and execute the selected alternative and monitor the same over time. Interesting term here. Monitoring the same over time. Here monitoring is nothing but controlling. Controlling activities are needed or not? Every time you have to check whether you are reaching, whether you are achieving what you want to achieve or not. Controlling is needed or not? That's the point. Now tell me, what is the difficulty to answer this question if this comes? ఇంకా దీన్ని సింప్లిఫై చేస్తాను. ఎక్కడ ఉన్నామో ముందు తెలుసుకోవాలి. అది తెలుసుకున్న వెంటనే ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళాలో తెలియాలి, ఎలా వెళ్ళాలో తెలియాలి. అందులో నుంచి ఒకదాన్ని సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి. సెలెక్టింగ్ దాన్ని ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేసుకోవాలి. దెన్ క్రియేట్ సమ్ సినారియోస్ ఇన్ యువర్ మైండ్. When you create the scenarios, subject becomes a cakewalk for you. You will enjoy reading the subject. Instead, you are sitting for your preparation, and you know 5 stages. 5 stages where we are now. What is this? Tapal jayikandi goochoni study hours lo. Understand what it is trying to convey. That subject becomes so simple and easy. Create some scenarios in your mind. Purpose. Okay, what it is trying to convey and how I can generalize it. Subject becomes simple for you. Are you clear with these 5 stages now? Same thing, explanation also says the same thing. Stage 1, we have to understand the present situation. For a company understanding present situation, there is a technique: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. What we call this as? Yes, you should do SWOT first. SWOT will help you to know your present situation. Then you will select some alternatives. From the alternatives, you will select the best alternative by considering your SWOT. And you will implement the alternative and execute it. So you will check whether you are reaching your goals and objectives or not. Are you clear with this concept? Done. We are done with the 5 stages. So can you tell me what are the 5 stages? Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, finally, and while implementing, last thing, monitoring, controlling is important, right? This you will easily understand. Importance of strategic management. Same thing says that strategic management help to discover and check how it has been asked in the exam, because sometimes we have checked, they're asking it as an advantages of strategic management. Sometimes it will ask as importance. Don't get confused with the both. The previous concept headings that we have discussed is advantages. This one is importance. So strategic management is helping to identify your strengths and weaknesses, opportunities and threats. SWOT. We have a concept, we'll understand what SWOT is all about, and this will discover objectives and goals. And moreover, we will implement strategy to overcome what? Weaknesses. It will provide vision, mission. We are going to know about what is vision and mission. And it will help to build a strong and dynamic organization. Organization should always be dynamic. You know what is dynamic means? Anything which changes frequently, we call this as dynamic. Strategies are always helping our organization should be more dynamic. What happens if our organization is not being more dynamic? If you are not changing, we can't survive. Good. And it helps to achieve, grow and stable organization. These points, if you read, you will easily understand. Next concept is something related to the previous framework. If you are clear with the framework, this one talks about the definition, the entire process of strategic management. Connectivity untundi if you carefully understand. This concept talks about strategic management process. If you remember, just before I said in the organization, strategic management is a process. Now, how to understand this and how to remember this? To understand this in an effective way, first, whatever the diagram that has mentioned here, that will very clearly help us to get into the things. We are saying strategic management is a process. Done. First of all, what is process? What is procedure? What is the meaning of this term process? Yes? Plan according. Someone says steps. That's absolutely right. ముందు ప్రాసెస్ అంటే ఏంటో తెలిస్తే డెఫినేషన్ చాలా ఈజీ అయిపోతుంది. ప్రాసెస్ స్టాండ్స్ ఫర్ sequential arrangement of activities to get a desired outcome. Process ante sequential arrangement of activities to get a desired outcome. Steps that we follow. Process consists of certain steps. Look, your accounting and financing is an entire process, right? Accounting and financing activity is a process, isn't it? Because it consists of some steps. In accounting and finance, what we do, what we need first? Transactions. We'll convert these transactions into straight away ledger. Congratulations. We haven't did that. From transactions, we'll put into journal. Then from there, and finally, we'll go for financial statements. Sequential arrangement of activities, process. Then we'll get a desired outcome. Same thing says here. Strategic management is a process, which means it consists of some steps. 6 simple steps have given. Create this kind of scenarios. Okay, SM is a process. When we call it as a process, it consists of some steps. Now, which means in the definition of SM also, I have to write some steps. So immediately it is stuck in your mind. 6 steps should come. Even framework also consists of some steps. 5 steps in framework. In the definition, we have 6 steps. So clearly understand what is asking. Is the question is asking about framework of strategic management? Is the question is asking about strategic management process? So don't confuse and write the wrong answer over there. The previous one that we have discussed is framework 5 stages. Process consists of 6 steps. Let us analyze these steps now. Okay, very simple. 6 steps in the process of strategic management. What is the first step says? In step 1, first, what company have to do is that defining, okay, I'll just try to change a bit, same point that you are writing. In the first step, company have to define their, yes, vision, mission and objectives. These 3 things they have to define first. Vision, mission and objectives. Sir, what are vision, mission and objectives? We will understand in the very next concept. We'll try to know about it. Elaborately we'll come to know. But simple meanings, if you have to connect with the content, one word meaning I can provide. Vision talks about goals. Okay, vision is goal. Mission talks about purpose. Purpose of a company. I'll explain this when the concept come. In the definition, just to understand this definition, I'm giving you these terms. Vision is goal. Mission is purpose. Here objectives are not end results. That's what I said. We will use the term objectives in different contexts. In the previous context, wherever I have used the objectives, I said end result. But here in this context, objectives are nothing but targets. Targets. When we discuss the term objectives in the definition, here objectives are targets. Vision is goal. Mission is purpose. Objectives are targets. Elaborately, I will explain in the further concepts as we have this. So, first step in the SM process is to define business mission, purpose and objectives. So, mission and purpose, here it has been said as the same thing, but generally vision, mission and objectives. Clear? This is the first step. After that, do environmental analysis. I don't know whether you are aware of this or not. A business needs to deal with 2 types of environmental factors, internal and external. You are aware of this, right? Business environment topic, it will come. Again, external is having micro and macro. That's what it says here, environmental analysis. study internal environmental factors and external environmental factors. Environment is nothing but surroundings. Customer, competitors, suppliers, intermediaries like distributors, wholesalers, government, politics, law, legal and political, all these are environmental factors. So second step, do environmental analysis. After that, third step, every now and then company should revise direction. You said that, sir, I have decided one direction, I will only follow this direction. Not going to give you benefit every time. Depending upon the changes in the environment, what you have to do every now and then, you have to redesign your directions. That's why we said strategies cannot be rigid. They should always be flexible. Why they should be flexible? Because environmental factors are uncertain. You never know what kind of change takes place. Whenever there is a change, immediately you have to change. That's why revise organizational direction. After you revise your direction, now you have a direction to go. For that direction, what you have to do, prepare some alternative strategic choices. ఏ డైరెక్షన్లో వెళ్ళాలో తెలియకుండా ఆల్టర్నేటివ్స్ మనం డెవలప్ చేసుకోలేం కదా. ఫస్ట్ మన డైరెక్షన్ తెలిసినప్పుడు వాట్ వీ డిసైడ్, నౌ ఆల్టర్నేటివ్స్ విల్ కమ్. రెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద 2 steps యూ కెన్ ఈజీలీ నో. ఆల్టర్నేటివ్స్ ఆర్ రెడీ, ఫ్రేమ్వర్క్లో నుంచి అడాప్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు స్టెప్స్. ఇప్పుడు డిఫరెంట్ చాయిసెస్ ఆర్ రెడీ. ఫ్రమ్ దట్ one choice we are going to select, and the selected choice is going to be, that's what it says, strategy implementation, evaluation and control. Alternative strategic choices we are going to choose. One strategy we will select, implement the strategy. Remember one thing, any of the management process, any of the process that we discuss in strategic management, implementation is not the last step, isn't it? That's what even in the framework also we have discussed. If you say implementing is not last step, after implementing we have to assign controls. Everywhere the same thing says. Even in the strategic management process also, implementation is not the last step. What is the last step? Evaluation and control. Controls are very important. In the entire SM journey, analysis, planning, formation, implementation and control. That is why the last chapter title also says the same, third chapter, implementation and control. Strategies have to be implemented and we have to assign some controls. So these are the 6 steps in the SM process. Extract the key terms and understand. First we have to define vision, mission and objectives. Then do analysis of the environmental factors. Then revise your direction. After revising the direction, alternative strategic choices have to be chosen. Then you have to implement it and control. If you create this scenario in your mind, how easily you can develop the answer for this concept. Now you got the difference between the framework and SM process. That's about when you read, as you have understood the concept, when you read you'll come to know. So first step it says about mission, purpose and objectives, and then environmental analysis. Here you can see internal and external environment, both have to be studied. When the business studies the internal environment, they will come to know strengths and weaknesses. External environment will help to know opportunities and threats. Okay, this also you have to keep in your mind. For a business, internal environment provides strengths and weaknesses. Just for the sake of knowledge, keep this thing in your mind. When a business studies about internal environment, it will come to know about its strengths and weaknesses. And when it studies about the external environment, it will come to know about opportunities and threats. So for a business, internal environment provides strengths and weaknesses, external environment provides opportunities and threats. That is what the second step, environmental analysis. Next, revise the direction. You should revise the direction by keeping in mind SWOT. Then alternative strategies. This was it. Alternative strategies will be ranked based on SWOT and the best strategy will be chosen. After you select the strategy, you will go for implementation. Implementation is nothing but putting plans into actions. There you are not supposed to, then after implementation you are not supposed to relax. What you have to do? Evaluation and control. Whatever you are implementing, you should check whether are you reaching your goal or not. In order to improve, it ensures the functions that it functions properly. Which functions properly? Our strategy is functioning properly or not. Like simple logic. You have prepared strategy in one way, but it is implementing in the other way. You're at the top level. You have prepared. Whose responsibility to implement? No, you can't implement. CEO won't implement the strategy. His job is to prepare the strategy. He prepared at the top level. Implementation is done by middle and lower level. Now, top level prepared in one way, but when it went to implementation to the middle and lower level, it has been implemented in the other way. Will the company get the result? For that, controls are important. Just to check whether strategies are being implemented as we have planned. If a question comes, why to have controls as the last step, then answer for that is this. Just to ensure the strategies have implemented as we have planned, we need to have proper controls. Are you clear with the 6 steps? A quick revision. Step 1, what has to be done? Vision, mission and objectives. Second step is environmental analysis. Third one, revise the direction. And then the fourth step is strategy have to be selected. Fifth step, finally, good. Now framework also you have to keep in your mind. Framework, first we are going to know where we are now. Second, third, how to go, alternative. Then fifth step is good. So again, a question has been asked in the previous attempts with respect to benefits of strategic management. So you check what it has been asked. Is it asking about advantages or benefits? You better, if it asks benefits of strategic management, you go with this answer. When you read, you will understand what these benefits are trying to say. They will try to improve the financial performance, problem prevention. It will help the quality of decision making. It will motivate your employees also. It will reduction of gaps and overlaps in activities. Like this, if this question comes, it will understand very easily. Okay. Here, I have already explained about competitive advantage. You better keep that thing in mind. You can see here. The advantage is sustainable if it persists despite the best efforts of competitors to match or surpass this advantage. You are trying to do better than your competitor. Now, competitor is not going to be silent. What he will do? He want to surpass you. Then he will also try to plan better than you. Chances are there. What it says. So, what is competitive advantage? Again, I am telling you, remember this. Yes, competitive advantage is nothing but gaining advantage over the competitors. Now, when we can gain advantage over the competitor? Suppose competitor is offering a product. If you have to gain advantage over your competitor, when it will be possible? When you offer a product better than your competitor. ఇప్పుడు సేమ్ కాంపిటీటర్ లాంటి ప్రోడక్టే నేను ఆఫర్ చేస్తే ఇంకా నాకు అడ్వాంటేజ్ ఎక్కడి నుంచి వస్తుంది? If I have to gain advantage over my competitor, what I should do? I should offer something better than my competitor. That is the first point. If you observe carefully, that's what the first point says. So, a company achieves competitive advantage when it provides a buyer with superior value compared to the rival sellers. Got the point? Competitive advantage can only be attained when you provide something better than your competitor. Then only you will gain competitive advantage. Offer the same value at a lower cost. You have to do two things. Give your customer the same value, which means the same quality of a product, but that too for a low cost or lower price. Then only you will gain advantage. As a customer, that's what we want. As a customer, we always think that a qualitative product for a lower price. No matter whatever the company do that, we'll go and buy. It has been proven in many of the times. If you check in India, so far, In India, many of the customers don't even know that the name of a company is Xiaomi, but they're using the mobiles. They're considering MI. They say, what mobile? The MI. Which company? They don't know. They say Redmi. They know only this, but they don't know that the name of a company. Xiaomi. So many people don't even know how to pronounce it. Xiaomi, they say. Whatever the name that comes, they'll say this. Now, what is the point here? A company is offering a quality product for a lower price. They're going and buying. That's the point. Says competitive advantage. You have to perform better than your sellers. Then how you can do this? You have to create a value, and that too for a low price. The last point also talks about the same thing. A company strategy is an action plan for outperforming its competitors. This is what the point that I am focusing upon. Your plan should always help to outperform your competitors. Then only you will achieve superior profitability. So competitive advantage, are you clear with this point? Gaining advantage over the competitors. For that you have to offer better to your customer. Where better quality you have to offer for an affordable price. Obviously competitive advantage. This includes choices about. Now you will understand them very easily. How to attract and please the customer. When your customer will be attracted, when you offer him something different. Actually, this term won't come. That is different. Marketing. Buy one, get one is marketing. Here, competitive advantage is you have to offer something different or unique quality in the product. When we buy something, we try to show to our friends that I don't think so. You have this feature in your, suppose mobile. If you buy a mobile, you will always try to show something, a special feature to your friend, right? Which means that the company is trying to offer something new. That is competitive advantage. Like simple example. Every mobile will have a primary camera and secondary camera. Primary camera will be having at the back side, main camera we call it as. Secondary camera is at a front side, which is known as a selfie, to take the selfie. Now what? For every mobile, the camera stays at the same place, front side at the top. Now one company have thought uniquely, why to keep the camera every time there? Okay, let me offer something new to my customer. They have kept the camera inside of a mobile. And whenever you switch on to the secondary camera, it will come out from the mobile. అది ఇప్పుడు అక్కడే ఉన్న లోపల నుంచి వచ్చిన చేసే పని సెల్ఫీ తీయటమే కదా. కెమెరా లోపల నుంచి వచ్చి డాన్స్ ఏమేది, అది లోపల నుంచి వచ్చి ఇట్ హ్యాస్ టు టేక్. యూనిక్ ఈజ్ నాట్. Customer, what he do, they have added some music, a kind of background, a mechanism music also for that. You observe the companies which comes with this camera pop-up selfie, the moment you switch on, it won't silently come. It gives you a music also, sound also it come with that, isn't it? Uniqueness. This is what I am talking about. Offer something different to your customers. Actually, strategic management లో దీనికి ఒక టర్మ్ ఉంటుంది, మీకు ఇవ్వలేదు కాబట్టి దాన్ని యూజ్ చేయలేదు. కోర్ కాంపిటెన్సీస్ అంటాం వాటిని. Core competencies. For you, it haven't been used. That's why I haven't introduced the term for you. Core competency is nothing but a unique strength. Unique strength offered, which is not offered by the competitor. A uniqueness offered cheyadam valla we'll gain what? Competitive advantage. Hope you're clear with the concept now. Yes. Competitive advantage is always to attract and please the customers. And how to compete against rivals? Will competitive advantage helping us to compete against rivals? Undoubtedly, yes. And when we create a good competitive advantage, do we get a good market position in the company? That's the third point. How to position the company in the marketplace? If you have to be number one in the market, offer every time something new. As we are discussing about mobiles, how come Apple has become number one company internationally? This is what they do. Every time they try to offer something new to their customers. That's why continuously they are gaining competitive advantage. Now they have achieved a good market position. That's the point says. How the position of a company in the market. And moreover, this will help you to respond to changing economic and market conditions. So you can change yourself with respect to economic and market conditions also. And moreover, this is helping to capitalize the opportunities. What is capitalizing the opportunity? Grabbing, using the opportunity. As a company, if you don't use the opportunity, it will be used by your competitor. then he will get benefit. So that's why you should know how to capitalize the opportunities. And this will help to achieve the company's performance targets. That's it. So this is about one part of this first chapter. In the first half of this first chapter, the elements that we have covered, let's have a look at them. What are the elements that we have covered in the first half? Meaning of strategy, right? The first concept we have discussed, meaning of strategy we have understood. Advantages and disadvantages of strategy, we are done with that. And then characteristics of strategy also we have covered. After that, majorly remember about framework and SM process, these two. So meaning, advantage, disadvantage, importance. And then two concepts you have to keep in your mind, framework and process. And finally, the last concept, competitive advantage. This is the first half of this chapter. Now let's move to our second half. Yes, in the second half, we are going to pay attention on three elements: vision, mission and objectives. Where these three terms where we have used in the definition of strategic management, SM process lo first step ade kada. The developing vision, mission and objectives. Already I have given you a simple meaning of these three terms. Vision talks about goals, mission talks about purpose, objectives talks about targets. But here we'll try to understand them elaborately. Before I move into it, first let me ask you a question. Why in SM process the first step should be developing vision? Okay. Before that, I have few more questions. Apart from understanding this with respect to SM orientation, vision is a term which can be generally used also. Generally go to use just the term vision. People will generally ask, what is your vision? That is too general. Someone is talking about, sir, vision is about our seeing capacity. Right? That is right. But if someone asks you, what's your vision? They're trying to ask you, what is your ultimate goal? Okay? Vision talks about what you ultimately wants to achieve. It's called as vision. Let us apply the same for the company also. For an organization, what is vision is all about? Where the company ultimately wants to be. Where the company wants to see itself in the future is called as a vision for that particular company. That is clear now? In a simple sense, vision is all about where the company ultimately wants to see itself in the future. Done. Now my question is, why developing vision has to be the first step in SM process? First, when we understand the concept, then we can get into the content to know about it. Why? Good? Yeah. Very good. Nice. The straight answer is that. I'll simplify it. When you don't know where you want to go, can you plan your journey? Again, the same thing. Packing your bag. Asked you, where are you going? You said, I don't know. Then immediately they will call. You can't say this. Without knowing where you want to go, you can't start your journey. That's why in the SM process, the first step is to set the vision. Then all the rest of the steps are to facilitate you towards that particular vision. Environmental analysis, defining the direction, setting some alternatives, selecting the alternative, implementing the alternative. Ivanni kuda for what purpose? For the purpose of achieving the vision. That's why we say that vision will facilitate rest of the steps in the SM process. That's why setting vision is the first step in the SM process, where we are deciding where we want to see the company in the future. Vision talks about where the company wants to see itself in the future. Concept is clear now. What is vision talks about? That's why I said goal, where the company wants to see itself in the future. For that, I will provide you some key terms now. Concept is clear. Once you understand the concept, knowing the key terms will become so simple. So let's get into it. Look at the very first term says. Vision is a statement of future. Future of whom? Organization. Now who will prepare this vision for the company? Top level. This is something related to future, where the company wants to be. So that's why it is done by the top level. That's why the very first point says vision is a statement of the future, where the company wants to be in the future. And second one, it articulates, which means that vision clearly talks about the basic characteristics that shape the organization's strategy, which means organization strategy depends upon what? Depends upon our vision. We have a vision in our mind. We are preparing the strategies to reach that particular vision. That's the term says. So visions are helping the company to articulate their strategies. That's why the very first step is development of vision. The rest of the steps are facilitative towards the particular vision. That's the term says. Next, it indicates where the organization is headed and where the organization is headed and what its intends to be. Vision is clearly mentioning about where the company wants to go, intends to be, where it wants to be in the future. Visions should be mentioning that very clearly. If you have a confusion, sir, I thought of telling this point after explaining you vision and mission, but now itself I'll tell you so that you'll understand it more clearly. If you get it out, what are these visions and missions in the company? What are these vision and mission in the company? So where do we see them? If you have a doubt, for that I have an answer for this. In the organization, vision and mission are nothing but statements. This is the first thing that you have to know. They are nothing but statements. That's why the very first point is vision is a statement, they use the term. Okay, vision statement and mission statement. In the vision statement, company talks about goals. In the mission statement, company talk about the purpose. Okay, vision. So, sir, where do we find these statements? Usually when you check with any catalog of a company, brochures of a company, or when you visit websites, even in the websites also in the home page, they'll be having this particular element called vision and mission. So vision and mission are nothing but statements. Understand this. I thought of asking you this question after explaining the entire concept, but without knowing this vision and mission are statements, you may not properly have interconnection with the concept. That's why I'm telling you. Vision and mission are nothing but, what are they in the company? Statements. Vision statement talks about what? Goals. Mission statement talks about what? Purpose. Now who will create these statements? Top management. In most of the company websites, when you visit, you will come across with this vision and mission. So that's why the second point says vision talks about the organization headed and what it intends to be in the future. Next, this is an important key term. Better remember this. Vision talks about roadmap of a company's future. It's a major key term. Vision. One key term if you have to keep in your mind, what is vision? Roadmap of company's future. You can say this. Even when you're writing in the exam, you can start writing with this point. Vision is nothing but a roadmap of company's future. Suppose if you say, sir, my vision is to be a CMA. And to reach your vision, do you need to prepare a roadmap for that? Yes. And now this roadmap consists of so many things. Some capabilities that you should have, some activities that you perform, some skills that you develop. This roadmap consists of all these things. Now this roadmap is helping you to achieve a particular destination. That's why vision talks about roadmap of a company's future. Next. Moreover, what does vision talks about? It indicates that kind of company management is trying to create for future. You are the head of a company. You have created a vision for your company. Through your vision, you are conveying all your employees and stakeholders where you want to take your company in the future. Yes or no? That's the point says. What kind of company management is trying to create in the future? Visions are always for future. Are you getting the things? Next. Vision specifies about company intention and capabilities to adopt new technologies. You have prepared a roadmap for your company. In that roadmap, to reach that goal, do you need to adopt some technologies? Because at present, we are in a technologically enabled world. Without technology, we can't run our business. That's why we have to adopt to new technologies. So in your vision, you should very clearly talk what kind of technologies that you are going to adopt. The technologies which will help you to achieve your goals. That's about adopting the new technologies. And when you decide a goal, in your goal, is it okay to talk about your customers? Customer focus. When you prepare a roadmap about reaching a goal, do you need to talk about your customer focus or not? Look at the last point. Vision also specifies management policy towards customers and society. So your vision very clearly talks about what are your customer focus. What societies that you are focusing on. This is about vision. First key term, vision talks about, I'll simplify. Vision talks about roadmap of company's future. If you are getting problem in understanding all these points wise, I'll simplify. Vision talks about roadmap of company's future, which involves your customers, which involves your technology. Majorly, these 3 points you have to keep in your mind. Roadmap of company's future talks about adopting the technology, talks about customer satisfaction. What kind of customers that I want to satisfy with. Some examples I have given. When you read that example, you will come to know. Where the Nike says, to bring innovation and inspiration to every athlete in the world. They are into sports. That's why they say that their vision is to bring inspiration to every athlete in the world. They want to be inspired one to all the athletes in the world. That is what their vision, their goal, to be an inspiration for all the athletes. So whatever the plannings that they do, obviously that plan will be for the athletes. That's about the points. All the points are clear? Any of the point which you want me to explain once again? Now, when the company prepare the vision statement, the vision should consist of 3 elements. That's why the concept says elements of vision. Okay, vision should consist of 3 elements. When you set a vision for your company for the future, this vision should have 3 elements. Okay, to understand these 3 elements, again, vision talks about goal. Agree with the point? Vision talks about where the company wants to be in the future. When you decide something for the future, is it needed? First, you should know about your present condition. Because in the framework I have said, before you decide where you want to go, first you should decide what is your present position. Even we also, when we set some goals, first we will check, am I in a state to achieve that goal or not? Knowing present condition is important, right? When you know the present condition, then only you can plan better for the future. So that is the very first term says. 3 elements. The first element says, straight away I am highlighting the key term. The first element talks about who we are and where we are now. When the vision is going to be set, the first thing that the company have to know is that who we are and where we are now. Just to further to understand, sir, how I can know what is my present condition? Our present condition can be known by doing analysis. By doing analysis. You don't need to write, just to understand the concept I am telling you. In the exam, you are not writing it. So as a company, how I can come to know what is my present condition? As a company, you can know about your present condition by doing analysis. Now, how to do analysis? In the second chapter, we have some methods to do analysis. SWOT, BCG, ADL, these are methods. Actually, ANSOF is not an analysis method. ANSOF is a planning method. I will explain when the concept comes. That's about the first step is to know who we are and where we are now. Okay, you have understood your present condition, who you are and where you are now. Once you know about your present condition, immediately you have to decide where you want to go. That's the second step, says second element, where we are going. The first element is to know who you are and where you are now. And the second element says where you are going. You are at top level, you are in the top level of any organization. You are the head of a company or CEO of a company. You have prepared a good vision statement. In the vision statement, very clearly you have mentioned where you wish to see your company in the future. Now, to whom you are going to communicate this vision now? Primarily, once you have prepared a vision statement, to whom you are going to communicate this vision? It's my question. Stakeholders. In stakeholder, customer also come. Will you be explaining about your vision to the customers also? Is really customer is bothered about your vision? Customer is least bothered about your goal. What he wants is that a quality product for low price. Then primarily, to whom you need to communicate your vision? It's my question. Primarily, you are top level of a company. You have prepared a goal for your company. You have a vision in your mind. To whom you will communicate this vision primarily? Stakeholder is a very big term. In stakeholder, even your customer is also come. Your customer is least bothered about your goal. Primarily. You said, sir, our goal needs to be communicated to the customer first. You think like a customer, how many company goals that you know? Will you be thinking of a vision of a company before you buy the product? Then it is primarily need to be communicated to your employees, because they are the one who are working to achieve it. Look at the third step. Finally, communicate the above strategic vision in clear and committed terms. There the point is not given. To whom you should communicate first? To the employees. You don't need to communicate your vision to the customer. Customer is least bothered about your goal. So first you need to communicate this to the employees. Communicating the vision clearly in a committed terms. 3 elements. Element 1, first we should know who we are and where we are now. Element 2, where we are going. Third one, communicate. So definition of vision and elements of strategic vision. Clear? So purpose, when you read strategic vision has an important purposes, you will understand that it will provide a direction to the company. It will help you to change according to the external changing environment. Obviously, creating a creativity in every member of a company to prepare company for future. Vision will prepare all the members of a company for future. It will promote entrepreneurship also. So again, benefits also you can come to know as you have understood. Following benefits. Good visions are inspiring and exhilarating and exciting. To whom? Our visions have to be inspiring and exhilarating to whom? Again, someone is saying customers. Your vision is exciting to your customer. Customer is least bothered about your goals. Again, I am telling you, who are fulfilling your goals? Employees. Your goal should be more exciting to your employees first. And only they will pursue it effectively. You have prepared at top level. The pursuing of this will come into middle and lower level people. So your vision should be more exciting to the middle and lower level. That's what. Vision represents discontinuity. That is, company knows what it wants to be. Your vision should clearly mention. Your vision will help you to know what exactly you want to be. And it will create a common identity and a shared sense of purpose. Common identity. When top level prepares vision for the company, have they prepared it for the entire organization? No. Top level prepared the vision. For whom they have prepared? For one department, for one employee, and then for whom? Entire organization. Your vision will create a commonality for the entire organization. That's what it says. Common identity and a shared sense of purpose. And moreover, this is a needed one. Good visions are competitive, original, and unique. You have started a company, and for your company you need to create a vision. You are not a creative guy, you don't know how to create a vision, you are copying it from your competitors. You have taken 2 to 3 competitors, one thing from not even best. No. You are taking one part from all the 3 and you have created a new one. Sir, why can't we do, sir? Your constitution is an adopted one. Can't I adopt three words from my competitor's vision and create my own? No. Your vision should always be unique. Like some companies really create some unique visions. Already Nike, I have said, one vision is coming in my mind. You know Ford Motors? The man who founded this company is Henry Ford. Henry Ford is the man who founded this company. When he founded this company, he has a vision. He said that his vision is a car in every garage. That was his vision. Look how unique it is, how creative it is. A car in every garage. Now don't misunderstand this vision statement. Henry Ford says that every car garage should have his car, which means that every time repair will come to the car. In India, garage is used as a service station. No. Actually, the real meaning of garage is nothing but in the Western countries, garage is a place where they use, where they park their cars. Every house will have a garage. They will park their cars over there. That is called as garage. Now you understood his vision? His vision, a car in every garage. He said that every household should have a Ford car. Look how creative and unique it is. That's how your vision should be. Competitive, original, unique. Next, good visions foster risk-taking and experimentation. Visions will always encourage the management to take the risks and to go with the experimentation. Are we preparing visions for future? Which means that our visions are encouraging us to think for the long-term thinking. Not about what you do today and this moment. It's all about what you're going to do in the future. And good vision represents the integrity of the company. So these are some of the benefits of having a good vision. So clear with the benefits? They should be inspiring to your employees. It should talk about the company, what it wants to be. It talk about the commonality, common identity. They should be unique and original. They should be for future long-term thinking. They should promote for taking risk and experimentation. That's about strategic vision. Fostering is nothing but encouraging. Already meaning is given over there. Encouraging. Good visions should encourage to take some risks. Good vision should encourage long-term thinking. That is the term. Understood about vision? Yes. Next we have mission and objectives. That we will try to continue once we come after the break. Now we are going to have a break for 30 minutes. Fine? So after that again we'll be having a 2-hour session until pre-lunch. We are almost done with our first chapter. In the pre-lunch, we'll try to cover the major aspects of the second chapter. Then in the post-lunch, we'll be focusing on the third chapter. It will continue until the last session. The last session, last 1.5 hours, we'll be spending on, yes, that is also one of the area where scope is less and chances of getting good amount of marks. I'm not sure of the weightage of ethics. Hardly, only few concepts are there in that. So we'll try to understand. See you after the break. Last time actually missed with the good one. We had a session, the inter-aspirant. Done with the break? Relaxed? Refreshed? Ready for the next session? Yes. So let's continue. I think in the last session we are done with the vision, right? Okay. So we are done with the vision, right? So let's continue with the mission. So vision talks about goals. That is over. Definition also we have discussed. Then what does mission talks about? It's a question. Yes, mission talks about existence and purpose. So for what reason company established, to fulfill what the organization is working, those things will be mentioned in the mission. To have a clarity of this vision and mission, let's take a small situation, then we will continue. Imagine I have started a school. Now someone comes and asks me, sir, what is your vision? Right? Then I say, I want to see my school as #1 school in India. Can I call this as vision? Right? It's my goal. I want to see my school as #1 school in India in 5 years. Can we call this as goal? Yes, long term. In 5 years, there is something in my mind that I want to take my school there. Now, can we call this as vision now? Then, second question. Other guy have asked me, why have you started this school? Previous question, what is your goal? Then I have said I want to see it as a #1 school in India in 5 years. The second question asked, why have you started? Then I said, I have started this school to provide better quality education at affordable price. Can we call this as purpose now? That is the reason that I have started it. Got the difference between the both statements now? The previous statement is talking about vision, where I want to take my company into. And the next statement talks about existence and purpose. Why have I started? Got the clarity now? Again, same thing. Vision also statement that you found in different places. Wherever you found the vision, there itself you found the mission also. So let's understand the key terms. Mission, generally enduring statement, which talks about statement of instruction of an organization. Statement of instruction of an organization. Look at the second point there, the key term exists. The mission talks about what? Purpose or reason for its existence. Why the company is existed. What is the purpose or reason for the existence of the organization? If you want to have more clarity about this vision and mission, when time permits, go to any websites of any companies. There you can check. In the websites, they will be writing their visions and missions. Then you will understand how they are preparing the statements. In the vision statement, are they talking about the goal? In the mission statement, are they mentioning about existence and purpose? Then you will come to know. And moreover, mission will be described as, it can be described as a scope of operations, present scope. So what they are doing now, what is their present scope of organization? And whereas an organization mission may be defined, or it will highlight, again the same thing says, the philosophy and purpose. The philosophy of a company, on what philosophy they are running the organization, and what is the purpose of a company. Moreover, in vision, have I said that what kind of customers that we are focusing on? In vision, did we talk about customer perspective? When I was talking about vision, yes. Last point says, vision specified management policy towards customers and societies. Even in mission also, we are going to talk about customer. Ultimately, I have established this company to fulfill a purpose, right? And this purpose I am fulfilling for whom? Yes. The mission statement of an organization can either be product oriented or customer oriented. What product that I have manufactured and to satisfy what kind of customer need I am into this product. So these are some key terms. Major key term. Second point, what the mission talks about: purpose or reason for an organization's existence. Why the company have existed in the society, to fulfill what purpose the company has established. If it conveys about that, that particular thing is called as a mission. It talks about the philosophy. It covers product orientation or customer orientation also. Some examples have given here. In mission, you will talk about your products and services. In mission, you will talk about your technology that you are using to develop those products and services, in which markets you are serving. Competencies. Even competencies are needed for vision also, even though it is mentioned over there. Competencies are nothing but capabilities. Yes. To reach the goal, you need to have some competencies, and to fulfill the purpose also, company needs to have some competencies. That's what distinctive competencies. And moreover, finally, customer need or requirement. Purpose, what requirements you are fulfilling. What is the need of a customer, and to fulfill the need, what is your requirements. That's about meaning of mission. When company prepares a mission statement, it's an important concept to be understood. The concept is guidelines in formation of mission statement. That's why I said just before, vision and mission are nothing but, what are they in the company? Statements. When the top level prepare the vision statement, they are talking about the goal, and when they prepare the mission statement, they will talk about existence and purpose. Now, when top management is preparing the mission statement, they should keep some guidelines in their mind. So that's the topic, says guidelines in formation of mission statement. Introduction says, organization cannot declare the mission statement. Some great idea, way more fancy. Fancy statement should not prepare. They should really talk about their purposes. For that reason, here are some guidelines. The guidelines goes like this. It should be based on existing business capabilities. In mission statement, you should ask two questions. What are they? Who we are and? Now you check. Finding out the answer for these two questions is nothing but existence and purpose. Yes or no? Who we are and what we do. If you answer who you are and what you do, which is nothing but you are talking about what? Your existence and purpose. That's why when a mission statement has been prepared, the statement should clearly talk about this particular question, who we are and what we do. And moreover, it should follow the long-term strategy principles. Your mission statement should also talk about long-term strategy principles also. Before I explain the third point, just now I said mission talks about existence and purpose, right? Whenever a business has been established, can you tell me what is the ultimate purpose of a business? Nice. Profit making. Undoubtedly profit making. Initially, whenever someone asks for what you are doing business, we'll say that to get some profits. Okay. The purpose of business is profits. Can any business say in the mission statement, I have started this company for the purpose of making profits? Look, mission talks about purpose. You said the purpose of company is to get profits. Then can we mention the same in the mission statement? It's my question. No. That's what the third point says. Profit making should not be the only mission of a organization. Yes, profits are needed for survival. Profits are needed if a company have to run effectively. But don't mention the same as your mission. Don't say that I have started only this company to get profits. I don't focus on any other things. My intention is only to get profits. That should not be the case. So the mission of a company should not be saying that I have started this only to make profits. That's the point. And moreover, your mission should talk about the logical extension of your existing capabilities. You should talk about your capabilities in your mission. Moreover, the mission should clearly talk about your present and moreover, the future orientation of business. Both the elements have to be there in mission, present and future. Previous question. Previously, when I was explaining about vision, I said that to whom we need to communicate the vision. Same way, mission also need to be. Yes. Why our customer want to know about our purpose? Is least bothered about why I have started the product and why am I manufacturing it. His intention is to get the product. That's it. Look at the 6th point. It should be stated in the form that it becomes motivating force to, very clearly says. To whom? Motivating should to whom? Every member of organization. Which means our mission should be clearly motivating to our employees first. Even vision also should be first communicated to our employees. That is the point. And again the same thing. Communicated to every member of the organization. Visions and missions, primarily they should be communicated to whom? Employees. Secondarily, depending upon the need, you might be communicating to the other people, but primarily they are for employees. And when you create a mission, it should be in the interest of whom? Customers and society. Your purpose should be satisfying to your customers. Your purpose should talk about the society. This is the meaning of mission and some guidelines when the company prepares a mission statement. Guidelines, certain things, who we are and what we do, it should talk about. Existence and purpose, it should talk about. Capabilities, it should talk about. And mission should not be for the purpose of making profits. It should be communicated to whom? Employees. And it should include about the customers and society. These are the guidelines. Meaning of mission and guidelines for developing strategic mission. Explicit mission we'll skip for now. Mission and objectives. Person mission. So vision and mission differences, this we can understand. As we have clearly come to know about what is vision and mission, so differences can be easily understood. What the mission says, mission refers to what? Purpose of the organization. Vision talks about long-term growth ambition, where the company wants to see itself in the future. That is vision. And mission is associated with the way of behaving in the organization, way of behaving. Mission talks about way of behaving because it talks about what the company is doing at present. As I said, existence and purpose. It talks about way of behaving. Vision is always associated with what? Yes. The mission statement of an organization is permanent and constant. You can't change your purpose. When you have started the company, your purpose will remain the same. On time being, purposes won't change. On time being, what may change? Goals may change. One goal has been fulfilled. Now we'll set another goal. That's for vision. An organization, through its vision, conveys what it wants to be in a distinct future. Once it achieves that, then they will set another goal. And mission refers to what? Present. And vision refers to future. Look, everything that I am saying, chances are there. It can be created and filling the blank from that. వీటన్నిటి నుంచి filling the blanks create చేసే అవకాశం ఉంది. In that orientation you have to read. When you are preparing, keep the exam orientation in your mind. Along with remembering this point, okay, are there any chances from this point a filling the blank may come or an MCQ may come? So when you are preparing, keep that orientation also in your mind, not blindly reading and remembering. Examination patterns should always be kept in mind well before your exam, because in a couple of days you are going to hit your exams. So your preparation should always be focusing on the exam orientation. All the differences are clear? Vision and mission is over. Let's go with the third one. Vision, mission is over. The third one is setting objectives. Do you remember the term that I have said in the SM process? What are objectives are? Targets. I said end result is one scenario, but in the meaning scenario I have said that objectives are targets. What are these targets are for? Why objectives have to be set after setting vision? Let me explain that first. Vision is goal. As you are in this profession, let's say your vision is to become a CMA. Fine, let's say that. Your vision is to be a CMA. And to fulfill that vision, Do you have any targets in front of you? Agree? What is your first target? General process. First target, clear the foundation. Second target, third target, articles are there in the middle. Huh? Articles. And recently your board have introducing some other programs also where it is also there needed. Some soft skills program was also introduced. Once you fulfill these two, then the last target is final. Let us call all of them as targets. When you fulfill each and every target, ultimately you are reaching your. That's why after setting vision, the next thing is to set some targets. Is it switched off? Was it working? Have been reduced more. The remote is with them or is with you? Okay. So got the concept of objectives now? Objectives are nothing but targets. When we have a goal, and to achieve that goal, we need to have targets. When we fulfill each and every target, ultimately we are reaching our concept understood? Let us have a definition. When you are writing the definitions, kindly make sure of the key terms. That's what I am insisting on. Do not change with the key terms. Objectives are what? Objectives are performance targets. These targets are with respect to what? Which the organization wants as results or outcomes. These targets are with respect to what? The results and outcomes. To achieve what results and outcomes, I have these targets. Those targets are nothing but objectives. Two key terms. Objectives are targets. These targets are for what? To achieve some results and outcomes. Next, they will be used as benchmark in order to measure your performance and success. They will act as a standard. Targets will act as a standard so that you can measure your performance. As of now, you are dealing with the target of CMA Inter. And this target is helping you to measure your performance so that you can define whether you are going to achieve your success or not. So objectives are helping as benchmark. Now these objectives are helping to fulfill what? Simple question. Vision and mission. Look at the third point. Objectives are formed from where? Vision and mission statement. Because your targets ultimately should help to achieve your. That's why objectives will come from vision and mission. Will someone go out and call the in charge? Those who are sitting in the corner, just go and call. Okay. So vision and mission are formed from where? Sorry, targets are formed from where? From vision and mission. Next. Again, objectives are for long term, whereas this term, okay. Explain. The complete term you have to understand. Filling the blank may come. Objectives are for long term, whereas goals are for short term. That's why I said objectives are end result. Again, to be precise, objectives can also be short term and long term. You will confuse if I talk about this. As of now, we'll stick on to this term. Okay, simply remember objectives are for long term, goals are for short term. But actually, objectives itself will be having short term and long term objectives. If we discuss about it, you'll get confused. Just confine to this particular term. So this is the meaning. Okay, performance targets with respect to results and outcomes. They act as a benchmark to define your performance and success. Objectives will come from where? Vision and mission. Objectives are for long term, goals are for short term. Clear? Done. So that is about some of the points which talks about definition of objectives. Next thing, what are the characteristics of objectives? If this question comes, you have to make sure you have to write most of the characteristics. Easily you can remember these characteristics. For that, I'll provide you some inputs. So how to remember these characteristics? First characteristic, vision and mission are to fulfill what? Objectives are to fulfill what? That's the first point. Objectives to facilitate, to achieve mission and goals. And second thing, set the basis for decision making. Your targets will help you for decision making. After completion of your CMA inter, what is your next target? Articles. Depending upon the target, what is the decision you are going to take? Where to do? Done? And decision there may depend on the target. Target is helping us to take the decision. Okay, articles is over. What is the next target? Depending on that, what is the decision that you should take? Where should you listen to the classes? So, targets are helping for what? Decision making. That's the term says. They set the basis for decision making. And when you set the targets, is it needed that you should consider the environmental factors? Depending upon the environment, customer needs, technological changes, competitors, distributors. By considering all this, you set a target. That's the third point. They should define clear the relationship of organization with the environment. So targets are helping us to define the relationship of our company with the environmental factors. Next, they should be understandable to whom? Why? Thank God you did not set customers for this. Our targets are understandable to whom? Why? They are the one who are trying to fulfill the targets. That's the point says understandable to the members of the organization. Next, 3 points I will explain with one example. Measurable and controllable, time frame, concrete and specific. Let me explain these 3 points with one example. Suppose a company have set a target like this. I'm telling you a target now, whether you tell me whether it is a right target or wrong target. A company is keeping a target like this. Wants to achieve some % of growth rate in some time, in some area. This target kada? Okay, I will change it. Inkoka target cheptanu. Company wants to achieve 10% of growth rate in market share in 5 years. Now tell me, first one is the right target or the second one? Or both are the right targets? What do you say? Both are wrong. Not same, but which one is right of target? First one or second one? Second one? First one? If it is second one, then why second one? No option is there, none of the above. You have to create. Yes. The 3 requirements, measurable and controllable, time frame, concrete and specific. These 3 things are not there in the first one. Some percentage, some time, some area. What is this now? No clarity. Second one very clearly says, measurable and controllable. I want 10% growth rate. Measurable. Time frame, 5 years. Concrete and specific. I want growth in market share, not in any other area. This should be your target. Whenever a company sets a target, it should clearly be concrete. It should have a time frame. It should be controllable and measurable. Someone is asking you, when you will complete your CMA inter? You say, slowly but surely. Good answer you can give. Is it the right target? Because it doesn't have any time frame. What is the use of setting a goal without any time frame? That's why the target should be measurable and controllable, time frame, concrete and specific. These 3 requirements are must. Next, challenging. Our target should be challenging to whom? Your target should be challenging to your friend. Very good. Your target is at any cost, this June I want to complete my CA inter. That's your target. Now you are saying that, sir, my target should be challenging to my friend. That's what you are saying. Your target should be challenging to yourself first. For a company think who are fulfilling to achieve these targets, who are trying to achieve this. Then your target should be challenging to whom? Employees. Because they are the one who are putting their efforts to fulfill the targets. That's about challenging. Next, they should set within constraint. Every company is having some limitations and boundaries, isn't it? Financial limitations will be there, resource limitations will be there. When the targets have been set, those targets have to be set within the constraints and limitations. Financial limitations. Just now you have started a company in India, a mobile manufacturing company in India. Your target, I will beat Apple tomorrow. How come it is? You have some limitations, financial limitations. That company is very big. You don't have resources also. So when we set the targets, we have to set within the constraints. And of course, here motivate people is nothing but, don't think the general people outside of your company. Your motivating people is nothing but employees again. Your targets should be motivating to your employees. Try to write most of the points if this question comes with respect to characteristics of objectives. First one, they should be for purpose of achieving mission and goals. They should help for decision making. They should be considered the environmental factors. They should be understandable. Next 3 points, one example. Measurable and controllable, time frame, concrete and specific. Then they should be challenging. They should set within the limits and they should motivate all your employees. This is about targets, objectives. So we are done with the 3 terms: vision, mission and objectives. Entire chapter, let's divide this into 2 major parts. In the first part, meaning of strategy, framework of strategic management, SM, process. 3 major advantages and disadvantages, 4 major concepts there. Second part, vision, mission and objectives. Meaning of vision, elements of vision. Mission, meaning of mission, and then guidelines to develop a mission. Objectives, meaning of objective, characteristics of objectives. When you are preparing a chapter, framework should be there in your mind first. With respect to the topics that you are preparing, then it becomes easy. Intent is nothing but intention. Again, the intention of a company, what it wants to be in the future. Goals and objectives, this you will understand easily. Okay, one more concept to finish up with this. Levels. This is called as strategic levels in the organization. In the previous thing, you have said about 3 levels: top level, middle level and lower level. But actually you should come up with technical names. That's a general name: top, middle and lower level. In the organization, there are 3 strategic levels. Carefully understand this. I will simplify the content. In the organization, there are 3 strategic levels: corporate level, business level, functional level. About these 3 levels, you should know 3 things. Okay, ఈ 3 levels కి సంబంధించి 3 విషయాలు గుర్తుంటే సరిపోతుంది. ఏంటా 3 విషయాలు? First, who will come at that level? Second, what are their roles and responsibilities? Third, what is the scope of operations? Keep these 3 things in your mind about the 3 levels. Then you can easily develop the answer. Got the point? 3 levels. About each and every level, 3 things. Who will come? The scope of responsibilities and roles and responsibilities. The scope and roles and responsibilities. Let's start with the first one. First level is corporate level. What is the first question? Who will come? Who will be there at that level? Yes, you know the answer for this. In the hierarchy, in the corporate level, we are going to have all the top executives of the company. CEO, CFO, board of directors, managing directors. Yes, all these people will stay at the top level. So first point is clear, who will come. Second, what are their roles and responsibilities? Top level people have so many responsibilities to fulfill. They will set the vision and mission. They will set strategies. They will create policies for the company. They will decide the direction for the company. They will procure the resources. Okay, whatever the resources that are needed for the company, they will procure. Decision making is done by the top level. Deciding what businesses company should do, what kind of businesses that company should be into. All these are the major roles and responsibilities of corporate level. So first question, who will come? Second question, their roles and responsibilities. Third question, scope. Very much needed, scope. Whatever done by the corporate level, that is applicable for the entire organization. Remember this. In a company, when a CEO plans, he won't plan for one division, one department, for one employee. When a CEO has a plan in his mind, that plan is for the entire organization, not for any one level. So the applicability of the corporate level is the whole organization. The three things will come here. First point, who will come? Clear? Second point, scope. They prepare the strategies for what? Whole organization. Third point talks about their roles. Vision, mission, goals, determining what business it should be in, allocating resources, formulating the strategies, and providing leadership. In the three levels, leaders will sit where? Corporate level, nothing but top level. Clear with the first strategic level? Who will come? What are their roles? Scope of operations. What is the scope for the corporate level? For the entire organization. Next, second one that we have is business level. Let's find out the answers. First question, who will come? Answer is there. No, not supervisor. Here it's that's why half highlighted it. Business level is the second level. The first question, who will come? The answer is, in business level, we are going to have general managers. The designation that comes in the business level is general managers. First question is over. Second, the scope of operations. What is the scope of operations of the corporate level? No, corporate level. Scope. Entire organization. Business level general manager scope. Whatever they do, it is applicable only for a particular business unit. Got it? Only for a particular business unit, not for the entire company. Only for a particular business unit. Second point is clear. What are their roles and responsibilities? Their role is nothing but whatever corporate level prepared, they will practically implement it for each and every business unit. Corporate level is did for the entire organization. In the entire organization, business unit is there. In that business unit, who will implement it? The general managers will implement the strategies for a particular business unit. When you read the paragraph, that will come. So here you can see the development of strategies for individual business areas is the responsibility of whom? General managers. And moreover, whatever they do, that is only applicable or specific to a particular business. And what these people do? Whatever corporate level has been prepared, they are trying to convert that into concrete strategies for individual businesses. Corporate level is did for the entire organization. They are converting it to a concrete level to each and every individual businesses. This is about business level. 3 questions have been answered. First question, who will come at business level? What is their scope? Particular business area or unit. Their role is follow the plans that are done by the corporate level. Done with the second one. Third strategic level is functional level. Here also 3 things. First, who will come? Functional managers will come, not employees. At a functional level, of course, CEO is also an employee of a company. So, who will come at functional level? Functional managers. Remember that. Okay, just for the sake to understand it simply, who will come at a functional level? At functional level, we are going to have functional managers. Every organization is a combination of different functional areas, nothing but departments. Name some departments that you know in the companies. HR department, good. Sales. R&D, good. What is R&D? Research and development. R&D is also a department. So like this, we have different departments in the companies, right? Each and every department will be led by a manager. Yes or no? Yes, every department will have a manager. Now he is called as a functional manager. Now who will come at functional level? Functional managers will come at functional level. So first point is answered. Second point, scope. Now, whatever functional level manager prepares, will it be applicable for the entire organization? For a particular business unit? Then only for the department. ఒక హెచ్ఆర్ మేనేజర్ తీసుకున్నటువంటి స్ట్రాటజీస్ దేనికి అప్లై అవుతాయి సార్ అంటే ఓన్లీ హెచ్ఆర్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్కి అప్లై అవుతాయి. ఫైనాన్స్ మేనేజర్ ప్రిపేర్ చేసే స్ట్రాటజీస్ ఎవరికేనంటే ఓన్లీ ఫర్ ఫైనాన్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్. సో ద స్కోప్ ఆఫ్ ఆపరేషన్స్ ఇస్ ఓన్లీ ఫర్ దట్ పర్టికులర్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్. Second question is answered. Third question, what they do? Corporate level, business level, whatever they have prepared, they will implement it to a functional area. The flow. Business level general manager, what he do? Whatever corporate level have prepared, he will implement it for a particular business area unit. Functional manager business level చెప్పిందాన్ని డిపార్ట్మెంట్ లో ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేస్తాడు. Clear? They are responsible for specific business functions that constitute a company or one of its division. Done with the three strategic levels? Good. What are the three strategic levels that we have? Corporate level, business level and function. Whose scope is broader? Because whatever they do applicable for, who will come at business level? Who will come at business level? Their scope is, who will come at functional level? Whatever they do applicable for. We are done with the first chapter, introduction to SM. Parts are clear. First part about strategic management. Second part, vision, mission, objectives. Last part is strategic levels. You better divide this into three parts. And accordingly, you can prepare the frameworks to understand. Conceptually clear? Any quick doubts? Shall we move to the second chapter? Good. If you have any doubts, you can ask. So, introduction to SM is over. Now, the next chapter deals with two things. This chapter simply will divide into two parts. The heading itself is very clearly giving us the two parts. One part is analysis, the second part is planning. So in analysis, we will understand some methods, tools and techniques to do analysis. In the second part, we will talk about planning, how the planning can be done and what are the different ways of strategic planning. Morning, we have used a term called contingency planning. Yes, in this we will discuss what is that contingency planning is all about. In this we have some methods, interesting methods are there, very clearly we can understand. So let's start with the analysis part first. When a business is having any goal, in the framework of SM, what is the first step? Framework. Where we are now, which is nothing but knowing the present position. Yes, situation or position. How we can come to know about the present situation? When we do analysis. So when we do analysis, we will understand what is our present situation. Simply, analysis is nothing but a detailed study. Right? When we study anything detailedly in an elaborate way, we call it as analysis. An in-detailed study of a particular thing is called as analysis. Yeah, in-depth investigation, in-depth examination, we can use these terms. So, before we are going to set a goal, before we are going to implement that goal, first we need to understand about our present condition. You people also do this. Before you start anything to do new, first you will check whether am I eligible or do I have that position to do it. Like in the morning example, in the framework, you are planning for a trip. For that, first to do self-analysis. Check with the bank balance first. Understand the situation first. Then only you can plan what to do. Same thing for the companies also. Before you plan for something new, first understand your present condition. Understanding the present condition is analysis. That's why you can check with the first concept. First you should know the situation. What situation you are in. How you can know your situation? By scanning the external and internal environment. Do you people have the picture of this business environment, internal and external? Because in SWOT it is needed. To understand the SWOT, you should have a business environment picture in your mind. Just a briefing. I'm not going to explanation of the entire thing. Yes? Sorry? No, I'm drawing the content for you. So just a simple outline to understand about, because plenty of times we are using this term. I'm not going to explain everything, just an outline. Business environment, majorly categorized under two heads. Internal environmental factors and external environmental factors. All the environmental factors of a business are majorly into two, internal and external. Internal, the elements that exist within the organization, within the company. It could be of your employees, culture, technology, values, policies, labor unions that you have. All these things are internal. Employees, policies, technologies, cultures, values, unions, everything is internal. On the other hand, there are some components which are external. Again, these external is into two. Yes, external components are divided into two, micro components and macro components. Here we will understand so many things like customer and consumer, competitors, suppliers, intermediaries. You have an idea of these things? Yeah. In macro, we'll discuss about demographic environments, economic environments, political and legal. We'll have, yes, socio-cultural, right? So many are there. Technological, then we will have global. All these are external, micro and macro. This is a picture of the entire business environment, internal and external. What we have to know from this? This is technological and global. So why I am providing you this output? Because why we are discussing about this entire outline? For a business, internal environment will provide with two things. And moreover, studying about all these things are called as analysis. Know about your internal environmental factors and external environmental factors. For a business, internal factors represents with strengths and, yes, weaknesses. For external provides with opportunities and threats. Put together, this four is called as SWOT. When a business studies about SWOT, ultimately it is doing analysis of the environment, because strengths and weaknesses are from external, internal, opportunities and threats are from external. That is where a company could be able to know situation. When they study all these elements, they will come to know about the present situation. That's why the point says situational analysis needs scanning of internal and external. So like this, company should do first situational analysis. Then we have a concept called pest analysis. Here, just to understand, pest is a study of macro components. Just you better write this line somewhere. Pest is a study of what? Macro components. Why we are saying pest is a study of macro components? Because the abbreviation of pest, political, economic, social and technological. Just now I have set these elements here. Political, socio-cultural, technological, economic, right? That's why I am saying pest analysis study of what? Macro components. might be helpful for filling the blanks or MCQs. When a company is studying about these 4 elements, that is considered as a pest analysis. So this you are aware, political consists of tax laws, monetary and physical policies, labor laws, economical, how the economy of the country exists, social talks about cultures, you can see cultural trends and demographic elements, technology, definitely technological trends and advancements have to be studied. So understanding these 4 elements is called as pest analysis. Got it? So situational analysis and pest analysis. Next one that we have is SWOT analysis. Without understanding business environment, without knowing about internal and external, you cannot come to know what is SWOT. Simply, SWOT is a study of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. But a question, from where a company will come to know about these? Yes, when they study about the environmental factors. When they study about some internal and external factors, the company will come to know about the SWOT. So how to answer this question? Let's understand some key terms. Here an example also given here. మీరు ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ మీద తక్కువ ఫోకస్ చేయండి, ట్రై టు ఫోకస్ మోర్ ఆన్ రైటింగ్ ద కంటెంట్. స్టడీ మెటీరియల్లో చెక్ చేస్తే ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ చాలా ఇస్తాడు, స్ట్రెంగ్స్కి చాలా స్ట్రెంగ్స్ ఇస్తాడు, వీక్నెసెస్ సో మెనీ విల్ బి గివెన్, అవన్నీ ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ అవి. అందులో 2 to 3 రాసినా సరిపోతుంది. బట్ మేజర్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు పే అటెన్షన్ ఆన్ రైటింగ్ ద ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్. ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్లో ఒక 2 to 3 ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ ఒక్కొక్క దాంట్లో పిక్ చేసి రాసుకోండి. దట్ విల్ బి మోర్ దెన్ ఎనఫ్. లెట్స్ అండర్స్టాండ్. ఫస్ట్, SWOT is an acronym of that we are aware of, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. ఎక్కడి నుంచి ఏం తీసుకుంటామో ఇచ్చారు చూడండి. SWOT analysis attempts to assess internal strengths and weaknesses, and we are assessing external opportunities and threats. That's why I have said business environment. Internal factors are helping us to know strengths and weaknesses. External are helping us to know opportunities and threats. That's the point says. Internal strengths and weaknesses, external opportunities and threats. Okay, it's a big concept to understand SWOT. After knowing the 4 elements, company will perform different activities. After knowing strengths and weaknesses, they will prepare strategies depending upon strengths. They will try to capture all the opportunities from the market, and company should try to prevent the threats. That's why first they should know about these 4 elements. Next, SWOT analysis refines data about general operating and internal environments and helps to understand and manage the environment in which organization operates. It's helping you to understand about the 4 elements, and it is helping you how to operate within the 4 elements. While finalizing corporate plan, look at this point. While finalizing the corporate plan together with the corporate objectives, it's very important to understand strengths and weaknesses. Yes or no? When the top level people, they are planning for something, when they prepare a corporate plan, first they should know about the strengths and weaknesses of a company. Accordingly, they will prepare. That's why it's important for the organizations to know about strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. Try to provide this explanation. These are examples. Ivi content kaadu. Meer study material study chesinappudu so many points have given here. That's why it have been curtailed and given 2 to 3 examples. For any company, imagine if it financially it's a very sound company, which means financially strong company. Being financially strong is a strength for that company, isn't it? It's the same thing if they are financially weak, weakness. Company is having so many resources, but they are not using the resources. Underutilization of capabilities and resources is weakness. Properly, if you utilize your resources, then it becomes as a strength. These are the examples that given over there. Just write 2 or 3 examples by remembering. You don't need to write everything over there. Seasonal climatic demand of products. Seasonal product, isn't it an opportunity? Grabbing the advantage of seasonal products is an opportunity for your company. That's the point says. Threats, more competition, Globalization is a threat for the company. Why? Because of globalization, companies from other countries will come. Competition become international. When you deal with international competition, it is treated as a threat for your company. Like that, write 2 to 3 examples. So understanding the meaning of SWOT and examples for each and everything. Don't need to write plenty of examples, and you check for how many marks it has been asked. If the question has been asked for like 4 or 5, then you have to write all these examples. Imagine it is only for 2 marks it has asked. Then skip these examples and straight provide explanation. If you can remember, quickly one example. And make sure the time factor, along with that your typing speed also matters now. Are you practicing in that way? Good. Otherwise you will sit in the exam, you are searching where the letter is. By typing one answer, time is over. You can't even ask the evaluator, sir, 2 more minutes. Automatic, the time is over, the window is going to be closed. That's why I'm saying, is there anyone who have already attempted? So you know the experience, how it will be. First timers, don't take the things very lightly. From here, have you written, or this is the first time that you are writing? First time you are writing. So you are practicing keyboard, not writing this one. This practice is needed now. So do it. Moreover, this kind of theory subjects, you have to type a lot. If it is a problematic one, then you will do the entire rough work on the page and you will come up with the answer. Final answer you have to pick. That is an easier thing. Thank God it has been said that you have to draw the table there. Then it becomes more complicated. Now you have to do the work and you have to give the final answer there. Exam. That is somewhat convenient thing at least. But for theory, it's a big challenge for you. Time factor, typing it properly, remembering the content, in time, without mistakes, in time you have to do. So you have to be very careful with that. Next, there are few more things to understand about SWOT. SWOT meaning is over, some examples are over. When the company prepares about SWOT, there are certain areas that they have to pay attention on. SWOT appraisal should give particular attention to the following issues. When company prepares the SWOT, following issues have to be kept in mind. First, a study of past accounts and use of ratios. When you are taking the help of SWOT, you have to consider the issues of the past. What is your past performance? What are your past ratios? That have to be kept in mind. By looking at trends or by comparing ratios with those of other firms in the similar industry, it might be helpful for you to identify the strengths and weaknesses. Sir, how to know my strengths, how to know my weakness? For that, this is the tip. Know your past accounts, study the present. Know your past ratios, how your profit ratios are, how your market shares are. Now what is your market share? When you make a comparison, you will understand what you're good at and what you're not good at. For you also, if you have to know your strengths and weaknesses, check your previous result and check the present result. Then you will understand where you are lagging and where you are doing good. Next, product position and product market mix. What is the position of your product previously? You might be the number 1 product in the market previously. Now your market value has dropped. Product mix. Previously, you are offering so many variety of products. Your company's product mix is very big. You are offering multiple products, but now you are offering only one product, which means that you are dealing with something wrong. Your company might be having more weaknesses. That has led your product mix so narrow. So understand your position in the market, understand your product market mix. This will help you to know your strengths and weaknesses. Check your cash and financial structure. Check your financial statements. Check your cash, inflow and outflow. How much cash you are spending and how much inflow you are getting. With this, you will come to know what you are good at and what you are not good at. Financial statements will help the company to know the present position. And check with the cost structure. What is your fixed cost? A company operates with a high fixed cost. and low variable cost, then it is in a weak position. Fixed cost is very high, but the variable cost is very low. That indicates that something happening wrong in the company. Yes, that's about helping to know the weaker position. Like high volume of production and sales might be very less. Production is very high, sales are very less. Then you have to understand that this our cost structure should be known. And managerial ability, it's not every time with respect to your sales, product, everything. Sometimes it is with respect to managerial positions also. The people, those who are responsible to prepare strong strategies, they are not skilled enough. They are not capable enough. That is a weakness, isn't it? Unskilled top management isn't a weakness for the company. Managerial ability. There may be problems in attempting to assess this, and objective measurements should be sought. The danger is that poor management is not good. There might be no proper coordination among the management. They might not be skilled enough. It's a weakness for your company. So check with these 4 elements. Proper SWOT analysis requires attention on the 4 elements. Check with your past and current ratios. Check with your past position and current position. Check with your cash and financial structures. And understand your cost structure. And check with your managerial capabilities. Then effectively you can perform SWOT to understand your strengths and weaknesses and opportunities and threats. Then some comparisons have been made with respect to PEST and SWOT. When you read, you will understand this. We don't need to that elaborately understand this. Both SWOT and PEST are simple, easy, but hard to implement it completely. SWOT may not give you the complete results. There is one thing that we can, yes. PEST analysis focus on external factors, yes or no? Because PEST only deals with macro. But SWOT deals with both internal and external. Technically, we can say SWOT have more scope than PEST. Because PEST only deals with the macro elements. Whereas SWOT deals with both internal and external. That's the term. PEST analysis works on macro scale. It includes economic factors also. SWOT analysis is considered the best because it focuses. That's what I said now. In the both SWOT and PEST, which one is the best? SWOT, because it focuses on internal and external. Whereas PEST only focuses on external. That's how we can understand the differences between PEST and SWOT. So now we are entering into the analysis part. The major one is portfolio analysis. Carefully understand the introduction that I am giving you now. Then only you will come to know what is BCG and what is ADL. Because we have 2 concepts called BCG and ADL. ANSOF is a different concept. ANSOF does not come into analysis. Now, what is this first? Portfolio analysis. For this, first we should know what is the meaning of the term portfolio. Group of invest. Good. For an investor, portfolio is group of investments. That's right. Absolutely right. For a company, set of units. Good. Set of. What is a portfolio for a company? It's a question. Let's check with a small example. Types of? Yes, considerably right. What is portfolio? To understand this elaborately, let's just a small example. In India, we have a company called Tata Group of Companies. All of you are aware of this. As a big company we know in our country. Are Tatas is into multiple businesses? Let us write only the industries that Tata belongs to. Let us not write the products. Let us not talk about the product. Let us talk about in which industries Tatas are operating in. So you say, Tata is having salt, Tata is having ginger garlic paste. You will say all these things. No. Industries we will talk. Is Tata is into FMCG? Fast moving consumer goods. Yes. Tata is into hospitality, hotels, hospitality. Taj group of hotels is of Tata. They are into automobile, cars. They are into steel. They are into aviation. Yes. They have recently acquired Air India, and they have a joint venture with Singapore Airlines, Vistara. In India, we have Vistara. It's a joint venture of Tata and Singapore Airlines. Tata is into jewelry, yes. Tanishq. Tata is into electronics. Voltas is a product of Tata. Voltas. Tata is into lifestyle. Lifestyle. Fast Track, West Side. West Side is a product of Tata. And so on we can write. This won't permit us. Now let me explain you what is portfolio. Now, do you know who is the chairman of Tata Group of Companies? Ratan Tata, not now. Chandrasekharan. Natarajan Chandrasekharan is the chairman of Tata Group of Companies. Now, chairman wants to know how his companies are performing. Chairman wants to know how multiple businesses are performing. Sitting at the top level, chairman won't analyze the salt. How my salt is there, salty. How my turmeric is. He won't focus on product. He will focus on the complete industry. For Tata Group of Companies, as it is operating in multiple industries, each and every diversified unit of a company is called as a portfolio. Technically, it is called as SBU, Strategic Business Unit. Do we have this concept? Strategic Business Unit unda manke? So, portfolio, or we can call it as a Strategic Business Unit. Now, Tata Group of Companies is into multiple SBUs. So many SBUs are there. Sitting at the top level, what Chandrasekharan will do, he won't analyze the product. He will analyze the complete SBUs. Which SBU is in profit, which SBU is in losses. What strategic decisions have to be taken for which SBU. Now, studying of these multiple SBUs is called as portfolio analysis. Got the topic now? When any company is into multiple industries, of course. If any company is not into multiple industries, even for them also portfolios will be there. Don't think that, sir, as Tata's, Reliance, big companies are into multiple industries, they have portfolios. What if a company is not into multiple industries, will they have portfolios? Yes, they will have. Even company manufactures a single product, even that is also called as a portfolio. Are you getting the point here? Even companies developing one product, that single product is called as a portfolio or SBU. Now, some companies are not into multiple industries, but they will have a product line. Like, there is a company called HUL, Hindustan Unilever Limited. Know this company? Are they into multiple industries? They are only into one industry. FMCG, fast moving consumer goods. But they have a product line. Like Hindustan Unilever, manufacture soaps, shampoos, detergent powder. HUL is having biscuits. What biscuit you have ate of HUL? Unfished is of HUL. Okay, so they are into soap, shampoo, detergent powder. They are into some toilet cleaners like this. Now, tell me, is Hindustan Unilever is having portfolios? Is Hindustan Unilever is having portfolio? That is what just now said. They don't need to be in multiple industries. This is called as product line. Product line. For HUL, soaps is a portfolio. Shampoo is a portfolio. Detergent powder is a portfolio. Got it now? If not, there is another company XYZ. They manufacture only one product. Even that single product is also called as. Got the logic now? So if you have to plan, first the company needs to analyze all these portfolios. That is what the concept called portfolio analysis. That's why it says it's analyzing product market, portfolio. Study how many products you develop. Study in how many markets that you're operating. Sitting at the top level, they will be understanding about each and every portfolio. That is what we call it as portfolio analysis. Concept understood? Why the company will do portfolio analysis? To identify current strengths and weaknesses of an organization products and in its markets. In which market, which product is operating in which way. Which product is strong, which product is weak. And to take decision. Strong products, invest more money and grow. Weak products, don't invest money. The portfolio is weak. Why to invest money if the portfolio is weak? Analyzing all these things is called as portfolio analysis. Next, once you do portfolio analysis, will you come to know the position of a company? Position of that SBU? After knowing the position, can you take strategic decision? అనాలిసిస్ చేస్తే ఏ పొజిషన్లో ఉందో తెలిసిందండి. మంచి సేల్స్ ఉన్నాయా, సేల్స్ లేవా, మార్కెట్లో గ్రో అవుతుందా, గ్రో అవ్వదా, ఈ విషయాలన్నీ తెలిసాయి. ఇవి తెలుసుకున్న తర్వాత మనం ఏం చేస్తాం? స్ట్రాటజిక్ డిసిజన్. ఇఫ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ రన్నింగ్ గుడ్, ఐ విల్ ఇన్వెస్ట్ మోర్ మనీ. If I have come to know that that particular business is not going to run well, it doesn't have future, will I invest money there? No, I'll stop investing. That's what the point says. After simple logic, when you do analysis, you will know the position. After knowing the position, you will take strategic decision. Identify what strategy is needed to maintain stronger position. Different strategies. If it is in a weaker one, different strategies. First of all, రివర్స్లో చూద్దాం. ఇప్పుడు స్ట్రాటజీ ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేయాలంటే దాని పొజిషన్ తెలియాలి. పొజిషన్ తెలియాలంటే అనాలిసిస్ చేయాలి. దట్స్ వై పోర్ట్ఫోలియో analysis is needed for the organization to take some strategic decisions. In order to do portfolio analysis, there are some factors influencing portfolio strategy. First, you should know your vision and mission, that you are aware, that we have already discussed. What is your value system? What kind of values that you are following for your stockholders? Future of current business. I have multiple portfolios. What is the future of one portfolio? Depending upon the future of the portfolio, I will take strategic decision. That's the point. Future of current businesses. And position on the portfolio, matrix and PLC. Do we have PLC concept? Product life cycle. Do we have that? You don't have? Okay. Check with you, I'm not sure. Product life cycle concept. Introduction, growth, maturity, decline. Yeah, good. So then I will explain you what is PLC. And your portfolio strategy depends on government policy. What policies government is having. And competitive environment. How many competitors are there? Depending upon the competitors, you will decide your portfolio strategy. What kind of company, resources you have. Depending upon the resources also, you should prepare your strategies. Supply and demand conditions. Depending upon supply and demand, prepare portfolio strategy. Competitive moves. How your competitors are moving. Depending upon that also, you can prepare the strategy. And portfolio strategy of parent. What is portfolio strategy of parent? Means parent company. For Tata group of companies, Tata Sons is a holding company. And the rest of Tata group of companies are subsidiaries of that particular holding company. Tata Sons is the holding company we have. Depending upon the parent strategy, all the subsidiary strategies will depend upon. And finally, your portfolio strategy depends upon business environment. All these are factors. Why these factors? These factors will help you to prepare a portfolio strategy for your company. Now, we have two portfolio analysis methods. We don't. What is PLC here? And you're saying it has been given in the study. Is it applicable for the next attempt? Here it is. For First, let me start with this. Depending on the time, I'll explain PLC. That case, do you have experience curve? Is there any such concept? Is there in the material experience curve? Any such concept is there? No. PLC you have. SBU, strategic business unit. Meaning of SBU, characteristics of SBU. So in the do we have that here? In the third chapter they have. Okay, done. Because that should come here itself. Because portfolio analysis is nothing but study of strategic business unit. Anyways, it is there in the next chapter. I'll explain about this. Which one? That is different. But strategic business unit is related to analysis. That's why I've asked. Okay, anyways, it is there in the other chapter. We'll discuss there. As of now, let's understand BCG matrix. First of all, what is this? Carefully understand this topic. What is this BCG matrix is all about? This is a portfolio analysis method. This is the answer. BCG matrix is a method. The method which will help you to analyze your portfolios. Let's connect to the example, Tata Group of Companies example I have said. Tata Group of Companies is operating with multiple portfolios. Chairman sitting at the top level. He wants to know which portfolio is running good and which is not. మరి ఏ పోర్ట్ఫోలియో బాగా రన్ అవుతుంది, ఏ పోర్ట్ఫోలియో బాగా రన్ అవ్వట్లేదు అని తెలియాలి అని అంటే ఏం చేయాలి? అనాలిసిస్ చేయాలి. అనాలిసిస్ చేయడం కోసం వన్ ఆఫ్ ద మెథడ్ ఈజ్ BCG matrix. So BCG is a tool to do what? Portfolio analysis. And the concept of BCG has been developed by a company called Boston Consulting Group. Okay, who developed this concept? Boston Consulting Group. They have developed this matrix. And Boston Consulting Group have developed this matrix depending upon two parameters. They are, on one axis they have taken market share. On the other axis they have taken market growth rate. Market share talks about the present condition of the portfolio. Present. Market share talks about the present. How the present condition of that particular business is. Because market share purely depends on sales. Any product which is having high sales, which means that they have high market share. And market growth rate talks about future. How the business is going to run in the future. That talks about market growth rate. Clear? Market share talks about present. Market growth rate talks about future. Depending upon this, what BCG did, Boston Consulting Group, depending upon market share and market growth rate, all the SBUs of a company have categorized under 4 metaphors. Okay? Tata Group of Companies is having into multiple portfolios. All the portfolios as per BCG have kept into 4 metaphors, which means dividing into 4 divisions. Now, how to develop the answer for this question? So in the examination, when you are answering this question, simple technique you have to follow. 2 things. First, know the position. Know the position of that SBU. After knowing the position, you should know what should be the strategic decision. Strategic decision. First, you should know the position and then strategic decision. Same example again I will correlate for this entire concept. Tata Group of Companies is having multiple portfolios. Imagine Chandrasekharan wants to analyze the portfolios. For that, he is taking the help of BCG matrix. Chandrasekharan is drawing BCG matrix of Tata Group of Companies. Now, what he will do? He will divide all the portfolios under 4 metaphors. What are the 4 metaphors? Stars, question marks, cash cows and dogs. టాటా గ్రూప్ ఆఫ్ కంపెనీస్లో ఉన్న బిజినెసెస్ అన్నిటిలో ఏ బిజినెస్ని స్టార్లో ఉంచాలి? ఇట్స్ ఎ క్వశ్చన్ నౌ. ఆర్ యూ గెటింగ్ ద క్వశ్చన్? ఉన్న ఎస్బియూస్లో ఏ ఎస్బియూని స్టార్గా కన్సిడర్ చేయాలి? ఫర్ దట్ ఫస్ట్ వీ షుడ్ నో ద పొజిషన్. ఫస్ట్ పొజిషన్ తెలుసుకోవాలి. ఇఫ్ ఎనీ ఎస్బియూ హ్యావ్ టు బీ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ స్టార్స్, then its position should be, when you look at the diagram you will understand the position. How its position should be? Its market share should be high and the market growth rate should also be high. Now you tell me, what does it mean market share is high, market growth rate is high? Which means at present they are having good sales and this particular business will have a good future also. Got the point? As of now the sales are high and they are having good future. ఇప్పుడు ఉన్న బిజినెసెస్ అన్నిట్లో అట్లా ఏదైనా బిజినెస్ ఉంటే దాన్ని ఇమీడియట్గా దేని కింద కన్సిడర్ చేయాలి? స్టార్స్. పొజిషన్ ఈస్ క్లియర్? ఓకే, దే హ్యావ్ కెప్ట్ టాటా మోటార్స్ హియర్. టాటా మోటార్స్ స్టార్స్లో పెట్టుకున్నారు జస్ట్ ఫర్ ద సేక్ ఆఫ్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. చంద్రశేఖరన్ సెడ్ దట్ యాజ్ పర్ బీసీజీ మై టాటా మోటార్స్ ఎస్బియూ విల్ కమ్ ఇన్ టు స్టార్స్. After that, what he should do? He should take some strategic decision. Will he close Tata Motors now? Will he stop investing money in Tata Motors now? No. What is the strategic decision? Invest more money in Tata Motors. Why is he investing more money here? Because it is having good future. It is present condition. Sales are also very high. Then invest more money. Now, will he expand Tata Motors or will he close? Clear? This is how analysis is done. When you are developing the answer, you pay attention on these two things. First write the position and then write the strategic decision. Like small example. Stars, what it says? High growth and high market share. Now high growth and high market share, can we call this as a position? Yes. Now what should be done? High share of growth market in short term. It requires more capital expenditure. Invest more money because it is having good future. And moreover, in order to maintain their market position, but it will promise high returns in the future. Manchi future undi kabatti ekku double invest chesa kabatti I will get some good returns. That's about stars. Are you clear with the first metaphor? Stars. Next, I will explain about question marks. Chandrasekharan wants to keep an SBU into question mark. For that, first he should know the position. ఒక ఎస్బియూ క్వశ్చన్ మార్క్లో రావాలంటే దాని పొజిషన్ ఎలా ఉండాలి? మార్కెట్ షేర్ ఎలా ఉండాలి? ఇట్స్ మార్కెట్ షేర్ షుడ్ బి లో బట్ గ్రోత్ రేట్ షుడ్ బి హై. వాట్ డస్ ఇట్ మీన్? మార్కెట్ షేర్ ఈజ్ లో. యాజ్ ఆఫ్ నౌ సేల్స్ లేవు ఆ బిజినెస్కి, బట్ ఇట్ ఈస్ హ్యావింగ్ గుడ్ ఫ్యూచర్. మంచి ఫ్యూచర్ ఉంది కానీ నా ప్రొడక్ట్లో ఏదో డిఫెక్ట్స్ ఉండడం వల్ల సేల్స్ ఎలా ఉన్నాయి? తక్కువగా ఉన్నాయి. ఇన్ మై పోర్ట్ఫోలియో ఇఫ్ ఐ ఫౌండ్ ఎనీ సచ్ ప్రోడక్ట్, I should call it as question marks. And then strategic decision. Company will prefer to invest money in question marks also. Question mark lo double invest cheyali because it is having good future. Get the question marks. Question marks are in the high market share where they have low market share and high growth rate. And here also what the company is doing? Considerable expenditure would be needed. Because they have good future, then they can build up the market share. Manchi future undi kabatti sales penchukodaniki try cheste market share will also increase. Question mark will usually be poor cash generators. Can you tell me why? Question marks cash ni generate cheyavata endukani? Because look at their market share. Market share is low. That's why they are poor cash generators and they will have a negative cash flow. Cash burn అవుతుంది కానీ రిటర్న్స్ రావట్లేదు. That kind of SBU should be called as question marks. Got it? So position decision, that's it. Next, cash cows. If any SBU have to be kept in cash cow, how it should be? Their market share is cash cow lo undalante market share high ga undi but growth rate is what does it mean? As of now manchi sales naite enjoy చేస్తుంది కానీ ఫ్యూచర్ లేదు. పొజిషన్ అర్థమైంది. హౌ అబౌట్ ఇన్వెస్టింగ్ మనీ ఇన్ క్యాష్ కౌస్? ఈజ్ ఇట్ సజెస్టబుల్ టు ఇన్వెస్ట్ మనీ ఇన్ క్యాష్ కౌస్? నో, బికాస్ They don't have future. Why to invest money in a business which does not have any future? Look at cash cows. In due course, stars become cash cows if the growth rate slows down. ఆటోమేటిక్గా టాటా మోటార్స్ క్యాష్ కౌస్ అవ్వచ్చు ఎప్పుడు గ్రోత్ రేట్ పడిపోతే. పెట్రోల్ డీజిల్ బండ్లు ఎవరు కొంటలేదు, ఎలక్ట్రిక్ వెహికల్స్ అన్నారు. అప్పుడు ఆటోమేటిక్గా పెట్రోల్ డీజిల్ బండ్లన్నిటి యొక్క సేల్స్ ఏమవుతుంది? దట్స్ హౌ ఛాన్సెస్ ఆర్ దేర్ స్టార్స్ విల్ బికమ్ క్యాష్ కౌస్. దే నీడ్ వెరీ లిటిల్ క్యాపిటల్ ఎక్స్పెండిచర్. డిసిషన్ ఎందుకు? వై ఆర్ వీఆర్ నాట్ ఇన్వెస్టింగ్ మోర్ మనీ ఇన్ క్యాష్ కౌస్? Because they does not have any future. Why to invest money in a business which does not have any future? But they have high level of cash income. Why? Sales are high. Market share అయితే ఉంది కానీ growth rate లేదు. That's why they have high level of cash income. The important strategic feature of cash cow is that they already generating high cash returns which can be used to finance the stars. Isn't it a good strategic decision? క్యాష్ కౌస్ నుంచి వచ్చే డబ్బులన్నీ తీసుకొని ఎక్కడ ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేయాలి? తీసుకెళ్ళి మళ్ళీ, బికాస్ దే హ్యావ్ గుడ్ ఫ్యూచర్. డన్. నెక్స్ట్, డాగ్స్. వాట్ ఈస్ ద పొజిషన్? మార్కెట్ షేర్ లో, మార్కెట్ గ్రోత్ రేట్ ఈజ్ ఆల్సో లో, సేల్స్ లేవు, ఫ్యూచర్ లేదు. ఏం చేయాలి? ఇట్లాంటి బిజినెస్లో ఎక్కువ డబ్బులు ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేయాలి. రైట్. డాగ్స్ ఆర్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ విత్ లో మార్కెట్ షేర్ అండ్ లో గ్రోత్ రేట్. దే మే బీ ex-cash cows. Previously they have good sales. ఆ సేల్స్ కూడా పడిపోయింది కాబట్టి క్యాష్ కౌ కాస్త ఏమైంది? డాగ్స్ కింద కన్సిడర్ అయిపోయింది. That's why they are called as ex-cash cows. Now they have fallen into hard times. Dogs should allow to die or they should killed off. They are cash traps. Yes, like ఇంకా టెక్నికల్ టర్మ్స్ divestment and liquidation అంటాం కదా, liquidating. As they have no market share and no growth rate, it is suggestible to liquidate the dogs. That's about the entire BCG concept. Position and decision. When any company is having multiple SBUs, to understand the portfolios, the company will take the help of BCG matrix. The BCG is for the purpose of analyzing the portfolios. That's why it's called as portfolio analysis method. Limitations, when you study, you will come to know about it. Hands off, I'll explain in a while. Let's go for the ADL because ADL also comes into analysis. So BCG and ADL both are for the purpose of analysis. Hands off is a planning tool. I'll talk about it. Analysis concepts and అయిపోయిన తర్వాత we'll discuss about planning. Analysis లో మనకి రెండు కాన్సెప్ట్స్ ఇచ్చాడు. What are the two parameters of BCG? What are the two parameters of BCG? మార్కెట్ షేర్, మార్కెట్ గ్రోత్ రేట్. పొజిషన్ అండ్ డిసిషన్ ఆన్సర్ రాయడం కోసం నేను ఇచ్చినటువంటి టిప్ అది. రైట్. ద టూ పారామీటర్స్ ఆఫ్ బీసీజీ ఈజ్ ఆన్ వన్ యాక్సెస్ కంపెనీ హ్యావ్ టేకెన్ మార్కెట్ షేర్, ఆన్ ద అదర్ యాక్సెస్ మార్కెట్ గ్రోత్ రేట్. Depending upon these two parameters, all the SBUs of a company is divided into four metaphors: stars, cash cows, dogs and question marks. There, to develop the answer, first we will write the position and then we will talk about the strategic decision. In the same way, ADL is also created depending upon two parameters. What are the two parameters of ADL matrix? On one axis, stages of industry maturity. On the other axis, competitive position. ఇంకొక చిన్న విషయం, of course, if it asks, it will be helpful for you to answer. BCG is called as a 2x2 matrix. Yes or no? In the same way, ADL matrix is called as 5x4 matrix. 4x4, 5x4, anything you can call it as 5x4 matrix. Why? Let's check. ADL created depending upon two parameters. One is stages of industry maturity and the other one is competitive position. Stages of industry maturity. PLC concept, do you remember? Do you have an idea of PLC, product life cycle? A product will passes through different stages: introduction, growth, maturity and decline. There, the four stages are with respect to product. Same 4 stages will come here. Embryonic, growth, maturity and aging. But these 4 stages are with respect to industry. Embryonic ante startup. అంటే ఇండస్ట్రీ ఇప్పుడే స్టార్ట్ అవ్వడం. What is industry being started? Example, let's take in India electric vehicles. ఇండియాలో ఎలక్ట్రిక్ వెహికల్స్ అనే ఇండస్ట్రీ స్టార్టింగ్ పొజిషన్లో ఉంది కదా ఇప్పుడు. ఇంకా మెచ్యూరిటీలోకి హ్యూజ్ కాంపిటీషన్ ఏం రాలేదు. తక్కువ కంపెనీస్ ఎలక్ట్రిక్ వెహికల్స్ ఆఫర్ చేస్తున్నాయి. ఇప్పుడు ఇండియాలో ఈవీ ఆటోమొబైల్ మార్కెట్ స్టార్టప్లో ఉందని చెప్పొచ్చా? గాట్ ద పాయింట్ నౌ. తర్వాత గ్రోత్, మెచ్యూరిటీ అండ్ ఏజింగ్. అదే ఇండస్ట్రీ ఏజింగ్లోకి వెళ్ళిపోయేటువంటి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. లైక్ టెక్నాలజీ అవుట్డేట్ అయిపోయి కొత్త టెక్నాలజీస్ వచ్చినప్పుడు, అనదర్ టెక్నాలజీ వచ్చినప్పుడు ఇదే ఇండస్ట్రీ స్టార్టింగ్లో ఉంది, అప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది? ఏజింగ్లోకి వెళ్ళిపోతుంది. సో దిస్ 4 స్టేజెస్ టాక్స్ అబౌట్ స్టేజెస్ ఆఫ్ ఇండస్ట్రీ maturity. On the other axis, we are studying what? Competitive position. My company's competitive position. నా కంపెనీ కాంపిటేటివ్ పొజిషన్ ఎలా ఉందో ఒక యాక్సెస్లో చెక్ చేస్తున్నాను, అదర్ యాక్సెస్లో ఇండస్ట్రీ ఎలా ఉందో చెక్ చేస్తున్నాను. ఈ రెండింటి మీద డిపెండ్ అయ్యి ఐఎమ్ క్రియేటింగ్ సమ్ స్ట్రాటజీస్. సో ఫస్ట్ ఐ విల్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ ద కాంపిటేటివ్ పొజిషన్స్, దెన్ ఐ విల్ టాక్ అబౌట్ దిస్ మ్యాట్రిక్స్. అవర్ టార్గెట్ ఈస్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ దిస్ 5 కాంపిటేటివ్ పొజిషన్స్. ఈ 5 కాంపిటేటివ్ పొజిషన్స్ గురించి తెలుసుకోవాలి. పే అటెన్షన్. అండర్ వాట్ కండిషన్ we can say our company is in dominant position? Under what condition we can say our company is in dominant position? Simple conditions. First of all, this position is called as a rare situation. Anni companies dominant ane position enjoy cheyavu. It's a rare position. Why we are calling it as a rare position? Because company is enjoying a monopoly position. Do we have monopoly markets now? Name some. You remember the examples of at D-then that we have discussed. Let's call Google as a almost enjoying monopoly. That is advertisement agency, we can say. Let's take search engine, Google. Don't we have other search engines in the market? So many other search engines are there. But no one uses them. Everything that has to be used will go for Google. Nowadays, we say, we are not saying search in the net, we are saying Google it. We are saying this term. Because almost monopoly they are enjoying in the market. If you have to stream any video, if you have to watch any video, where are we watching it now? No other option, YouTube. Even this also is going on in the YouTube now. Monopoly. That's why some companies are almost enjoying monopoly. Let's say Google is in a dominant position now. Yes? Rare position, almost enjoying monopoly in the market. Then that particular company's position is called as dominant. Next, when we can say company's position is strong. Eppudu mana company strong undani cheppochu. When SBU enjoys a strong position, it can afford to chalk out its own strategies without too much concern for the competitors. I don't need to bother about the strategies of competitors. In the market, I am enjoying my own strategies. Generally, when a company prepares the strategy, does it needs to consider the strategies of a competitor? General scenario. మనం ఒక స్ట్రాటజీ ప్రిపేర్ చేసినప్పుడు కాంపిటీటర్ స్ట్రాటజీ మీద డిపెండ్ అవ్వాలి కదా. వాడి స్ట్రాటజీని చెక్ చేసుకొని వీల్ ప్రిపేర్ అవర్ స్ట్రాటజీస్. బట్ ఇన్ స్ట్రాంగ్ company don't bother about competitor strategy because they yes, absolutely we can say Jio won't follow the strategies of others. Their strategies are followed by the others. Company's position is very strong. That's the point says. When we can say company is in a strong position, when the company is not bothering about the strategies of others, they are having their own strategies. Under that condition, we can say company's position is strong. Next, favorable. When we can say company's position is favorable. In this competitive position, no firm will enjoy dominant market share and competition will be intense. By this time, huge competition is there. That's why the company is not enjoying market share. ఆటోమేటిక్లీ కాంపిటీషన్ పెరిగినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది, మార్కెట్ షేర్స్ అనేటువంటివి తగ్గిపోతాయి. When the product reaches, when the company is in favorable position, because of intense competition, they are not enjoying market share. మన కంపెనీ ఆ పొజిషన్లో ఉంటే ఫేవరబుల్ అనాలి మన పొజిషన్ అకార్డింగ్ టు ఏడిఎల్ మ్యాట్రిక్స్. నెక్స్ట్ వన్ ఈజ్ tenable. What is happening here? This position implies that a firm can survive through specialization and focus. In this position, if a company have to survive, then they should go for specialization. They are not supposed to offer the same product. They should go for specialization. For survival, they should go for specialization. It's called as tenable. Next, weak. How the performance? Generally show poor performance. Company's performance is not good. They can withstand with niche strategy and become strong players in the area. Niche strategy stands for particular strategy. Niche stands for particular or narrow. When the company is in weak position, they should follow a narrow market. Niche stands for narrow or particular, specific, any of the term we can use. When the company's position is weak, they should try to withstand in the with the narrow strategy, go for particular niche. Company's position is not good, then the position is called as weak, poor performance. These 5 are competitive positions of a company. Now I will take you through the matrix. ఇప్పుడు ఈ స్ట్రాటజీస్ ఎలా ఫామ్ చేయాలో చూద్దాం. Not everything, only few I will explain. Imagine your company's position is dominant. Your company's position is dominant. Industry has just now started. Okay? ఆల్రెడీ మన కంపెనీ ఏమో డామినెంట్లో ఉంది, ఇండస్ట్రీ ఇప్పుడే స్టార్ట్ అయింది. అప్పుడు మనం ఏం చేయొచ్చు? ఫాస్ట్ గ్రో. బికాస్ ఇండస్ట్రీ ఇప్పుడే స్టార్ట్ అయింది కాబట్టి కాంపిటీషన్ ఉంటుందా? నో. దట్స్ వై వీ కెన్ ఫాస్ట్ గ్రో. అండ్ మోర్ ఓవర్ యూ కెన్ బిల్డ్ barriers. Why are you building barriers here? Because you don't want the new entrants to come into the market. Just now industry started. There is no much competition for the market. Then you will build barrier and you can act offensively. You don't need to protect yourself. Acting defensive and acting offensive. ఎప్పుడు మనం ప్రొటెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి? when we have competition. Just now industry started. Competition లేదు కాబట్టి we don't need to defend. We can offensively apply the strategies like that. One more example. Your company position is already weak and industry is already aging. Your position is weak, industry is already aging. ఇటువంటి సిచ్యువేషన్లో డబ్బులు ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేయొచ్చా? బెస్ట్ ఆప్షన్ ఈజ్ withdraw, move out from the market, because your position is already weak. At the same time, industry is in aging. Then the best strategy is to withdraw from the market. Like this, the entire ADL matrix can be drawn. Obviously, type చేస్తున్నారు కాబట్టి you don't need to draw this. You can't draw the entire matrix. Then what you have to write? You have to write the 5 competitive positions. These positions you have to write. First, write the introduction. ADL matrix is created by author D. Little. 2 parameters have taken: competitive position and industry maturity. And moreover, this concept is inspired from PLC, product life cycle. In PLC also we have 4 stages: introduction, growth, maturity and decline. Depending on the stages itself, ADL matrix have created. There, those stages are with respect to product. Here, the stages are with respect to industry. Industry is in starting, industry is in growth. ఈ 4 స్టేజెస్లో ఇండస్ట్రీలో కాంపిటీషన్ ఎక్కువ ఎక్కడ ఉంటుంది అని అంటే వెన్ ద ఇండస్ట్రీ ఈజ్ ఇన్ మెచ్యూరిటీ, ఇంటెన్స్ కాంపిటీషన్. అండ్ దెన్ ఇట్ విల్ గో ఇన్ టు ఏజింగ్. ఏజింగ్ అంటే ఇండస్ట్రీ ఫాల్ డౌన్ అయిపోతుంది. క్లియర్? నౌ లెట్స్ సే ఇన్ ఇండియా ఆటోమొబైల్ ఈజ్ ఇన్ మెచ్యూరిటీ స్టేజ్. ఇంటెన్స్ కాంపిటీషన్ ఈజ్ దేర్ ఇన్ ఆటోమొబైల్. సపోజ్ పెట్రోల్ అండ్ డీజిల్ మొత్తం బ్యాన్ చేస్తే అసలు పెట్రోల్ లేదు డీజిల్ లేదు అనేసారు అనుకోండి, అప్పుడు ఆటోమేటిక్గా ఇండస్ట్రీ ఎందులోకి వెళ్ళిపోతుంది? ఏజింగ్లోకి వెళ్తుంది. యాజ్ ఆఫ్ నో ఏ ఇండస్ట్రీ ఎంబ్రాయినిక్లో ఉందని అంటే ఈవీ, ఎలక్ట్రిక్ వెహికల్స్. పర్పస్ అర్థమైంది కదా? Yes. So two methods are over. BCG and ADL. Portfolio analysis లో మీకు ఈ రెండు మెథడ్స్ ఇచ్చారు. Next we have one more concept called hands off. Actually this is not with respect to analysis, first thing. Even though we are discussing this into analysis, portfolio analysis thing, hands off's matrix is nowhere related to analysis. This is with respect to planning. What is this concept is all about? How hands off have stated planning in the matrix. Let's understand. Explain the growth strategies under hands off's that's why you look at the heading. Explain growth strategies, which means whatever we are going to discuss in these concepts are not for analysis. They are strategies. Strategies adopted by the company. When any company adopt these strategies, that will help the company to achieve growth. That's why they're called as growth strategies. Got the logic here? So explain the growth strategies under hands off's product market growth matrix. Why it is called as product market growth matrix, that we have to understand. Why this one is called as product market growth matrix. What are the two parameters of BCG? Market share and market growth rate. Two parameters of ADL, industry stages of maturity and competitive position. In the same way, hands off have developed this matrix by considering two things. They are nothing but the two parameters are product. Yes, product and markets. Product and markets. Fine. That's why you see on one axis we have taken existing product and new product. On the other axis we have taken existing market and new market. Hands off have taken product and market as a parameter. Depending upon product and market, hands off have developed 4 strategies. When the company adopts any of these 4 strategies, that will help the company to achieve growth. That's why these 4 strategies are called as growth strategies. That's why in the heading of the concepts he says hands off product market growth matrix. So product market. Why these two terms product market has been used? Because these two are the parameters. That's why it is named as product market growth matrix. This is how the matrix looks like. Theoretical గా రాసేటప్పుడైతే ఈ అవుట్లైన్ డ్రా చేయండి అనేవాళ్ళు, బట్ నౌ యూ డోంట్ నీడ్ టు. You can't draw this outline. Better you will be typing up the entire answer. From this matrix we can find out the complete answer. In BCG I have said two things. First, know the position and then strategic decision, isn't it? To find out the answer for BCG I have said those 2 points, knowing the position and strategic decision. Here also we'll follow 2 things. First, we will know the position. We will know the position of the strategy. అక్కడ అనాలిసిస్ కాబట్టి స్ట్రాటజిక్ డిసిజన్ అన్న. ఇది అనాలిసిస్ ఇక్కడ. ఇస్ దిస్ కాన్సెప్ట్ ఇస్ ఫర్ అనాలిసిస్? నో, ప్లానింగ్ కదా. దెన్ ఈ 4 ఏంటి? స్ట్రాటజీస్. ఇవి స్ట్రాటజీస్ కాబట్టి సెకండ్ థింగ్ హౌ టు ఇంప్లిమెంట్. ఈ 2 విషయాలని తెలుసుకుంటూ విల్ ఫైండ్ అవుట్ ద ఆన్సర్. పొజిషన్ అండ్ దెన్ హౌ టు ఇంప్లిమెంట్. Shall we start the concept? Yes. Look at the first strategy. What is the first strategy? Market penetration. According to hands off, about market penetration, first let's know the position. By looking at the matrix, tell me what is the position. Market penetration lo em avutundi? A company is introducing existing product into existing market. When any company introduces existing product into existing market, according to hands off, that strategy is called as market penetration. Okay, position is clear. Next, what we should know? How to implement. మరి మార్కెట్ పెనట్రేషన్ ఎలా ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేయాలి? What is this existing product in existing market? Which means the company's product is already existed in the market. Company is existed and the product is already existed. Sir, my existing product in existing market lo launch cheyadam enti? How to implement it? This can be implemented by means of increasing sales to the existing customers. Already customers are using your product. You increase the sales. Now, how the sales can be increased? Imagine. Perfect example. If a toothpaste manufacturer asking its customers to brush the teeth twice a day, already company is there. Already customers are using the product. వాడుతున్నారు ప్రోడక్ట్. సేల్స్ పెరగాలంటే ఏం చేయాలి? ఒక్కసారి కాదు, రోజుకి 2 సార్లు బ్రష్ చేయమనాలి. సేల్స్ పెరుగుతాయా లేదా? Ask your customers to increase the quantity of usage. Quantity. ఒక టూత్పేస్ట్ కొనుక్కొని 4 ఏళ్ళు రావాలని వాడకు. ఇంక్రీజ్ ద క్వాంటిటీ. బ్రష్ మీద కొద్దిగా ఎక్కువ టూత్పేస్ట్ అయ్యి తొందరగా అయిపోతుంది. Got it? This is called market penetration. Increasing the sales to the existing customers. How the sales can be increased? By asking them to increase the repetitive usage. Finding out new applications. In market penetration, do we make changes in the product? No. Product refinement zaragadu. Product lo change em cheyemu, but asking the customers to use it on a repetitive basis. Our purpose is to increase the sales. Now tell me, if any company follows market penetration strategy, will they get growth? Growth ostunda rada? Because what we are trying to increase here? Sales. When sales increases, that will witness the growth. That's why it's a growth strategy. Look at what is market penetration says. Firms increasing its sales in the present line of business. Already they are in the present line business. Their intention is to increase the sales. For that, what they have to do? Price reduction, promotion and distribution support, acquisition of rivals, and modest product refinement. Don't make the changes in the product. Modest, minute changes. That's the point. It's about to sell the existing product in existing market. That's over. That's about market penetration. Let's understand the second one. Product development we'll discuss. Okay, product development. First position. What is happening in product development? What a company do? Yes, a new product has been introduced into existing market, which means the company is already existed in the market. What they are doing? They are launching a new product. Already company on the market lo. They are just bringing up with a new product. Ikkada rendu vishayalu jaragali. When company go for product development, 2 things they should do. Either launch a new product. Or yes, modify the existing product. These 2 things they have to do. In product development, either launch a new product or modify the existing product. Will this help to achieve growth now? Will this help to achieve growth or not? Either you are launching a new product or making modifications in the existing product. This will help you to achieve the growth. That's about product development strategy. Let's understand product development. What is happening here? This involves, yes, research and development. More money have to be spent here. Because if a new product has to be developed, investment is more needed on, yes, research and development. This involves extending the product range available to the firm's existing markets. These products may be obtained by investment in more research and development so that you can develop new products, or else acquisition of rights to produce someone else products. Someone else products you are manufacturing, and buy in the product and badging it. వేరేవాడు మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ చేస్తే మీరు కొన్నారు, దాన్ని సింపుల్గా మీ నేమ్ వేసేస్తున్నారు దాన్ని. దట్ ఆల్సో యూ కెన్ డూ. జాయింట్ డెవలప్మెంట్ విత్ ఓనర్స్ ఆఫ్ అదర్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ హూ నీడ్ టు యాక్సెస్ టు ద డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్ ఛానల్ ఆర్ బ్రాండ్స్. మీ డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్ ఛానల్ ఎవడైతే యూజ్ చేయాలనుకున్నాడో వాడితో అసోసియేట్ అవ్వచ్చు. దిస్ ఇంటెన్షన్ ఆఫ్ ప్రోడక్ట్ డెవలప్మెంట్. A new product has been taken into existing markets. That's about product development. Next, let's understand the third one. What is the third strategy? Market development. What is happening here? Position. Yes, already product is existed. Existing product have been taken into new markets. Already product is there. Actually here, taking existing product into new market is nothing but take the product to new geographical area. Previously, you might be offering the product only in India. Now you offer the product in other country, new geographical area. That's why it's called as market development. Geographically, when you expand your product, will that helps you to give growth? Yes. It's about market development. Let's have a look. If you observe, all the strategies are growth strategies. Any of the strategy that you follow, ultimately that will help you to achieve growth. That's why they have named as growth strategies. Here, the firm develops through finding another group of buyers for its product. India lo buyers అయిపోయారు. నాకు అమెరికాలో బయర్స్ కావాలి. So I am taking my product into other market to find the new buyers, different customer segments, introducing younger people to goods previously purchased, or industrial buyers for a good that are previously sold only to the household. ఇంతకు ముందు households కి అమ్మేవాళ్ళం, ఇప్పుడు ఇండస్ట్రీస్కి అమ్ముతున్నాం. Which one? New area. This is what. Take new product to new area or new regions of the country. Or even you can take the product to the foreign markets. అక్కడ పాయింట్ ఇవ్వలేదు. బట్ మార్కెట్ డెవలప్మెంట్లోకి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు కంపెనీ హ్యావ్ టు డూ వన్ మోర్ థింగ్. చేంజ్ ద ప్రైజింగ్ పాలసీ. ఇఫ్ యూ టేకెన్ ద ప్రొడక్ట్ టు న్యూ కంట్రీ, ఇండియన్ ప్రొడక్ట్ నవ్ ఆఫరింగ్ ఇన్ US, do you need to change your pricing policy? Yes. New pricing policy. In India, you might be selling it for rupees, but in US, you have to sell it for dollars. New pricing policy. Do you need to adopt new distribution channel? Indian distribution efficiency is different from American distribution efficiency. Sometimes you have to change the packing also. All these changes have to happen when you go for market development. Will this give the growth for the company? Geographically, the product has been expanded to new markets. That's about market development. Let's go with the last strategy, which is stated by Ansoff. Position. What is happening here? A new product have been taken into new market, which means that there is no connectivity. A new product, new industry. Here also two things are there. In the explanation we'll discuss. When it comes to diversification, two types of diversifications are there: related, unrelated. First, let me explain you unrelated diversification. In unrelated diversification, you are entering into a market where there is no connection between the existing product and new product. You all know company Apple, electronics company, which manufacture different consumer electronics. Recently, before pandemic, they have announced that they are going to launch an electric car. You have heard about this? This is unrelated diversification. Previously, they are into electronics. Now they are entering into automobile. Is there any connectivity between these two? Unrelated diversification. Now there is another thing called related diversification. Now what is this related diversification is all about? You are diversifying into new thing, but that might be related to your existing business. Imagine you are trying to enter into your supplier's business. కొత్త బిజినెస్ సప్లయర్ బిజినెస్లోకి మీరు దిగారు అంటే ఏంటి? మీకు కావాల్సిన ప్రోడక్ట్ కావాల్సిన రా మెటీరియల్ దగ్గర మీరే డెవలప్ చేసుకుంటున్నారు. ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ అ బ్రెడ్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరర్, యు ఆర్ పర్చేసింగ్ ఎ వీట్ ఫార్మ్. అండర్స్టూడ్ ద లాజిక్ హియర్? టు మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ ద బ్రెడ్ వాట్ యు నీడ్? వీట్. Farming is not your business, but you have taken over a wheat farm. Diversify here, but something related to the existing business. That is related diversification. Have a look at here. Diversification, we have related and unrelated. Related lo emautundi? Related diversification, again we have two: concentric diversification and vertically integration. What is concentric diversification? This means there is a technological similarity between the industries, which means that the firm is able to leverage, which means that there is a technological similarity between the two firms. వాడికి కావాల్సిన టెక్నాలజీ మన దగ్గర ఉన్న టెక్నాలజీ రెండు ఒకటే, then you are diversifying into that business, then it is called as related lo concentric. Technology is same. Next, vertical. This is nothing but I said backward and forward. Vertical integration means the firm moving along with the value system of the existing industry towards its customers. Direct ga customer to integrate avadam. Forward. Or else towards its suppliers. This is called as backward integration. When a company enters into the businesses of suppliers, we call it as backward integration. Customer తో డైరెక్ట్ గా ఇంటరాక్ట్ అవ్వడం కోసం నేనే డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్ ఛానల్ పెట్టుకొని నేనే డైరెక్ట్ గా కస్టమర్కి అమ్మాను అనుకోండి, ఫార్వర్డ్. ఈ రెండు దేని కిందకు వస్తాయి? ఫార్వర్డ్, బ్యాక్వర్డ్, వర్టికల్. సో రిలేటెడ్ డైవర్సిఫికేషన్ వీ హ్యావ్ కాన్సెంట్రిక్ అండ్ వర్టికల్. వీ హ్యావ్ సంథింగ్ కాల్డ్ అన్రిలేటెడ్. ఇందాక నేను చెప్పిన యాపిల్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇస్ ద బెస్ట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఫర్ అన్రిలేటెడ్. దిస్ ఈస్ నథింగ్ బట్ కలెక్షన్ ఆఫ్ బిజినెస్ వితౌట్ ఎనీ రిలేషన్షిప్ టు వన్ అండ్ అదర్. ఇక్కడ ఈ రెండు బిజినెసెస్కి ఎటువంటి రిలేషన్షిప్ లేదు. సచ్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ డైవర్సిఫికేషన్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ అన్రిలేటెడ్. Now, these are the 4 strategies stated by Ansoff called as growth strategies. Understood the topic? With this, we are done with one part of this chapter. What is that? Analysis. Meaning of portfolio analysis. Majorly, meaning of portfolio analysis. Then BCG, Ansoff and ADL. These 4 are major. The second part is planning. That we are going to start post lunch. Planning part post lunch start చేద్దాం. So immediate post lunch, you have to be much careful. Don't try to have a saturated lunch. It becomes difficult to have a 2-hour session on that case. Is it? Any quick doubts for now? Any quick doubts? Are you getting the things? Good. Understanding the concepts? In the post lunch, we'll be covering up the planning. Along with that, we'll be starting our 3rd chapter also. So we'll see. Post lunch lo, pre break lo 3rd chapter అయిపోతే post break మొత్తం we can sit on ethics and we can wrap up the things. Yes. Framework key. Framework and process. Framework talks about what is happening in the entire strategic management journey. Process is only strategic management process. Vision, goal set చేసి అవి రీచ్ అవ్వడం కోసం టార్గెట్స్ పెట్టుకొని దాని తర్వాత స్ట్రాటజిక్ ఆల్టర్నేటివ్ సెట్ చేసుకొని ఒక దాన్ని సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకొని ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేసి కంట్రోల్ చేయాలి. ఓన్లీ ఫర్ ఎస్ఎం, ఒక గోల్ పర్పస్కి అది. ఫ్రేమ్వర్క్ ఏంటి? ద ఎంటైర్ కంపెనీ ఎక్కడున్నావో తెలుసుకో, ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళాలో చెప్పు, దానికోసం అని చెప్పి స్ట్రాటజీస్ క్రియేట్ చేసుకో, ఇంప్లిమెంటెడ్. ఎంటైర్ జర్నీ టాక్స్ అబౌట్ ద ఎంటైర్ పర్పస్. SM process is only about one particular goal and the steps that you follow to reach the goal. Broader sense లో ఆలోచిస్తే they both will be conveying the same kind of content. ఒక దాంట్లో ఫ్రేమ్వర్క్గా చెప్తే ఇంకొక దాంట్లో స్టెప్స్ వైజ్గా చెప్తాడు. దట్స్ ద డిఫరెన్స్. Done? Yes. So we'll see post lunch. So done with the lunch. Stomachs are full. So let's hope now the real trouble is not going to start. So all of you are ready? Nice. Feeling drowsy, sleepy? No? Excellent. As of now, it might not be no. No ways. Because I did not had a saturated lunch like you. That's right. So let's hope for the best. So ready for the second half? Nice. We are done with half of the second chapter. Is it? Yes. Analysis part is over. Morning session we have covered with respect to analysis part. Now we are going to start with planning. In analysis, morning the aspects that we have discussed, major things are with respect to situational analysis that we have discussed as self-analysis, portfolio analysis we have discussed, and what are the two methods that we have discussed for portfolio analysis? BCG, and the next one is ADL. BCG and ADL will, these both will come into portfolio analysis. Then we have discussed Ansough's matrix. Is it analysis, Ansough? No, it's planning. We have discussed 4 strategies over there. So the second half of this chapter completely deals with planning. So we are going to understand what is planning, what are the steps involved for planning, and from morning we are using a term called contingency planning. So we'll try to understand what is contingency planning is all about. So let's start. The first one that we have is with respect to straight away, this particular concept talks about the stages that we have in strategic planning, stages and steps. But before I start with stages and steps, it's important for us to understand what is planning first of all. Planning. What is planning? Morning we said that planning is for future. That we have said. And we said that future is uncertain. So there is no use of planning. But now we haven't discussed what is planning. Yes? Taking decisions. That is decision making. Yes? What is planning? Yes. What to? Okay, you're right. What to do when? Now? That is important. Generally, planning stands for defining future course of action. Like defining future course of action. When we define something for future at present, we call this as planning. Can we do planning for past? You know what happened if we do. Morning we have discussed. So we should always do planning for future. So planning stands for defining future course of action. But here the first concept that we have two things. Stages and steps in strategic planning. Stages and steps. To start with, first we start with stages in strategic planning. The concept is going to be stages in strategic planning. We'll understand the stages first. We have given only with 3 stages. Morning, when we were talking about strategies, will the company prepare only one strategy? What they do? In the definition also we have discussed. Alternative strategies are prepared. One strategy will be selected and they will implement it and controlling will happen. Same way, even the company, when they do the planning, it's not that they'll prepare only one plan. What they do? They will prepare alternative plans. Because future is uncertain. You have planned for something, but the situation have changed. Then you should be ready with the alternative plans. So that's what it says. First stage, strategic option generations. In this, what company have to do? A variety of alternatives are considered. Prepare alternative plans, plan A, B, C, D, depending upon the situation. Because of future uncertainties, if one plan fails, then the company should be ready with the another plan. That's what it says. Some examples have given. Why do you do planning, on how do you prepare some alternative strategies? Some examples have been given. And then alternative plans have been generated. In stage 2, strategic options evaluation. This is nothing but each option is then examined on its merit. Plan A, B, C, D. Fine. 4 plans you have prepared. Now, which plan you have to choose? For that, you have to examine all the plans. Merits of the plans, demerits of the plans, depending upon the situation at present, which plan should I choose? All these things have to be studied. That is the point says, once options have been generated, examine the options and accordingly you will choose the option. So in this you will check, does it increase the existing strengths? Does it lessen the weaknesses? Is it suitable for your existing position? Whatever the plan that you are implementing, you should check. Is it going to be suitable for your existing position or not? Because plan should help you to reach your goals. That's what. Next, is it acceptable to stakeholders? These questions you will check. Depending upon these 2 questions, you will examine and you will choose one particular plan. So after the evaluation is over, then you are going to select a plan. First, generation of alternatives, evaluation of those alternatives, and then you will select one alternative. These are the 3 stages for what? Strategic planning. Plan A, B, C, D, 4 plans. Check the merits of those plans. After checking the merits of those plans, you are going to select one plan. These are the stages, 3 broader stages. Now let's understand in detailed steps now. Broadly, these 3 stages are over. Now let me go into steps. While you are planning, what steps you have to follow each and every step. So that is going to be the second phase of this particular concept. Steps in strategic planning. After the stages, we are going to understand the steps. First, already I have explained you even for strategic management definition also. The same step is coming for planning also. So what it says, first 2 steps you can check. First, what company have to do? Internal analysis and external analysis. Business environment, morning we have discussed. Yes or no? Where we have to study some internal elements. As you can see here, internal and external. Here, what comes in internal? Strengths, weaknesses, because internal factors represents strengths and weaknesses. External? Yes. So here a company needs to study about strengths and weaknesses, limitations, culture. Morning I have used this term. Understanding policies, cultures, employees, all these things will come into internal analysis. While you're going for planning, first internal analysis have to be studied. After that, external analysis. This will consider all micro and macro. Everything is given here. Technology, regulatory, legislative, trends in the market. All these things are coming to external. Study both internal and external. Simple concept. Study the environmental factors, internal and external factors. First thing. When you are planning, study the environmental factors, internal and external. And then summarizing the current situation. Before you plan for future, first understand your current situation. Summarize it. What is the current situation is all about. Steps to important to the process because it brings together relevant and critical data and information and allow members of planning team to be more easily get a feel for what opportunities and obstacles lie ahead. When you understand the situation, you will come to know what kind of problems that lie ahead. That's about summarizing the current situation. After you summarize the current situation, then you are going for development of vision, mission and purpose statement. Of course, mission and purpose talks about the same. Vision talks about what? Vision talks about what? Goals. Remember this key term, roadmap of company's future. Morning we have discussed about it. Yes. Mission talks about existence and present business scope, who we are and what we do. It talks about existence and purpose. They have to be developed after summarizing the current situation. And then go for goal setting and then define objectives that support the goals. Here, be smart here. In this point, can you tell me what our objectives are? Very good. Targets. The targets which are helping to achieve our goals. Morning I have said in the same perspective. Objectives are nothing but targets. The targets which will help you to achieve the goals. Next. After this, finally, development of strategies. Now, strategies will be developed. So, stages in planning, steps in planning. 3 simple stages. First, alternatives have to be generated. Evaluation of the alternatives, selection of the alternatives. When it comes to steps in strategic planning, a number of steps we have discussed. Internal and external analysis, understand the current situation, understand vision and mission, set the goals and objectives to reach the goals, and finally development of strategies, stages and steps in strategic planning. If anyone have come from CMA foundation, they will be knowing this question. Approaches in strategic planning. It will be there in approaches. Top down, bottom up and iterative approach. When you do planning, these 3 will be there in strategic planning. What is a top down process is all about? It says in which managers are given targets to achieve, which they pass on down the line. Top management is having some plans and targets. They will give it to whom? Yes. Technical names, strategic levels. Corporate level is having a plan in his mind. They are lying down to whom? And they will give to the, this is called top down process. Top corporate level, business level and functional level. Sir, bottom up process. Functional level have a goal, giving to middle level. Functional manager is giving goal to general manager. General manager is setting goal to CEO. Possible? Look at what happens here. Bottom up process. In bottom up process, in which functional and line managers in conjunction with their staff submit the plans, targets and budgets for approval by the higher authority. Like HR manager in his HR department have prepared a plan. Now this plan he is sending it to the higher authorities so that he can get approval. Here plan approvals. Plans they don't make. Whatever the functional level to their department, whatever they want to do, they are preparing a plan to the department and all these plans are sent for approval. This is bottom up. Top down, CEO is preparing and giving, top corporate level is preparing, giving it to the business level, from business to functional. Here functional level has prepared his own strategy for the department, plan for the department and sending it for the approval. Iterative is both. It involves both top down and bottom up setting of targets. There is flow and movement between different levels until the agreement is reached. Until the final plan approves, to and flow information will be flown. These 3 are called as approaches in strategic planning. Understand the difference between top down and bottom up. In bottom up, functional managers are sending their plans to the top level for approvals. That is what you have to remember. Clear? Done. So you can see what is strategic management, what is strategic planning. Differences by reading it you can understand. And then we have something with respect to corporate planning and long range planning. In this also by reading you can understand. Yes, this one is important. From morning we are talking about this. Contingency plans. First of all, let us understand what is contingency planning is all about. Yes, what is contingency planning means? Plan may or may not happen. What is morning we have discussed about this. Contingency planning is nothing but preparation of alternative plans. Simple meaning. When company plans to achieve, when company plan to reach a goal, it is not that they are going to come up with a one single plan. What they have to do, they should get ready with the alternative plans. Morning very clearly we have discussed why alternative plan. Future is uncertain. That is what one of the demerit of strategic management. Future is unfold. We don't know. When we prepare a strategy, future may have something else for us. That's why let's not plan. Is it? Future is uncertain. That's why we are not planning. Is it a good thing? No. Get ready with alternative plans. So preparation of alternative set of plans is called as contingency planning. This particular concept talks about under what conditions contingency planning should be there. First, contingency planning we will understand, and then some conditions. In which conditions company should be ready with the contingency planning. Let's have a look. Contingency plans can be defined as, look at the key term. What is contingency planning is? Alternative plans that can be put into effect. If, why we are going for contingency planning? Why we are not planning only one thing? Because of the uneventualities, because of the uncertainties. You might have planned for one particular situation, but in future the situation have changed. Look at the continuation. If certain key events do not occur as expected, you thought it is going to be happen like that, but it haven't happened like that, then you should be ready with the another plan. That's why contingency planning is very important. So alternative set of plans have been prepared, because when the planning has been changed, then you should ready with the other plans. But in any case, contingency planning should be as simple as possible. Never have complicated contingency plans. It's very important to have some simple contingency plannings. Meaning understood contingency planning? Alternative plans. When we are keeping this alternative plan into effect, when the original plan has been deviated. Some examples I have given. Some contingency plans commonly established by the firm. Under what condition contingency planning should be ready by the company? Some conditions have been given here. The first condition, if a major competitors withdraw from a particular market, as intelligence reports indicate, what action should our firm take? All of a sudden from Indian market, Indian telecommunication Jio withdrawn. They said that we are not operating in Indian telecommunication. Then the remaining telecommunication firms also have to change their plans. Yes or no? Only because of Jio, they are following with some plans now. Their tariff plans are so low. Whenever a new thing comes, they are also following with the same thing. Now, Jio said that we are withdrawing from telecommunication. We are not offering fiber net. They have cancelled everything. Will the other companies changes their plan or not? That's what. Major competitor. Very clearly say major competitor, not the smaller guy. If Idea and Vodafone withdraw from Indian market, no one will bother now. Same like BSNL also. Imagine if all of a sudden BSNL withdraw from Indian market. Like other companies don't need to change their strategies. But if Jio withdraw, strategies have to be changed. When major competitors withdraw from the market, then company should be ready with alternative plans. That is the first case. Second, if our sales objectives are not reached, this year you had a plan in your mind, this should be the target for sales, but as the year is approaching, you are not reaching the targets, which means that something happening wrong with the plan. Then change the plan. Now when you change the plan, it is not that you are starting preparing plan now. Is it so? In the beginning itself you are ready with alternative plans. One plan is not helping you to give you the sales objective. Then from the above plans, again evaluate and select another plan. That is the second point. If the sales objectives are not reached. And what action should our firm to take to avoid the losses? Next, if demand for our new product exceeds plan, sir, then it's a good thing. Why are we talking about contingency planning here, even in the good thing? Is it a good thing? The point which I have said now, is it a good thing or is it something company really have to be concerned about? What do you say? If the demand for our new product exceeds plans, is it a good thing or company needs to be careful in this situation? That's my point. Now, why they should be careful? Because you have to increase your production capacity when demand increases, but you don't have a capacity to increase your production, then you will be in losses or not. That's why whenever sales and demand increases for your product, get ready with a contingency plan. Do I need to purchase additional machinery to increase my production? Continuation, if you read, that is what it says. What action would our firm take to meet the higher demand? Sometimes this happens. Market is having higher demand, but your company is not capable enough to meet with the demand. Then you will be in losses if you are not meeting up with the higher demand. That's why get ready with a contingency plan to meet with the higher demand. This is another situation. Next, if certain disasters occur, any kind of disasters, some disasters have given over there. What are this? Loss of computer capabilities. Uncertain. We can't say when our server is going to crack because of sudden power failure, systems may hang, anything may happen. They are not predictable. Then you should be ready with the alternative plans. In other terms, we call it as a BCP, business continuity planning, we call it as. Business continuity planning. When one plan fails, then you should be immediately ready with the others. Look, these concepts sound so heavy. Business continuity planning. We use this in our lives. How? Guy who is getting married. Imagine. You also understood that it is going to be a joke. So he have booked a function hall. Right? So night he is getting married. Adi function hall lo cheyakodu tappu. So fine. So he booked a function hall. The function is going to happen at night. So he booked it. So the function hall people have a BCP, business continuity planning. Look how they are going to have. Imagine all of a sudden power gone. All of a sudden power gone. What is the contingency plan now? The function hall says, sir, don't worry, we have generator. What happened if diesel is over in the generator? What happened if diesel is over in the generator? Sir, don't worry, we have contingency plan. A can of diesel is always ready. What if there is a problem in the generator? Sir, then nature also, then function hall guy will say that, sir, then nature also wants to stop your marriage, nothing can be done. But the function guy is ready with the contingency planning or not? If one plan fails, then he is ready with the other plan. No, if the guy says, no matter whatever happen, I want to get married at any cost, then your wish. Nothing can stop. Contingency planning understood. Everywhere it happens. We'll never, like management is something which is surrounded to us. We never understand in that way. Alternative set of plans. When any emergency situation happens, if one plan fails, we'll be ready with the other plan. Look, that's what computer capabilities. Hostile takeover attempt. Like present kind of hostile acquisitions and takeovers environment. No one have thought that Elon Musk will be thinking of taking over of Twitter. Hostile condition, isn't it? No, like Twitter haven't thought that Elon Musk will be making an attempt for that. In this situation, Twitter should be ready with alternative plans. What should be done? Of course, it is on hold now, but it's an hostile takeover attempt that made by Elon Musk to take over Twitter. That's what. Next, patent protection. Someone is trying to copy your patents. Destruction of your patent. Destruction of manufacturing facilities. Earthquakes, natural disasters. Aren't they unexpected things, natural disasters? Earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes. When all this situation happens, company should be ready with alternative plans. That's what certain disasters occurs. And next one, if new technological advancements have come which are making our product obsolete. A term has been used over there, obsolete. Obsolete means making our product outdated. Obsolete stands for outdated. When a new all of a sudden when a new technology comes, what happens? Existing technologies will become outdated. In telecommunication, what is the technology that we are using now? Telecommunication, internet, 4G. Yesterday, recently, Indian government have tested 5G. Now automatically what happened with 4G? It will become outdated. Now what companies have to do? Get ready with contingency planning to update to new technological changes. Yesterday only in IIT Chennai or somewhere, they have tested with Chennai, yes, in IIT Chennai, first call with 5G has been ordered. 5G technology is coming. Now existing companies have to change their plan. These are the situations where contingency planning should be ready. Understood the concept contingency planning? Good. What is, first of all, what is contingency planning means? Yes, alternative plans. Under what situation alternative plan should be ready? When major competitor withdrawn, when we are not reaching our sales objectives, when demand exceeds our plan, any disasters happens, when new technology comes. There are, now don't think that, sir, only these 5 situations contingency planning. No, so many. When any kind of unexpected event happened because of which our existing plan fails, then we should be ready with the alternative plans. So now next concept, still about contingency planning, we have a next concept which talks about steps. Steps in contingency planning. When company prepares contingency plans, what steps they have to follow? Are you clear with the previous concept? Yes, from this chapter, after the methods BCG, ADL and ANSOF, contingency planning is the one thing that you have to carefully study. Steps, let's understand the steps. Robert Lenman and Rajan Chandran have suggested these steps. Let's have a look. And morning someone have said that in the last attempt, filling the blanks have asked. Be careful. Filling the blank is something from any corner he may ask. The filling the blank. Sure? Have they said that? Pattern changed. Okay, they are not giving in the pattern. Whatever the exams that you, model exams they conduct, have you written? They have given? Fill in the blanks given? No. Your board will conduct some mock tests. Huh? MCQs are there, okay. But are they giving any filling the blanks? MTPs? Have you checked with MTPs? Is there any such filling the blanks concept? Okay, fine. Last time it was there, right? So now there is nowhere they are asking with filling the blanks. Short answers they are asking. If it is in a question way, somehow you will answer. If it is something like filling the blank from anywhere, he can pick the question and then you have to remember each and everything. That's what I'm worried about. Fine. Let's understand steps in contingency planning. Step 1. Identify the beneficial and favorable events that could possibly derail the strategy or strategies. What does this mean? When you go for contingency planning, what is the first thing that you have to do? What are the chances that our existing strategy may derail? What does it mean? Existing strategy derailing means? Existing strategy derail avadam ante enti? Outdated or manam okalaga anukunte inkokalaga implement avadam. Derailing, deviating, nothing but deviating. In contingency planning, first identify under what conditions chances are there that my strategy can deviate. This is the first step. After that, specify trigger points. Trigger points. At which point the scope is there, strategy can deviate. A point lo strategy deviate ayye avakasham undo, aa trigger points identify chesi pettukovali. Whenever the trigger point comes, immediately you should ready with the another plan. A trigger point వచ్చినప్పుడు మీకు అర్థమవుతుంది. Now the strategy is going to be of no use. That's the second point. Specify trigger points. Calculate about when contingent events are likely to occur. పైన మనం contingency event చెప్పుకున్నాం కదా. లైక్ అటువంటి ఈవెంట్స్ ఎప్పుడు వస్తాయి అనేటువంటిది ముందే మనం క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేసి పెట్టుకోవాలి. When you are in information that the contingency event may occur, immediately get ready with the plan. Next, assess the impact of each contingent event. Suppose ఇందాక డిస్కస్ చేస్తున్న కంటింజెంట్ ఈవెంట్లో లాస్ట్ ఈవెంట్ ఏంటి? ఇంట్రొడక్షన్ ఆఫ్ న్యూ టెక్నాలజీ. కొత్త టెక్నాలజీ రావటం వల్ల నాకేమైనా ఇంపాక్ట్ ఉందా లేదా అని చెక్ చేయండి ఈ స్టెప్లో. అసెస్ ద ఇంపాక్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద కంటింజెంట్ ఈవెంట్. ఎర్త్క్వేక్ రావడం వల్ల నాకేం అవ్వకపోతే ఫైన్, ఐ డోంట్ నీడ్ టు గెట్ రెడీ విత్ ద ఆల్టర్నేటివ్ ప్లాన్. బికాస్ ఆఫ్ ఎర్త్క్వేక్, ఇఫ్ సంథింగ్ హ్యాపెన్స్ టు మై ఆర్గనైజేషన్, దెన్ ఐ షుడ్ బి రెడీ విత్ ద అనదర్ ప్లాన్. సో యూ చెక్ విత్ దట్. What is the impact of the contingent event? Next, after that, step 4, develop contingency plans. Once you check with the previous steps, in the fourth step you are developing a contingency plan. Depending upon the intensity of the situation, you will prepare alternative set of plans. Next, after preparation, step 5, assess the counter impact of each contingency plan. Counter impact. If I implement this contingency plan, will it gives me result or not? స్టార్టింగ్లో ఒక గోల్ రీచ్ అవ్వడం కోసం ఒక ప్లాన్ ప్రిపేర్ చేసుకున్నా. ఆ ప్లాన్ ఇంప్లిమెంట్ అయ్యే మధ్యలో అన్సర్టనిటీ రావడం వల్ల ఇంకొక ప్లాన్ అడాప్ట్ చేసుకున్నా. మరి ఈ ఇంకొక ప్లాన్ వల్ల నా గోల్ని నేను రీచ్ అవుతానో లేదో చెక్ చేసుకోవాలి కదా. దట్స్ వాట్ అసెస్ ద కౌంటర్ ఇంపాక్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఈచ్ కంటింజెన్సీ ప్లాన్. 4 plans I have prepared. Now I am quite sure if I adopt any of these 4 plans, I will reach my goals. That kind of planning has to be done. Next, determine early warning signals for key contingency event. Monitor the early warning signals. You check when a major competitor may withdraw from the market. Every time we should study the market. Under what conditions natural disasters may come, you check. ఎర్లీ వార్నింగ్ సిగ్నల్స్. ఆ లాస్ అయ్యి కంటింజెన్సీ ప్లాన్కి వెళ్ళేంత వరకు ఆగకుండా యూ ప్రిపేర్ ఎ మెకానిజం ఇన్ యువర్ కంపెనీ వెల్ బిఫోర్ యూ గెట్ సమ్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్. సంథింగ్ ఈజ్ బ్యాడ్ గోయింగ్ టు హ్యాపెన్ దట్ ఐ షుడ్ చేంజ్ మై ప్లాన్. సో డెవలప్ అన్ ఎర్లీ వార్నింగ్ సిగ్నల్ ఫర్ కంటింజెన్సీ ఈవెంట్. ఇఫ్ దట్ ఈవెంట్ కమ్స్, దెన్ ఇమీడియట్లీ యూ షుడ్ ఇంప్లిమెంట్ ద కంటింజెన్సీ ప్లాన్. నెక్స్ట్, ఫర్ కంటింజెంట్ ఈవెంట్ విత్ రిలయబుల్ ఎర్లీ వార్నింగ్ సిగ్నల్స్, develop advance action plan to take advantage of the available lead time. మీ కాంపిటీటర్కి ఇంకా అర్థం అవ్వాల కంటింజెంట్ ఈవెంట్ జరుగుతుందని, కానీ ముందు మీకు అర్థమైపోయింది. ఎలా అర్థమైంది? ప్రీవియస్ స్టెప్ ఎలా అర్థమైంది? బికాజ్ యూ హ్యావ్ డెవలప్డ్ ఎ మెకానిజం ఆఫ్ ఎర్లీ వార్నింగ్ సిస్టమ్. ఆ ఎర్లీ వార్నింగ్ సిగ్నల్ వల్ల ముందే అర్థమైంది మీకు, ఓకే సంథింగ్ ఈజ్ గోయింగ్ టు డీవియేట్. దెన్ మీ దగ్గర ఇప్పుడు మీ కాంపిటీటర్ పోలిస్తే అడ్వాన్స్ టైం ఉన్నట్లా కాదా? Competitor don't know that this is going to happen, but you know well before. Take the advantage of that time and prepare a good plan to deal with contingent event. These are the 7 simple steps for contingency planning. So meaning of contingency planning, certain situations when contingency planning can be done, and 7 steps for contingency planning. Benefits, like concept ardhamaithe, these things become simple for you. You can easily understand about benefits. Can we say contingency planning is a proactive planning? Because we are planning in advance. We know that something wrong may happen in the future and we are planning to deal with that in well advance. Next, we can remove any present difficulties. We can anticipate the future problem also, and we can set our goals with respect to internal and external changes. Creative ideas, and we can take initiative. We can shape the future, quick response to change. We can prevent panic. We don't need to be in panic now, because contingency planning lo manam panic avalsina avasaram ledhu. Enduku? We are already ready with the alternative set of plans. If one plan all of a sudden goes into isolation, then we don't need to worry. We are ready with the other plans. That's the point. Pestle framework, already morning we have discussed about this. Pestle is a study of what? పెస్ట్ ఉంది కదా, పెస్ట్ అన్నా పెస్టల్ అన్నా ఒకటే. పెస్టల్ ఈజ్ స్టడీ ఆఫ్ వాట్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్? మ్యాక్రో కాంపోనెంట్స్. అబ్రివేషన్ రిమైన్స్ ద సేమ్. పొలిటికల్, ఎకనామిక్, సోషియో కల్చరల్, టెక్నాలజికల్, ఎన్వైర్మెంటల్ అండ్ లీగల్. సో మ్యాక్రో కాంపోనెంట్స్. Let's understand probably the last concept of this. We can say, yes, diversification or yeah. What is 5 forces model? We can wrap up with this chapter. The concept is Michael Porter's 5 forces model of competitive analysis. Actually, the right place for this topic would be analysis. In the morning session, we have discussed about analysis concept, right? This also comes into analysis. But first, we need to understand what is this topic is all about. Michael 5 forces model is a systematic analysis of industry competitive pressures. ఈ కాన్సెప్ట్ మొత్తము ఏ అనాలిసిస్ కిందకు వస్తుంది అని అంటే కాంపిటీటర్స్ అనాలిసిస్ కిందకు వస్తుంది. కాంపిటీటర్స్ అనాలిసిస్. Is it needed that a company should do analysis of the competitors? Definitely. In detail, when we study about the competitors, then only we can plan better to defeat our competitors. In order to analyze your competitor, is it needed that you should study all the competitors? Generally, general tendency గా ఆలోచించండి. మన కాంపిటీటర్ని మనం అప్బీట్ చేయాలంటే మన కాంపిటీటర్ గురించి మనం తెలుసుకోవాలా అవసరం లేదా? 100% we have to know. But the problem is, in the market there is a huge competitors are there. Plenty of competitors. Now, time won't permit us to study about each and every competitor in detailedly. Isn't it? Time taking process. ఉన్న కాంపిటీటర్స్ అందరినీ ఒక్కొక్కటి గురించి ఎలాబొరేట్గా అనలైజ్ చేసుకుంటూ వెళ్ళాలి అని అంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి అ టైమ్ టేకింగ్ ప్రాసెస్. ఇట్ ఈస్ నెక్స్ట్ టు ఇంపాసిబుల్ ఆల్సో. దెన్ ఫర్ దట్ వాట్ మైకెల్ పోర్టర్ సెడ్ ఈస్ దట్ in order to understand the competitive pressures of the industry, instead of studying about each and every competitor in detailly, Michael Porter said, study 5 forces. Michael Porter have stated 5 forces. In order to understand the competitive intensity of the market, instead of studying about each and every competitor elaborately, Michael Porter says study the 5 forces. When these 5 forces have been studied, ultimately company can know about the competitors. That's why look at the title, what it says, Porter's 5 forces model. This model is to do what? Look at the question. This model is to do what? Competitive analysis. That is the meaning of the topic. Without knowing the meanings, there is no purpose of reading the entire concept. I think you remember the 5 forces, I think, in this question. If you have read before, do you remember the 5 forces? At least any 2 or 3 forces that you remember in this concept? No, sir. First time we are listening. Only saying yes, sir. I think next month you are writing your exams. Right. This you are aware of that. Let me tell you this concept, okay? Porter's 5 forces model, Michael Porter have given 5 forces. If the company wants to understand the competitive intensity of the market, the company don't need to study about all the competitors. Rather, it is enough to know the 5 forces. Let's understand each and every force. First, have a look at the 5 forces. What are they? First one, threat of new entrants. This is the first force. Second one, competitive rivalry. Third force is bargaining power of buyer. Then bargaining power of suppliers. And finally, the threat of substitutes. 5 forces. If company systematically understand these 5 forces, they will come to know about what? Yes, competitive intensity in the market. So let me take you to the explanation, introduction, what it says. Look at the introduction. The 5 forces framework helps to identify what? The source of competition in the industry. Instead of studying about each and every competitor detailedly, these 5 forces are helping us to understand the competition in an industry. Right? Let's start with the forces. First one is threat of new entrants. We call it as threat of entry or new entrant. Anyways, you can remember as. When a new entrant comes into the market, isn't it a threat for the existing companies? Their profitability will be reduced because new entrant may come up with a new product. New entrant will come up with a new technology, new resources and new capabilities. This will decrease the profitability of the existing companies. Then what to do? When a new company comes, existing companies' profitability is reducing. Then what the existing company should do? Simple logic, stop the new entrant to enter into the market. Simple logic. When you stop the new entrant to enter into the market, existing companies' profitabilities will be increased. That is called the new entrant. New entrant is a powerful source of competition. కొత్తగా మార్కెట్లోకి వచ్చే కంపెనీస్ అన్ని కూడా పవర్ఫుల్ కాంపిటీటర్స్. బికాస్ కొత్త క్యాపబిలిటీస్, కొత్త టెక్నాలజీస్, కొత్త రీసోర్సెస్తో వాళ్ళు మార్కెట్లోకి వస్తారు. So on that case, it become very difficult for the existing companies to survive. That's why what existing companies have to do now, create the entry barrier. Restrict the new companies to enter into the market. Adi ela restrict cheyali? Some methods are there. Look at this. Threat of entry will depend upon the extent to which there are barriers to entry. If you have to protect your company from the new entrant, what you have to do? Create entry barrier. Restrict the new companies to enter into the markets. There are different ways to create entry barriers. Let's understand some. These are the typical entry barriers. The first one, entry barriers ever create cheyali? Kottaga vache company already existing companies are? Existing companies, so that they can restrict the new companies to enter into the market. దీని వల్ల ఎగ్జిస్టింగ్ కంపెనీస్కి వచ్చే బెనిఫిట్ ఏంటి? దేర్ ప్రాఫిటబిలిటీ విల్ ఇంక్రీస్. ఫస్ట్ వన్, ఎకానమీస్ ఆఫ్ స్కేల్. If the existing companies offer the product for low price, ఇండస్ట్రీలోనే లోయెస్ట్ ప్రైస్కి కంపెనీస్ ప్రొడక్ట్ ఆఫర్ చేశాయనుకోండి, ఎగ్జిస్టింగ్ కంపెనీస్, when a new company comes, they can't offer the product for such low price, then they won't come. Who did this? Example, okay, that's it. Existing companies have to do this. Example, anything comes in your mind? Yes, Jio. What JioGuide did, slash down the prices so drastically. కొత్తగా వచ్చే కంపెనీకి అంత తక్కువగా 4G సర్వీసెస్ ఇవ్వడం నాట్ పాసిబుల్. యూ అబ్జర్వ్ దిస్. ఆఫ్టర్ జియో, హ్యావ్ యూ సీన్ ఎనీ న్యూ టెలికమ్యూనికేషన్ కంపెనీ ఇన్ ఇండియా? ఎంట్రీ బ్యారియర్. ఆల్ ఎగ్జిస్టింగ్ కంపెనీస్ ఆర్ లివింగ్ ద మార్కెట్. నాట్ పాసిబుల్, ద న్యూ ఎంట్రెంట్ విల్ కమ్. ఎంట్రీ బ్యారియర్. When you reduce the cost, you will restrict the new companies to enter into the market. It's called as economies of scale. What you have to do? You have to, unit cost have to be reduced. Next, brand loyalty. All the existing customers are loyal to certain brands. You know what happens when some are loyal to brand? What happened? They are not going to buy other products. ఉన్న వాళ్ళందరూ ఏదో ఒక బ్రాండ్కి లాయల్ అయిపోయినప్పుడు, then if a new company comes, no one will buy their products. Increasing brand loyalty of the existing companies is also one of the way to create entry barrier. That's the point, says brand loyalty. Next, obsolete cost advantage. Here 3 sources we have. Absolute cost advantage arises from 3 sources. They are nothing but superior production operations and process due to accumulate experience, patents and secrets, which means that your production have become superior. You have good amount of patents that no new company can copy those patents. This is one way. Second, control of particular inputs required for production. You are controlling the raw material. When the new entrant come, he is not having availability of any raw material, then they may not come. Next, access to cheaper funds, because existing companies represent lower risk than new entrants. You try to get the access to the maximum cheap funds. Low amount credit rate funds you have to get. These are the ways by which you can create entry barrier. Next one, customer switching cost. Now what is this customer switching cost? You are already using a product now. You are thinking of shifting to new product, but you have to spend more money than the existing product to buy the new product. Will you prefer to change now? జనరల్ కామన్ టెండెన్సీ అది. ఆల్రెడీ ఒక ప్రోడక్ట్ వాడుతున్నాను, నేను కొత్త బ్రాండ్కి వెళ్ళాలనుకున్నప్పుడు దీనికన్నా ఎక్కువ డబ్బులు అవుతున్నాయి, ఆలోచిస్తానా లేదా? వై టు గో టు ద న్యూ బ్రాండ్? బికాజ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఇంకరింగ్ మీ ఎక్స్ట్రా కాస్ట్. ఇమాజిన్ opposite to the situation. You are using a brand, you are thinking of buying a new brand price is so less than the existing brand. Will you immediately shift or not? That is called switching cost. When the price is less, customer will immediately shift. You know again who did this? Jio did this. వేరే బ్రాండ్స్ యూజ్ చేసే వాళ్ళందరినీ వీడి బ్రాండ్లోకి తీసుకురావడం కోసం జనరల్గా తక్కువకి ఇవ్వాల్సింది తక్కువగా వీడు ఫ్రీగా ఇచ్చాడు ముందు. దెన్ వాట్ హ్యాపెండ్? వేరే బ్రాండ్స్ యూజ్ చేసిన వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా షిఫ్టెడ్ టు హిస్ బ్రాండ్. స్విచ్చింగ్ కాస్ట్. దట్స్ ద పాయింట్ సేస్. స్విచ్చింగ్ కాస్ట్ అరైజెస్ when it costs a customer time, energy and money to switch from one product offered by one company to the products offered by a new entrant. When switching costs are high, customer can be blocked in the product offerings of established company if the new entrants offer better products. Switching cost high unte he will not go. So if a new entrant's switching cost is low, then immediately customers will shift. Ade switching cost takku unte shift ayipotaru, ekko cost unnappudu they will not shift. That's the point. Customer switching cost. Ardhamainda switching cost ante? Next, government regulations. Stringent government regulations are also one of the way to create entry barriers. Why? I think you all know the reason why Tesla haven't come to India. Because of some stringent government regulations. Elon Musk say that he will manufacture in China and he'll import. Indian government say that no, you have to manufacture in India. If you import, you have to pay 100% import duty. 100% import duty they have to pay. Because of the stringent government regulations, new entrant has been obstructed to enter into the market. That's the point. Legal restrictions on competition may vary from patent protection to regulation of market through direct government action. Now, what all these are? Can you tell me what all these are? Barriers to entry. So, first one is threat of new entrant is one of the way to understand the competitive intensity in the market. Then how the threat of new entrants can be protected by creating entry barriers. Next, competitive rivalry. Nothing but existing companies rivalry. More the companies in the existing market, that indicates that competition is very high. That's the point. Competitive rivalries, rivals are organizations with similar products and services aimed at the same customer groups. The competitive struggle can be fought using price, product design, advertising and promotion spending, direct selling efforts, after sale services. All these things can be provided by the competitors also. Next, bargaining power of buyers. Simple thing. First, let me explain this concept. Large number of buyers are forming as groups. Large number of buyers are forming as groups, nothing but cartels, we call them as groups, and they are going to manufacturer and pressurizing the manufacturer to reduce the cost or to increase the quality. This is called bargaining power of buyers, not you and me. Here bargaining power of buyers are for industrial products. You have a factory. Example, straight example I will take. You are manufacturing mobiles, right? And you need processor in your mobile. To manufacture Android mobiles, you need processor. You know which company is offering processors for smartphones? Mobiles. Intel is for systems. I think some proud owners are, smartphones proud owners are here. Having smartphone with you. In that smartphone there is a processor. Who knows, sir? They're using, sir. That said, we don't know much. You know what is the name of the processor that you have in your mobile? Achha, Snapdragon. At least you know. Good. Which company offers this? Which company manufactures this? Very good. Qualcomm. Qualcomm is a company which offers processors for most of the smartphones. Exclude if we exclude Apple, because Apple is having their own processors. Any of the smartphone that you buy, you will have a processor from Qualcomm. Yes or no? Now, can we say all mobile manufacturers are buyers for Qualcomm? Understand the situation. Qualcomm వాడికి mobile manufacturers అందరు ఎవరు? Buyers. Now all mobile manufacturers have formed as a group and they went to Qualcomm and they said that we all are buying processors from you. You improve the quality or reduce the price. Can they do so? Yes. Because they are bulk buyers. Mobile manufacturers will be buying the process from the Qualcomm in a huge amount. This is called bargaining power of buyers. This happens only in which scenario? Industrial scenario, where the buyers are bulk buyers. You should understand this. Don't think that bargaining power of buyers is nothing but morning Raitu Bazar ki velli manam tamatal daggara chese bargaining. With that, we don't understand the competitive intensity in the market. We are talking about in the industry. Buyers are forming as groups and going to manufacturer, pressurizing them to reduce the price or increase the quality. This scenario can only be understood in the industrial products where the buyers are bulk buyers. That's the point says here. You can see the product or services that industry supplies comprises a large number of small operators. They are industry buyers, we can say. And moreover, second point also says there is a concentration of buyers, particularly if the volume purchase of the buyers are high, then only they can show bargaining power. That's why I said bargaining power of buyers can only be understood in the industrial scenario where the buyers are bulk buyers. If more number of buyers are going to pressurize on one company, that indicates that the intensity of competition is very high. That's the point. Next, bargaining power of suppliers. Let us understand the same example vice versa. Can the Qualcomm show bargaining power on the manufacturers? He can. Usually, suppliers show bargaining power under two conditions. When supplier is monopoly, second, when there is scarcity of raw material. In the example, which situation occurs? Here, supplier is monopoly. For all the mobile manufacturers, there is no other option. If they want the processor, then they have to get it from Qualcomm. Then the supplier also shows certain bargaining power. That's the point. When the supplier is showing bargaining power on more of the companies, that indicates that industry is having high competition. ఒక సప్లయర్ ఎక్కువ మంది కంపెనీస్ మీద బార్గెనింగ్ పవర్ చూపిస్తున్నాడంటే అక్కడ ఇండస్ట్రీలో ఎక్కువగా ఏమున్నట్లు కాంపిటీషన్. ఇప్పుడు ఈ 5 ఫోర్సెస్ యొక్క ఇంటెన్షన్ ఏంటి? కనెక్ట్ విత్ ద కాన్సెప్ట్. What is the intention of these 5 forces? To understand the competitive intensity. So by understanding bargaining power of supplier also, we are trying to understand about the intensity of the competitors. Yes. You can see here, the product that suppliers, sellers have few substitutes, which means there are no substitutes for the product which is coming up by the supplier. Then he will show bargaining power. It's about bargaining power. The brand of a supplier is very powerful and the suppliers are highly fragmented. Under these conditions, they will show a lot of bargaining power. Next, threat of substitutes. Can we say substitutes are also a good source of competition for our company? Yes. The more the substitutes are there in the market, it indicates that the high amount of competition. Indirect source of competition. Substitutes are indirect source of competition. Substitute product refers to the product of different businesses or industries that can satisfy similar customer needs. You know which are called as substitutes. Which product is called as substitute? The product is different, but they'll be satisfying the same need. They are called as substitutes. Substitute reduces the demand for a product, particular class of products, as customer watch the alternatives. A recent study says that digital camera sales have fallen down more than 80% because of a substitute called smartphone. You can check. This is a good example to understand threat of substitutes. Because the job of smartphone is different from digital camera. But because of smartphones, digital camera sales have fallen down. This is called threat from substitute. So all these 5 forces. So what are the 5 forces? Threat of new entrant, then competitive rivalry, bargaining power of supplier and bargaining power of buyer, threat of substitutes. When the company studies these 5 forces, ultimately they can understand about the competitive intensity in the market. Instead of studying about each and every competitor in detailly or independently, Porter have provided 5 forces. Clear with the concept? So we are done with the second chapter also. Second chapter, 2 parts. First part is with respect to analysis. Second part is planning. In planning also majorly we are focusing on contingency planning. Meaning of contingency planning, different situations, steps in contingency planning and advantages of contingency planning. Then finally we have Porter's 5 forces model. Any doubts with respect to this chapter? Any doubts? Let's move to the last chapter for this. Strategic management. So here, the last chapter talks about formation and implementation of strategies. Of course, they have titled it like that, but very less we will discuss about formation here. Rather, we'll pay more attention on some functional strategies. So, marketing, how the strategies of marketing has been prepared. Production is also given for you. Production strategies, I think. Yeah, marketing, production, and strategic business unit is out and out a different concept to be referred as. Manpower is nothing but HR, which is nothing but HR is also given. So 3 functional areas, I think. Marketing, production, and HR. And then we have independent concepts called strategic business unit. Strategic business unit, straight away we can interconnect to portfolio. Morning I said, I have introduced the term for you already, strategic business unit. When we call it as a strategic business unit, portfolio, technical name is strategic business unit. Here we will understand the meaning of strategic business unit and characteristics of SBU. And we have a concept of business process re-engineering. Do you have benchmarking also? Benchmarking. Benchmarking unda meeku? I'm not sure of whether you have benchmarking or not. Core competencies is there. Morning I have introduced this term to you. But you said that no sir, we don't. I have asked, do you have this term called core competencies? I have asked in the morning. At which topic I have said about this competitive advantage? When I am talking about competitive advantage, I said that offering something unique to the customer is nothing but core competencies. Okay, if the term is there, then I will correlate with the competitive advantage concept. So to begin with, okay, first we are going to understand some functional areas in this particular chapter. So first question talks about formation and implementation of strategy. Just let's have a quick briefing of this. Formation of strategy. What happens here? Company will develop and evaluate strategic alternatives. Why strategic alternatives in formation? Strategic, different kind of strategic alternatives enduku form చేసేటప్పుడు ఒకటే strategy prepare చేస్తే సరిపోతుంది కదా. Yes, because to deal with the uncertainties, companies have to evaluate different kinds of strategic alternatives. అన్ని ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేస్తామా ఉన్న ఆల్టర్నేటివ్స్ అన్ని? నో. వాట్ వీ డూ, సెలెక్ట్ అప్రోప్రియేట్ స్ట్రాటజీ ఫర్ ఆల్ లెవెల్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆర్గనైజేషన్. యువర్ స్ట్రాటజీ షుడ్ మ్యాచ్ యువర్ స్ట్రెంగ్స్ టు ద ఎన్వైరన్మెంటల్ opportunities. At the same time, you should deal with the correct weaknesses and guard against the threats. That's about formation. While forming, implementation is yes, it's an important step. Strategy implementation is a critical stage. You have created an excellent strategy, but you're not implementing it properly. Will you get the result now? So formation is not enough. Along with the formation, it's important to have proper implementation also. Strategic implementation is a critical stage. Strategies remain useless unless they are effectively implemented. For that, you need to have suitable organization structure, Because to implement the strategies effectively, company needs to have a suitable organization structure to translate the strategies into concrete action plans. A proper organization structure is needed so that strategies can be effectively implemented. So strategic implementation involves effectively fitting organization structure and activities into the environment, and you have to choose the dedicated strategy. Effective implementation of strategy requires organization structures matched to its requirement, which means organization strategy should be in line with the structure. What is structure? I think we have a concept, different types of organization structures. I think we have 2 to 3 structures have been given for you. If I'm not wrong, matrix structure, network structure, SBU structure, separate concept on the organization structures ki sambandhinchi. So why are we discussing about those structures? Because strategy should be in line with the structure. Functional structure, divisional structures, and different types of structures untai. Time permits, then only I will touch with that topic, or else I will not be going up with that. So let's start with the first area. That's about formation and implementation. General introduction talks about it. Let's get into some major concepts. First one. The first area that we are going to understand is with respect to production strategy. What exactly happens in production? Production. Can you quickly call the in charge, please? What happens? What exactly happens in production? Can we technically say conversion of inputs into outputs? We can say that. And if the తగ్గించండి వాళ్ళ గురించి. Otherwise you will not be listening to the class also now. Forget about. Understood that. అక్కడ ఉంచండి, వాళ్ళకి తగ్గిస్తే బాధపడతారు. Remote it live. Okay. What you need is an opportunity. Okay, let's come back. Production strategy. Production strategy plays a crucial role in shaping the ultimate success of a firm, because all functional areas have to work together to achieve the goal. ఏదో ఒక డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఎఫెక్టివ్గా పనిచేస్తే సరిపోదు. వాట్ షుడ్ హ్యాపెన్? All departments have to effectively work to reach the goal. In that process, a production strategy is also playing a crucial role for the ultimate success of the firm. Continuation. It enables an organization to make optimal decisions regarding production strategy lo production manager ఏ decisions మీద focus చేయాలి. The decisions are, first one regarding product, and then production capacity. Production capacity is the responsibility of production manager. He should take care. What units? Production capacity is nothing but units. How many units have to be manufactured? Next one, plant location, which means in which area the company should establish the plant. Location is going to be finalized depending upon the availability of the resources. Next, choice of machinery and equipment. What equipment have to be used? And moreover, maintenance of the facilities. It is not enough to have the equipment. On regular basis, they should be sent for maintenance. What happened if machinery is not properly maintained? Sudden breakdown. So many factories where production happens 24/7. అటువంటి కంపెనీస్కి ఒక half day production ఆగిపోయింది అనుకోండి, the loss will be very huge. For that reason, what the companies have to do regularly, they have to maintain their plant and equipment. All these are production strategies. A production manager needs to take care of all these strategies first. Production, plant capacity, location, equipment, and maintenance of that equipment. Major strategies with respect to production. Now, formulating the production strategy involves certain steps. Let's understand those steps now. These two are major key terms. Production strategy is also needed for the success of a company, and these are some major production decisions that have to be taken by production manager. Now, the steps involved in the production strategy are: first, study of corporate plan and statement of objectives. A production manager, before go for a production strategy, he should study which plan? Corporate plan. Remember the topics that we have discussed in the morning? Corporate level. When they prepare a plan that is applicable for what? Entire organization. Production manager is preparing a plan to achieve his own goal or to achieve the goal of corporate level? Goal of corporate level. That's why in production strategy, first production manager studying of the corporate plan so that he can effectively implement that in the production department. That's the point says. Examination of overall corporate planning not only provides overall direction for manufacturing, but also answers the question about overall economic, industrial, market and company factors. Everything a production manager will understand. This is step 1. Step 2. Analysis of the present production operations and environmental forces. Once you study the corporate plan, next thing is to understand about the present production operations. Corporate plan study చేసిన తర్వాత present production ఎలా ఉందో తెలుసుకోవాలి. Sufficient amount of units have been produced or not, or any kind of changes that should happen in the present production operations have to be checked. That is the point. The production manager should analyze the current manufacturing operations and the present and future environmental trends also. And the future environmental trend మీద కూడా డిపెండ్ అయ్యి ప్రొడక్షన్ స్ట్రాటజీస్లో చేంజెస్ తీసుకురావాలి. That is the point. Next, third step. Review sales forecast and marketing. Why a production guy is reviewing the sales? Think of it. Why production department, production manager is reviewing the sales? Depending upon the sales, they will plan the production. Morning, like in the contingency also we have discussed. If the demand all of a sudden increases, you should ready with contingency plans to deal with the demand. That's why review of the sales forecast have to be done. Sales goals are the basis upon which specific operating plans for manufacturing are built. Most of the manufacturing plans have been built depending upon the sales. That is a point. Next, making strategic decisions. In production, the fourth step is to take some decisions. The production manager has to decide about extent of manufacturing activity, choice of manufacturing process, capacity of machines and equipments to be used, physical facilities by keeping in mind overall corporate business mix. Did you understand this entire point? Production manager, what he needs to do? He needs to define the manufacturing activity, choice of manufacturing process. ఎలా జరగాలి మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ ప్రాసెస్, కెపాసిటీ ఆఫ్ ద మెషిన్స్, ఏ ఎక్విప్మెంట్ యూజ్ చేయాలి, ఏ ఫిజికల్ ఫెసిలిటీస్ యూజ్ చేయాలి, ఎవ్రీథింగ్ హీ నీడ్స్ టు చెక్. అట్ ద సేమ్ ఇవన్నీ చెక్ చేసేటప్పుడు మైండ్లో ఏముండాలి? కార్పొరేట్ ప్లాన్. బై కీపింగ్ కార్పొరేట్ ప్లాన్ ఇన్ మైండ్, ఆల్ దీస్ స్టెప్స్ హ్యావ్ టు బి అండర్స్టూడ్. దట్స్ అబౌట్ మేకింగ్ స్ట్రాటజిక్ డెసిషన్స్. కొన్ని వైటల్ డెసిషన్స్ చెప్తున్నాడు, ఆల్రెడీ పైన చెప్పినవి ఇక్కడ ఎలాబరేట్గా చెప్పాడు. ఫస్ట్ వన్, ఎక్స్టెంట్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొడక్షన్ యాక్టివిటీ. Production manager have to decide what amount of production have to be done. Units, how many units of production have to be done. Corporate plan మీద డిపెండ్ అయ్యి, మార్కెట్ డిమాండ్ మీద డిపెండ్ అయ్యి ఎన్ని యూనిట్స్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ చేయాలి. నెక్స్ట్, చాయిస్ ఆఫ్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ ప్రాసెస్. Which process have to be followed. Then capacity decision. After that, choose of machines and equipment. Production manager have to take care of all these things. Equipment investments. Depending upon the choice of equipment, investment will decide. Depending upon the machinery that you are purchasing, investment decisions have to be taken. And next one, physical facilities decisions. In order to do manufacturing, they need some physical facilities. Facility strategy covers plans for location analysis, selection, design, specifications including layout of equipment, plant, warehouses. Warehouses means to store the inventory, and related services specified provided for maintenance. That's it. There are 4 major stages for production. First one is corporate plan have to be studied, present production operations have to be understood, sales have to be forecasted, and taking some decisions. All these are different decisions that have to be taken by production manager as a part and parcel of production strategy. This thing we can already have covered: location, building, layout, maintenance of equipment, and preventive maintenance. When you go for maintenance of equipment, you can automatically doing preventive maintenance. Equipment ni proper ga maintain cheste preventive measures తీసుకున్నట్లే. You are protecting your machinery from any kind of breakdowns. If you don't do that maintenance, then machinery will become worn out. Then it may disturb the entire production process. This about production. Only 2 concepts have been given in production: meaning of production and some steps in the production strategy. Next one is with respect to marketing. 2 to 3 concepts have been given with respect to marketing. Let's understand. First, the definition of marketing. Before I start with the definition of marketing, can you tell me, for a company, why marketing? I'm not asking what is marketing. I'm asking why marketing. Increase the sales considerably, right? Can you come up with any other major purpose of marketing? Major. Publicity, you're almost there. Because simple word you can use. To recognize the brand. Good. Rather, can we say marketing is for the purpose of creating awareness of our product? Simple point. Somewhere in the factory, product has manufactured. We don't know who is the distributor. We don't know who is the dealer. Ultimately, the product is available in the retail. As a customer, how we can come to know company has manufactured the product and has sent it to the retailer? How we can come to know? Only when company do marketing. So marketing is a very powerful medium by which a customer will get awareness about the product. Imagine a world without advertisement. Think of it. We will be in a confusion to buy the product. Which one to buy? And we don't even know that such kind of product is available in the market. Exists also. It's the power of marketing. Marketing creates awareness. This is also one of the major functional area to understand. Let's have a look what has been given here. First, definition. How the definition goes on. Marketing is a performance of business activity that direct the flow of goods and services from, this is what I said, marketing is directing the flow of goods and services from producer to customer or user. Only because of marketing, the flow of goods is properly happening. From whom to whom? From manufacturer to the user. As company is conducting marketing, we are getting awareness about it. We are going and buying the product. So they are creating this interconnection. They are integrating the entire flow. This is a definition of marketing. Next, we have given one more meaning. Marketing is the management function which organizes and directs all those business activities involved in assessing and converting customer purchasing power into effective demand for specific products or services. Can we say marketing is creating demand for products and services? Effective marketing to certain extent will create demand for our products and services. And so that the company can achieve the profit target and other objectives set by the company. Marketing is helping the company to achieve the profit targets also. Effective marketing will help to increase the sales. Fascinated marketing, fascinated advertisements when they make, people tended to buy the product, because of which their sales are going to increase. This is about meaning of marketing. Role of marketing. Can we say marketing will fluctuate the demand of a product? Marketing will create the demand for the product? The first and foremost role that it stimulates potential aggregate demand for the products. And moreover, marketing helps in the discovery of entrepreneurial talent. Entrepreneur, who is he? Can you more clearly talk about who is an entrepreneur? Every businessman is an entrepreneur. Someone is saying sole proprietor. Now, don't say limited liability partnership after that. See, I need a simple meaning. Who is an entrepreneur? Who controls the business? If I tell you the meaning, you say, sir, this is the meaning that you are expecting. Entrepreneur is the one who starts his own business. This is how you should answer. When someone asks who is entrepreneur, you are not supposed to say businessman. You should say the one who starts his own business. He is called as entrepreneur. Now, marketing is helping to discover the entrepreneurial talent. That's the point says. It helps in sustaining and improving existing level of employment. Is marketing is creating employment? Is marketing creating employment or not? So many advertisement agencies have come. Creative directors are coming. So many people are acting in advertisements, which is creating more employment also. This is about small introduction with respect to what is marketing and role of marketing. Let's understand some functions. This concept talks about two things. Universal functions of marketing, along with that some marketing objectives. Let's understand some universal functions of marketing. Universal functions of marketing consist of functions of marketing. These are the key terms: buying, selling, transporting, storing, standardization and grading, financing, risk taking and market information. Universally applied functions for the concept of marketing. All these functions are part and parcel of marketing. Anni functions untai marketing lo. Next, marketing objectives. That's why I have asked you first question. Why marketing is for? To create awareness. Look at the very first term. The very basic objective of marketing is it will create awareness. And moreover, appreciation of crucial role of consumer in shaping the decisions with respect to either to buy the product or not to buy the product. So primary objective, marketing is creating awareness. Second objective, awareness that consumers can only be helped to solve their problems through corporate efforts. When companies are creating awareness, consumers are buying it, so their problems are going to be solved. Next, awareness and concern with trans-departmental implications of the individual department's decisions. Here, trans-departmental implications. Trans-department, multi-departments. Marketing is helping us to create, in the organization, it is helping to create multi-departmental interaction. Marketing manager needs to interact with the finance. Marketing guy needs to interact with production. Like this, trans-departmental implications will be improved. Next, concerned with and interest in innovation of products and services to solve the customer problems. Marketing is even helping the company to come up with innovative products and services. Next, it is concerned with the effect of new product and service introduction. Marketing always encourage innovation. When innovation is encouraged, possibility is there new products and services will come into the market. So marketing is helping for new products and services. And sensing and monitoring information. As regards market potential to serve as a base for goal and target setting. Focusing in according company effort and establishing corporate and departmental objectives. Marketing is helping to set some corporate objectives along with the departmental objectives. Departmental objectives nothing but for each and every department. At the same time, marketing is helping for the corporate objective also, top level objectives. awareness and appreciation of role of formal, periodic, short and long range planning and company goals. So they are helping for planning and goals also. Marketing will help for planning and goals also. Desire and preparedness for the creation, expansion, contracts, termination of any, like this point doesn't make any sense. Let's not talk. That's about some of the marketing objectives. What else we have in marketing? Marketing plan and marketing strategy. Skip. We have concept of marketing mix. Where is that? That I want. Yes. This is needed. Rest of the things we'll skip. What is marketing mix? This we have to understand. What is marketing mix is all about? Marketing mix consists of certain variables which will help the company to effectively do the marketing. ఒక కంపెనీ మార్కెటింగ్ ఎఫెక్టివ్గా చేయడం కోసం దానికి హెల్ప్ అయ్యేటువంటి వేరియబుల్స్ అన్ని ఒక దగ్గర డిస్కస్ చేస్తే వి కాల్ ఇట్ యాజ్ మార్కెటింగ్ మిక్స్. Generally, all the elements of marketing mix have been represented by 7 P's of marketing mix. Generally, marketing mix lo na variables anitni we call them as 7 P's. Again, these 7 P's are categorized under 2 heads. Malli. Some are called as 4 P's of marketing mix, and then we have expanded 3 P's of marketing mix. So these are the P's that I have written over here. So before I talk about those 7 P's, first, what does marketing mix consist of? Marketing mix consists of some variables. Let's look at the introduction. Marketing mix is a pack of a 4 set of variables. Not 4 set, actually 7 P's. They are namely product, price, promotion and place. First 4 P's: product, price, place, promotion. As you can see here, product, price, place and promotion. These are 4 P's. After that, additionally 3 more P's have been added: people, process, physical evidence. All these 7 P's put together is called as marketing mix. So what are these variables are? If a marketing program have to be successful, then the company have to use all these 7 variables effectively. Then only the marketing mix will be, so the marketing plan will be successful. Continuation. Marketing mix refers to the appointment and efforts of combination, design and integration of the elements. These 7 elements. Marketing mix is a combination of these 7 elements. Properly designing the 7 elements and proper integration of these 7 elements. Then only we call it as marketing mix. Is there an explanation about these elements given here? Not given. But you remember that there are 7 variables that will come into marketing mix. Next. What are the elements of marketing mix? Already we have discussed all the elements. Again, the same thing has been said here. McCarthy popularized the 4 factors classification of these tools under 4 P's: product, price, place and promotion. The most basic marketing mix tool is products. Like all the 4 P's have been explained here. The first tool is product. Just now, before I have asked, why marketing? To create awareness. About what? Among whom? Customers. Now imagine, without product, is there any meaning for marketing? That's why the first variable in the marketing is product. That's why basic marketing mix consists of product. Basic ga marketing lo first undavalsinatuvanti emiti? Product. It stands for tangible offer to the market, including product quality, design, features, branding and packing. అక్కడ product అంటే tangible sense లో చెప్తున్నాడు. Tangible is nothing but yes, which we can Yes, that you are aware of, tangible and intangible. In the marketing mix, product talks about the tangible offer, that is market offering to the customer, not intangible things. Next, second tool, a critical marketing mix tool is, second one is price. Okay, company is offering the product. Are we buying the product for free? What we need to spend? Money. So we need to send some price. That's what it says. Namely, the amount of money that a customer have to pay to buy the product. We call it as a price. So next, after price, next element is place. Another key marketing mix tool stands for various activities the company undertaken to make the product accessible and available to target customers. Place stands for where the product is available to target customers. Which place? Just, I'm trying to deviate a bit to understand this place concept effectively. You might be thinking, sir, what is this place is all about? Prati place lo product available ga untundi kada, sir. What is the place? I'll tell you. For every company, the two types of markets are there, home market and sub market. Home market stands for where the company is originated at and where the company product is available for purchase. Origination, where the company is originated at. It's called as home market. Sub market are the other places where the company product is available, where they will export or they will sell. For Apple, do you know what is a home market? Apple odi home market edi? US and China, rendu home markets. Because company is originated in US, most of the production happens in China. Can we say for Apple, India is a sub-market now? Because here they haven't established big manufacturing plants where they manufacture products. Assembly units unnayemo gaani direct ga manufacturing levu. That is where place stands for. Where they are making the product available to the customers. Home market lona, sub market lona. Okay, product is over, price and place is over. What is the next marketing element that we have? Promotion. It stands for various activities the company undertaken to communicate and promote its products to target markets. Communication, promotion cheyali. Promotion lo em ostayante actually akkada ivvaledu. Promotion consists of different activities. Just to know, I will help you out to understand what does promotion exactly consist of. What will happen with the promotion? Promotion is creating awareness. Promotion is creating awareness. Understand the three P's. Product is over, price that we pay, place where the product is available. Promotion is saying communication of the product. Communication of a product to the customer. Now, how to do communication? There are 4 popular methods of promotion. It is not there so that you can understand. One is personal selling. Personal selling is one of the way of doing promotion. Second one is advertising. This you are aware of. You know about advertising? Advertising is an active promotion method. By advertising, do we get communication about the product? Yes. Even through personal selling also we will get communication about the product. Personal selling, sales executives. Direct ga man daggaraku vachi door to door chammutar kada. It is also personal selling is also one of the promotional method. Next we have publicity. Publicity. Dabbul lekunda chese promotion, publicity. Without spending any money, if we try to promote our product, we call it as publicity. Next we have sales promotion. Sales promotion. Exclusive ga sales peragatam kosam manam chesetuvanti vaatani kudanu sales promotion. Exclusively to increase the sales. Discounts, offers, 1+1. They all are meant to increase the sales. All these 4 is referred to as promotion. That's why what is the term says here? they are undertaken to communicate and promote the product to target markets. There are 4 ways to communicate: personal selling, advertising, publicity, and sales promotion. That's about the 4 P's: product, price, place, and promotion. Understood? When we do marketing, we have to do some cost analysis, because if the company have to do marketing, they have to spend some money. Some got a huge amount of money. Marketing is very costly. Companies, when they prepare marketing strategy, they will do cost analysis. Enta డబ్బులు ఖర్చు పెడుతున్నాము, దానివల్ల మనకి ఎంత రిటర్న్స్ వస్తుందని కాస్ట్ అనాలిసిస్ చేస్తాయి. బికాస్ మార్కెటింగ్ ఈజ్ ఎ వెరీ కాస్ట్లీ ఎలిమెంట్ ఇన్ ద ఆర్గనైజేషన్. న్యూస్ పేపర్లో చిన్న కాలం అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్ ఇవ్వాలన్నా కానీ థౌజండ్స్ దే విల్ ఛార్జ్. అండ్ మోరోవర్, ఒక లీడింగ్ నేషనల్ న్యూస్ పేపర్లో ఫ్రంట్ పేజ్లో ఒక ఫుల్ పేజ్ కలర్ అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్ ఇవ్వాలనుకోండి. Do you know a newspaper called The Hindu? Sometimes the Hindu, sometimes in the front page of the Hindu, we'll see advertisement of different products. Full page color advertisement. It's a national paper. The Hindu is a national paper. Now, in such kind of national paper, imagine you have to give your advertisement. Full page advertisement, front edition, color advertisement. Any idea how much Hindu might be charging? Enta kattalsi vastadi? Lakhs. No, what is that lakhs stands for? One is also a lakh. Any lakhs? It's a point. They will charge around 30 to 35 lakhs. If it is a national newspaper. Not 1 month subscription for 1 day. You know the fate of the newspaper in our country. Today's newspaper is tomorrow's waste paper. ఎక్కడెక్కడ వాడకూడదు అక్కడెక్కడ వాడతారు మనోళ్ళు. నో, ఐఎమ్ టాకింగ్ అబౌట్ ర్యాపింగ్ అప్ ద మార్నింగ్ టిఫిన్ కొనడానికి వెళ్ళామనుకోండి, అందులోనే కట్టిస్తాడు వాడు అని దాని గురించి మాట్లాడుతున్నా. ఐ డోంట్ నో. సాయంత్రం బజ్జీలు కొనడానికి వెళ్ళారనుకోండి, న్యూస్ పేపర్లోనే చుట్టిస్తాడు. సో దట్ ఈస్ ద ఫేట్ ఆఫ్ న్యూస్ పేపర్. బట్ హౌ మచ్ కంపెనీస్ ఆర్ స్పెండింగ్? దట్స్ ద పవర్ ఆఫ్ మార్కెటింగ్. కాస్ట్, లాట్ ఆఫ్ కాస్ట్ ఇస్ ఇన్వాల్వ్డ్. సెలబ్రిటీ ఎండోర్స్మెంట్స్. Superstars won't endorse your product for free of cost. They will charge huge amount of money. Cost analysis with reference to marketing relate mostly to the traditional approach and some modern approaches. The discipline is called strategic cost management. That has an important tenets of total cost management activity based on costing value chain analysis. So దాని గురించే మాట్లాడుతున్నాడు ఇక్కడ. హౌ ద ప్రాపర్ కాస్ట్ అనాలిసిస్ హ్యావ్ టు బి డన్ వైల్ యు ఆర్ ట్రైంగ్ టు ప్రమోట్ యువర్ ప్రోడక్ట్. మార్కెటింగ్ మేజర్లీ ఫోకస్ ఆన్ వాట్ ఈస్ మార్కెటింగ్, స్టెప్స్ ఇన్ మార్కెటింగ్ అండ్ మార్కెటింగ్ మిక్స్, ఎలిమెంట్స్ ఆఫ్ మార్కెటింగ్ మిక్స్. దిస్ విల్ బి ద ఇంపార్టెంట్ థింగ్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్. సో ప్రొడక్షన్ ఏరియా ఈజ్ ఓవర్, మార్కెటింగ్ ఈజ్ ఓవర్. ద నెక్స్ట్ ఏరియా దట్ వీ హ్యావ్ ఈజ్ విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు హెచ్ఆర్. ద స్ట్రాటజీ ఈజ్ హెచ్ఆర్ స్ట్రాటజీ ఆర్ మ్యాన్ పవర్ స్ట్రాటజీ. In the organization, HR deals with what? Employees, manpower. Even HR manager needs to prepare a proper strategy with respect to the HR elements. Let's have a look. What is that? Strategic management of human resources include assessing staffing needs. What does it mean? Assessing staffing needs means how many employees do we need? మన స్టాఫింగ్ నీడ్ ఎంత ఉందో అసెస్ చేసుకోవాలి. హౌ మెనీ ఎంప్లాయీస్ ఆర్ వర్కింగ్ నౌ అండ్ హౌ మెనీ వీ నీడ్ ఫర్ ఫ్యూచర్. అసెసింగ్ ద స్టాఫింగ్ నీడ్స్ ఇన్ ద లైట్ ఆఫ్ strategies formulated and developing staffing plan for implementation of strategies. The compensation and incentive payments necessary to motivate technologically skilled employee. మరి ఒక స్కిల్డ్ ఎంప్లాయీని మనం మోటివేట్ చేయాలంటే వాడికి ప్రాపర్గా ఏమి ఇవ్వాలి? కాంపెన్సేషన్. స్కిల్డ్ ఎంప్లాయీ విల్ వర్క్ ఫర్ యువర్ కంపెనీ ఓన్లీ వెన్ యూ ప్రొవైడ్ హిమ్ ద ప్రాపర్ కాంపెన్సేషన్. That's why it's very important with respect to compensation and incentive payments. Why? To motivate technically skilled employees and managers. And also, they need to be kept in view in connect with the staffing plan. Skilled employees will work with your company only when you provide them some attractive salaries and incentives. The purpose of HRM strategy is, HRM means Human Resource Management. The purpose of HRM strategy is to reflect and facilitate the achievement of, again, production strategy aina, marketing strategy aina, HR strategy aina, ultimately they all aims at achievement of what? Corporate level strategy, by linking the functions of HRM with the strategic goals and objectives. The same point we have discussed even in production also. The same thing even have been said for marketing also. All these individual strategies, production, marketing, all these HR strategies are ultimately aimed to implement the corporate level strategies by linking the functions of HRM with the strategic goals and objectives. The following aspects of human resource strategy are required to be focused for the purposes. What are the purposes? First, job analysis. These are the two purposes why HR strategy is needed. Job analysis, human resource planning before selection and recruitment of manpower objectives. Job analysis. ఎన్ని రోల్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఆ రోల్స్లో ఎవరైనా ఒక ఎంప్లాయీని తీసుకున్నప్పుడు వాడి చేత ఏ రోల్స్ అండ్ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీస్ ఫుల్ఫిల్ చేయాలి, ఇవన్నీ డిసైడ్ చేయడాన్ని we call it as job analysis. Suppose if a company recruits a finance manager, it's a role, finance manager. When any employee is working as a finance manager, what should be his roles and responsibilities? How much he should be paid? What should be his compensation? When he should be promoted? What should be his leaves? What are roles and responsibilities? ఇవన్నీ కలిపితే జాబ్ అనాలిసిస్ అవుతుంది. ఇది ఎప్పుడు చేయాలి? ఇవన్నీ కూడా నువ్వు హ్యూమన్ రిసోర్స్ ప్లానింగ్ అవ్వచ్చు, జాబ్ అనాలిసిస్ అవ్వచ్చు. యూ షుడ్ డూ బిఫోర్ రిక్రూట్మెంట్ అండ్ సెలెక్షన్. ఇప్పుడు ఆల్రెడీ వాడిని సెలెక్ట్ చేసేసి ఫైనాన్స్ మేనేజర్ అని చెప్పి వాడిని సెలెక్ట్ చేసేసి వాడు జాబ్కి వచ్చిన తర్వాత సార్ నేనేం చేయాలి అంటే నేను ఇంకా ఆలోచించలేదు అంటారా? వాడిని సెలెక్ట్ చేయబోయి ముందే కదా మనం అనాలిసిస్ చేసి దిస్ ఈస్ ద రోల్ అండ్ దీస్ ఆర్ ద రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీస్ అని చెప్తాం. దట్ ఈస్ ద పాయింట్. బిఫోర్ ద రిక్రూట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ మ్యాన్ పవర్, ఆల్ ద హ్యూమన్ like job analysis have to be done, which is nothing but defining roles and responsibilities for that particular role. Second point, human resource development by way of, okay, employee have been selected but వాళ్ళలో కొంత స్కిల్స్ తగ్గాయి. మరి ఏం చేయాలి? స్కిల్స్ తగ్గినప్పుడు తీసేయాలి సార్ వెంటనే. ఎస్, హ్యూమన్ రిసోర్స్ డెవలప్మెంట్ బై వే ఆఫ్ ట్రైనింగ్ అండ్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్. పర్ఫార్మెన్స్ అప్రైజల్స్, మరోడు ఎఫెక్టివ్గా వర్క్ చేస్తుంటే వాడికి ఏమి ఇవ్వాలి? పర్ఫార్మెన్స్ అప్రైజల్స్ హ్యావ్ టు బి గివెన్ అలాంగ్ విత్ దట్ అప్రోప్రియేట్ కాంపెన్సేషన్ ప్యాకేజ్. ప్రాపర్ శాలరీ ఉంటేనే వాడు పనిచేస్తాడు. అండ్ ఇన్సెంటివ్ స్కీమ్స్ టు సెక్యూర్ మోటివేషన్. ఒక ఎంప్లాయీ మోటివేటెడ్గా ఎవ్రీ టైం మోటివేటెడ్గా ఉండాలంటే వాడికి ఎప్పటికప్పుడు ఏమొస్తూ ఉండాలి? ఇన్సెంటివ్స్, గుడ్ అమౌంట్ ఆఫ్ సాలరీ. దెన్ ఓన్లీ దట్ విల్ మోటివేట్ ద ఎంప్లాయీ టు వర్క్ ఎఫెక్టివ్. లైక్ plenty of times it has been said that there is only one thing that motivates the employee towards his job is his salary. Rest of the things are just fascinating words that say it is my passion, that's why I am doing, I don't worry about salary. జీతం లేకుండా చేయమన్నాడు, అప్పుడు అర్థమవుతుంది. No one will do that. A skilled employee will never work for free. He demand more. Why should I exhibit my skills when I have these skills? So tomorrow, once you are done with your CMA, imagine you are a ranker in CMA. Any company says that as a ranker, will you provide some services to our company without charging any money? No ways. రూపాయి కూడా దగ్గర ఇంకా ఎక్కువ తీసుకుంటాను. That will be the position. Skilled employees will never work for less compensations. That's the point. Now HR's responsibility, he should prepare a good package for the employees just to ensure they will stick on with the company. These are some of the HR strategies. Let's understand some features. You have to understand all these features. What are the features of human resource strategy? First one, orientation of the members. Orientation. Imagine new employees have joined in the company. They don't know anything about the company. Then they need to be oriented about the company. Many IT companies do this. They'll recruit employees in a bulk. Campusకి వెళ్ళి బల్క్లో ఎంప్లాయీస్ని తీసుకుంటారు. అందరికి ఒకేసారి ఓరియంటేషన్ పెడతారు. వాట్ దే డూ ఇన్ ఓరియంటేషన్, దే విల్ ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ ద కంపెనీ టు ద ఎంప్లాయీస్. ఎవరు ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ చేశారు, కంపెనీ పాలసీస్ ఏంటి, ప్రొసీజర్స్ ఏంటి, కంపెనీలో ఎటువంటి కల్చర్స్ ఉంటాయి, ఆల్ దీస్ థింగ్స్ దే విల్ ఎడ్యుకేట్. దాన్ని ఏమంటాము, ఓరియంటేషన్. ఇంట్రడ్యూసింగ్ ద ఆర్గనైజేషన్ టు ద ఎంప్లాయీస్. కంపెనీ యొక్క వాల్యూస్, కల్చర్స్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఎంప్లాయీస్కి తెలియడం కోసం ఇంట్రడ్యూసింగ్ ఎంప్లాయీస్ టు ద కంపెనీ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ఓరియంటేషన్ ఆఫ్ ద. ఎవరు చేయాలి ఓరియంటేషన్? హెచ్ఆర్స్. HR's responsibility is to conduct orientation program so that the HR introduces the company to the employees with respect to the culture and values. Next, facilitation of organizational changes as and when called for. Top level management oka decision తీసుకుంది that they have to make some changes in the company. When they make the changes in the company, employees also have to చేంజ్. మరి ఎంప్లాయీస్ మీరు అలా చేంజ్ అవ్వాలని వాళ్ళకి ఎవరు చెప్పాలి? హెచ్ఆర్స్, చేంజ్ ఫెసిలిటేటర్. దట్స్ వై ఇట్ సేస్ ఫెసిలిటేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఆర్గనైజేషనల్ చేంజ్. ద ప్రాక్టీస్ అండ్ ప్రొసీజర్స్ ఆర్ రెడ్యూస్డ్ బై ద కన్ఫార్మిటీ విత్ ద చేంజింగ్ ఇంటర్నల్ అండ్ ఎక్స్టర్నల్ కండిషన్స్. దిస్ ఈస్ ద వైటల్ రోల్. హెచ్ఆర్ వాడి మేజర్ రోల్ ఇదే. ఏమైనా చేంజ్ వచ్చినప్పుడు ఎంప్లాయీస్ అందరినీ ఆ చేంజ్కి తగ్గట్టుగా హీ షుడ్ ప్రిపేర్. And convincing the employees to work in the changed conditions also. Next, coping with diversity of workforce. Unna tasks lo major challenging task andi HR ki to deal with diversity of workforce. Take an organization, diversified workforce will be there. Men, women, skilled, unskilled, semi-skilled, from different cultures. ఆల్ దీస్ ఆర్ డైవర్సిఫికేషన్ ఆర్ నాట్? మరి అందరితో ఒకేలా డీల్ చేస్తే సరిపోతుందా? ఒక స్కిల్డ్ వాడితో అన్స్కిల్డ్ వాడితో కెన్ యూ డీల్ ఇన్ ద సేమ్ వే? నో. సో ఆన్ దట్ కేస్ హెచ్ఆర్స్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ క్రూషియల్ టాస్క్. డైవర్సిటీ ఆఫ్ వర్క్ ఫోర్స్. సో men and women are working. Young and old people will work. Young and old, men and women, young and old, skilled and unskilled and semi-skilled. With all of them, company have to deal in a different ways. It's a challenging task. HR should maintain a balanced workforce with a harmonious relationship among highly diversified workforce. అది జెండర్ దగ్గర నుంచి, ఏజ్ దగ్గర నుంచి, రిలీజియన్, ప్రొఫెషనల్, టెక్నికల్ స్కిల్స్ ఏమైనా చూసుకోండి. Everyone won't think in a same way. So different people have to be dealt in a different way. A crucial role and task for HR guy. Next, maintaining competent and commitment workforce in a competitive environment. Competitive environment. All the competitive workforce should work in a competitive environment. Then only they will work effectively to get the better outcome. HR should create a kind of environment where all the employees are working competitively. Next, development of core competencies. Let me introduce this term now itself. Core competency, already morning I have said. Core competency stands for unique strength of a company that cannot be shared by others. For any company, can their employees act as a core competency? ఒక కంపెనీకి ఆ కంపెనీ ఎంప్లాయీస్ ఆ కంపెనీకి కోర్ కాంపిటెన్సీగా అయ్యే అవకాశం ఉందా? ఎస్. ఎనీ కంపెనీ which is having skilled employees like no other company is having in the market, అప్పుడు అది కంపెనీ కోర్ కాంపిటెన్సీ అవుతుందా లేదా? నా కంపెనీ దగ్గర మంచి స్కిల్డ్ ఎంప్లాయీస్ ఉన్నారు, ఇటువంటి స్కిల్డ్ ఎంప్లాయీస్ వేరే ఏ కంపెనీ దగ్గర లేరు. దెన్ మై ఎంప్లాయీస్ ఆర్ మై కోర్ కాంపిటెన్సీ. మరి ఆ స్కిల్డ్ ఎంప్లాయీస్ని ఆర్గనైజేషన్లో తీసుకొచ్చే రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ ఎవరిది? That's why development of core competencies. HRM is required to undertake building up core competency by the organization to secure dynamic leadership in the product market. Next, empowered workforce as an active resource. Empowerment of employees. Empowerment means heard about this term. ఎంపవర్మెంట్ అంటే ఏంటి అసలు? ఇంక్రీజింగ్, నో, జనరల్ టర్మ్ అండి. ఎంపవర్మెంట్, ఉమెన్ ఎంపవర్మెంట్ అంటారు. ఎంకరేజింగ్, no, what is women, they say that women empowerment concept is there. What is women empowerment mean? There, what is empowerment means? Encouraging. Straight away we can't say that, but there is another meaning for empowerment. Empowerment stands for letting the others to realize their own potentials. Okay, empowerment means letting the others to realize their own potentials. Look, all of you might be having some potentials with you, but you are not realizing them. I have created an environment where I am letting you to realize your own potential. మీకున్న పొటెన్షియల్ని నేను మీకు రియలైజ్ చేయించాను అనుకోండి, వాట్ ఐఎమ్ డూయింగ్ టు యూ? ఎంపవరింగ్ యూ. గాట్ ద మీనింగ్ ఆఫ్ ఎంపవర్మెంట్? letting the others to realize their own potentials. Now HR is empowering whom? Employees. That's the point. HR strategy is best managed when the members of an organization are individually in control of their work, and moreover what they are doing, they are realizing their potentials. Empowerment stands for letting the others to realize their own potentials. So in the organization, HR is empowering all the employees so that employees can realize their own potentials. Next, appropriate work culture and ethical norms. It's very important role for HR to maintain good kind of work culture among all the employees and to even maintain ethical norms also. HRM encompasses creation of an appropriate work culture to develop liking for challenging jobs and follow the ethical norms in the organization. These are crucial roles for HR. Employees ni orient cheyali, change వచ్చినప్పుడు change ని adopt చేసేలా చేయాలి organization లో, diversified work culture తో deal చేయాలి, and the company needs to maintain competent workforce, and HR should help to create core competencies. And the next one, what HR should do? Empowering whom? Workforce, empowering employees, and finally work culture and ethical norms. So that's about HRM. Only 2 topics are there for HRM. So next, one topic we'll discuss. McKinsey's 7S framework. The concept is with respect to McKinsey's 7S framework. Small concept. After that, we'll go for the break. The concept is McKinsey's 7S framework. The McKinsey company, a well-known management consulting firm in the United States, towards the end of 1970s, was asked to find a solution to issues involved in strategic implementation. Which means, this 7S framework deals with what? Issues that are involved in which place? With respect to strategic implementation. Strategies ni implement చేసేటప్పుడు వచ్చేటువంటి issues అన్నిటిని ఒక 7 factor elements గా డివైడ్ చేసి డిస్కస్ చేయడం జరిగింది. దట్ కాన్సెప్ట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ as 7S framework. That's what it's called as McKinsey's 7S framework. The strategy is usually successful when other S in the 7S framework fit into support the strategy. ఇవన్నీ కూడా మన స్ట్రాటజీకి సపోర్ట్ చేసేలాగా ఫిట్ అవ్వాలి. The 7S framework first one is strategy. Strategy is nothing but a set of actions and decisions aimed to gain competitive advantage. అంటే మన కంపెనీకి మనం ప్రిపేర్ చేసే స్ట్రాటజీ ఏం అచీవ్ చేసి ఇవ్వాలి? కాంపిటేటివ్ అడ్వాంటేజ్. ఆన్ హూమ్ వి గెయిన్ కాంపిటేటివ్ అడ్వాంటేజ్? ఎస్, ఆన్ ద కాంపిటీటర్స్. నెక్స్ట్, we should have a proper structure. The organization chart and associated information that shows who report to whom. Structure అంటే అదే కదా, organization hierarchy, top level, middle level and lower level. Why do we have this hierarchy? Just to understand who should report to whom. The lower level guy is reporting a functional manager. The functional manager will report to a divisional manager. Divisional manager will report to the top management. Reporting system. When we have this hierarchy, then only proper reporting system happen. Why to have structure? Structures are there to define who should report to whom. Next, systems. What does system talks about? The flow of activities involved in the daily operation of businesses. Flow of activities. Systems is nothing but flow of activities. Organization lo ఏ activity tarvata ఏ activity జరగాలి. That is about system. Next one, style stands for how managers are spending their time and attention to do the things and their symbolic behavior. What management say and what management do will come into style of the management. Next, staff. Staffing is nothing but how companies develop employees. Developing the employees is respect to staff. Next, shared values. Shared values talks about commonly held beliefs, mindsets and assumptions that shape how an organization behave its corporate culture. And finally, we have some skills. Skills are nothing but capabilities and competencies. 7 S's. ఒక ఆర్గనైజేషన్లో స్ట్రాటజీ ఎఫెక్టివ్గా ఇంప్లిమెంట్ అవ్వాలంటే ఒక కంపెనీ ఈ 7 ఫ్యాక్టర్స్లో పర్ఫెక్ట్గా ఫిట్ అవ్వాలి. Strategy should help you to gain competitive advantage, and you should have a proper structure that defines who are going to report to whom. Company should have a proper system, flow of activities, style, how the managers are doing the work, staff, developing the employees, shared values లో కామన్ బిలీఫ్స్ ఉండాలి, మైండ్ సెట్ అండ్ అజంప్షన్స్ ప్రాపర్గా ఉండాలి, అండ్ ఫైనల్లీ స్కిల్స్, ద కంపెనీస్ క్యాపబిలిటీస్ అండ్ కాంపిటెన్సీస్. దిస్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ మెకెన్సీ 7S framework. So we'll go for a break now. Organizational hierarchies I won't discuss. When we come back after the break, probably I'll be talking about SBU. We'll discuss strategic business unit. Organizational hierarchies I'll skip. So we're going to have a 30 minutes break, and then we'll be coming up with the last session. After that, once we are done with an SM, hardly it may take 30 minutes to understand about this. After that, the last 1 hour you will be spending on ethics. We will have the material of ethics with you. Good. So we'll see you after the break. Got refreshed? Ready for the last session? Active? Doesn't sounds like active? Doesn't sounds like active. All of you are active? You should bring your own. All right. So last chapter, few more concepts are left. Let's finish them. In that, the first one that we are going to understand is strategic business unit. For this, we have to understand the concept that we have discussed in the morning. Portfolio. Let's check from there once. Yes. So morning, I have explained you about portfolio, and here itself I have introduced the concept for you also. So as this company is into diversified industries, each and every diversified unit is called as portfolio in general sense, but technically it is called as strategic business unit. Meaning remains the same. What is strategic business unit is all about? A diversified unit of a company. Okay, strategic business unit is nothing but a company when it is operating in multiple industries, a diversified unit of a company. Now you people tell me, when Tata group of companies are into diversified strategic business units, can they have same plan for all the SBUs? Yes or no? No. Can they have same visions for all the SBUs? No. Because every SBU is operating in different industry. So they need to have a separate plan. Yes. Separate visions. Yes. So strategic business unit is nothing but it's a unit of a company which should have a separate plan and objectives, and which have to be planned separately from other businesses. Same example. Sir, here Tatas are having multiple industries. That's why you said separate plan is needed. Then one more example I have said of Hindustan Unilever Limited. Even HUL is also having a SBUs, right? Even here also the same meaning is applicable. The planning for soaps are different. The planning for shampoo is different. The planning for detergent powder is different. Even here also, strategic business unit is something which needs to have a separate plan, which needs to have separate objectives, vision and mission. That is what here the meaning says. SBU is a grouping of related businesses and which have complex planning treatment. Every time it need not to be related businesses. Sometimes it can be unrelated businesses also. But what is the common thing? Complex planning treatment. Every SBU needs to be planned separately. Separate planning is needed for all the SBUs. Multi-business enterprise groups. Multi-business enterprise groups. Nothing but the companies like Tata, Reliance, ITC, the companies which are operating in diversified industries. Multi-business enterprise groups, its various businesses into few distinct business units in a scientific way. They are known as SBUs. Tata is a multi-business enterprise. వాడికున్న బిజినెసెస్ అన్ని ఒక సైంటిఫిక్ వేలో వాడు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేసుకుంటూ వచ్చాడు. దట్ సైంటిఫిక్ వే ఆఫ్ ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్ ఈజ్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ఎ స్ట్రాటజిక్ బిజినెస్ యూనిట్. And every strategic business unit, the purpose is to provide effective strategic planning treatment to each of its businesses. SBU lo emotundi, every SBU has been treated separately with respect to strategic planning. Same plan cannot be used for all the SBUs. That's how the key term to be understand. SBU concept is relevant to a multi-product, multi-business enterprises. Both multi-business. Tatas are multi-business enterprises. Companies like HUL are multi-product enterprises. But Hindustan Unilever multiple industries lo ledu, but they have multiple products. Then each and every product have to be treated as a strategic business unit. That is a point says. SBU concept is relevant to multi-business or multi-product companies. like Unilever concept has been said. So the meaning of strategic business unit. So why strategic business units have been divided? For the purpose of delegating roles and responsibility to the heads of those SBUs. Tata Group of companies will be having a director for each and every SBU. Now they'll be taking care of profits and planning. SBU groups similar divisions into strategic business units and delegates authority and responsibility of each unit to senior executive. That senior executive, he can be CEO, MD or SBU head. Anyone you can call it as. మల్టీ బిజినెసెస్ ఉన్నప్పుడు ఒక్కొక్క బిజినెస్కి ఒక్కొక్క హెడ్ని అపాయింట్ చేసి ద హెడ్స్ విల్ బీ టేకింగ్ కేర్ ఆఫ్ దట్ పర్టికులర్ SBU. It is an extension of divisional structure. Anyways, we haven't discussed about divisional structure, so let's not go into it. So you have got a clarity what is an SBU now. Some advantages and disadvantages. When you read, you will understand. Reasons why the companies have to use different SBUs. అన్నిటిని కలిపి ఒకే బిజినెస్లో కాకుండా మల్టిపుల్ SBUsగా ఎందుకు స్టడీ చేయాలి? ఫర్ ద పర్పస్ ఆఫ్ స్ట్రాటజిక్ ప్లానింగ్. And we can divide SBUs based on location units also. Sometimes SBUs depends on plant level. Different plants, different places, different locations and different plants. That also you have to treat as SBU. And this has been used for strategic planning distinct from the rest of the businesses. For SBUs, whatever the strategic planning that a company do, it should be different from other SBUs. టాటా గ్రూప్ ఆఫ్ కంపెనీస్ వాడు ఆటోమొబైల్కి చేసే ప్లానింగ్ వేరు, జ్యువెలరీకి చేసే ప్లానింగ్ వేరు, హాస్పిటాలిటీకి, ఎయిర్లైన్స్కి చేసే ప్లానింగ్ వేరు. సో డిఫరెంట్ పర్పసెస్ కోసం, డిఫరెంట్ స్ట్రాటజిక్ ప్లానింగ్ పర్పసెస్ కోసం మల్టీ బిజినెస్ చేసేటువంటి కంపెనీస్ అనేటువంటివి దే విల్ ట్రై టు డివైడ్ ఇన్ టు డిఫరెంట్ స్ట్రాటజిక్ గ్రూప్స్. దిస్ ఈజ్ వై SBUs హ్యావ్ బీన్ క్రియేటెడ్. నెక్స్ట్, why SBUs have been created? SBU lines help the firm in strategic planning by removing ambiguity and confusion. ఇలా గ్రూప్స్గా డివైడ్ చేసుకొని ఒక్కొక్క స్ట్రాటజిక్ గ్రూప్స్కి సపరేట్ ప్లానింగ్ చేసామనుకోండి, కన్ఫ్యూజన్ ఉండదు. దే వోంట్ బి ఎనీ అంబిగ్విటీ. అన్నిటికీ కలిపి ఒకటే ప్లానింగ్ చేసినప్పుడు ఆటోమొబైల్కి ఏం ప్లాన్ చేస్తున్నాము, లైక్ టెక్స్టైల్స్కి ఏం ప్లాన్ చేస్తున్నాము, విల్ నాట్ హ్యావ్ ఎన్ ఐడియా. దట్స్ వై సపరేట్ SBUs విల్ హ్యావ్ అ సపరేట్ ప్లానింగ్. Then you can have a separate, like each SBU is a separate business from the strategic planning standpoint of view. Planning purpose lo maatladite okkoka SBU is a separate business. They have separate mission, objectives, competition and strategy. One SBU will distinct from other. So any perspectives lo oka SBU ki inkoka SBU ki etvanti connection undadu. And moreover, every SBU will have a distinct set of competitors. Avuna kada? Tata Group of companies, do they have separate competitors for FMCG? Yes. Do they have separate competitors for automobile? So every SBU will have their own set of competitors. Same, Hindustan Unilever Limited, FMCG lo soaps ki separate competitors unnara, shampoos ki separate competitors unnara. That's what every SBU will have their own set of competitors. That's the point says distinct set of competitors and its own distinct strategy. Rendu separate ga untai. And moreover, every SBU will have a CEO. ఒక హెడ్ ఉంటాడు. హీ విల్ బి రెస్పాన్సిబుల్ ఫర్ ప్రాఫిట్స్ అండ్ ప్లానింగ్ ఆఫ్ దట్ పర్టికులర్ SBU. క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్స్, ఇప్పుడు నేను చెప్పిన పాయింట్లో నుంచే మళ్ళీ క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్స్ వస్తాయి. ఇఫ్ యూ కేర్ఫుల్లీ అబ్జర్వ్, స్ట్రాటజిక్ బిజినెస్ యూనిట్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ అ సింగులర్ కలెక్షన్ ఆఫ్ రిలేటెడ్ బిజినెసెస్, బట్ దే హ్యావ్ టు బి ప్లాన్డ్ ఇండిపెండెంట్లీ. అండ్ ఎవ్రీ SBU విల్ హ్యావ్ దర్ ఓన్ సెట్ ఆఫ్ కాంపిటీటర్స్. జస్ట్ నౌ ఐ సెడ్ ప్లానింగ్ సపరేట్గా జరగాలి. They have their own set of competitors and moreover they will have a manager. అదే కదా లాస్ట్ పాయింట్ డిస్కస్ చేసుకున్నాం. SBU, each and SBU will have a CEO. That is the third character says every SBU will have a manager who is responsible for strategic planning and profit and performance. Clear? Three characteristics are clear. First one, it can be a singular collection of related businesses. Second one, it will have its own set of competitors. Third one, every SBU will have a manager and he will be responsible for profits and plannings. We are done with SBU concept. Meaning of SBU, why SBUs needs to have 3 characteristics of a strategic business unit. Done with the concept. Structures unnai, I'll avoid these structures, not needed. Matrix, strategic network is also not needed. Okay, let's understand this particular concept. Significance of strategy evaluation. I'm not talking about implementation. Straight away I will talk about significance of strategy evaluation. What is this evaluation is all about? Do you remember the last step that we have discussed in strategic management process? Last step, controls we have discussed, right? So we are talking about why that evaluation and control has to be done in the entire SM process. Let's understand some points. Evaluation of a strategy of a company is as important as formation. Strategies form cheyadam ent important though, evaluation is also equally important. It enables management to judge the suitability of the ongoing strategy. Whatever the strategy that have been implemented now, will it be suitable when continuation in చేంజింగ్ సోషియో ఎకనామిక్ పొలిటికల్ అండ్ టెక్నాలజికల్ డెవలప్మెంట్స్. అంటే దాని అర్థం ఏంటంటే ఎందుకు కంట్రోల్ చేయాలి స్ట్రాటజీస్, ఎందుకు ఇవాల్యుయేషన్ చేయాలి, ఏదైతే స్ట్రాటజీ మనం ఇప్పుడు ఫాలో అవుతున్నామో విల్ దిస్ స్ట్రాటజీ బీ సూటబుల్ వెన్ ద ఎన్వైరన్మెంటల్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ చేంజెస్. ఇప్పుడు ఫాలో అవుతున్న స్ట్రాటజీ ఎన్వైరన్మెంటల్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ చేంజ్ అయినా కానీ అప్లై అవుతుందా లేదా అనే విషయాన్ని మనం చెక్ చేసుకోవడం కోసం వీ షుడ్ గో ఫర్ స్ట్రాటజీ ఇవాల్యుయేషన్. ఇవాల్యుయేట్ చేసినప్పుడు తెలుస్తుంది ఓకే వీఆర్ ఫాలోయింగ్ దిస్ స్ట్రాటజీ నౌ. ఒకవేళ సడన్గా ఎన్వైరన్మెంటల్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్లో చేంజ్ వస్తే ఇదే స్ట్రాటజీ మనకి హెల్ప్ అవుతుందా లేదా. దట్స్ అబౌట్ ద పాయింట్స్. ఆన్ ద బేసిస్ ఆఫ్ పీరియాడిక్ స్ట్రాటజీ ఇవాల్యుయేషన్ ద సెంట్రల్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ కెన్ డిటర్మైన్ ప్రిసైజ్లీ whether programmers are being carried out in such a way that helps to achieve corporate objectives. Evaluate చేస్తుంటే మనకి ఎప్పటికప్పుడు అర్థమవుతుంది వాట్ ఎవర్ ద స్ట్రాటజీ దట్ వీఆర్ ఫాలోయింగ్ నౌ ఈజ్ ఇట్ హెల్పింగ్ అస్ టు అచీవ్ అవర్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్ ఆర్ నాట్. Strategic evaluation also influence the behavior of events and ensure they conform to plans. జరిగే ఈవెంట్స్ అన్ని మనం ప్లాన్ చేసిన విధంగానే జరుగుతున్నాయా లేదా, దట్స్ ద పాయింట్. It serves the steering function to steer the organization to various subsystems within it on the right track and to negotiate their way through a turbulent environment. Whenever any turbulent environment comes, immediately we need to steer our strategy, change our strategy. Steering is nothing but changing. Whenever any turbulent environment takes place, immediately we need to steer our strategies. This is about some of the points. That's all. Some same thing says here. Stability and continuity on one hand and adoption and adjustment on the other. Evaluation. మనం ఫాలో అయ్యేటువంటి స్ట్రాటజీ స్టేబుల్గా ఫాలో అవుతుందా, కంటిన్యూటీ మెయింటైన్ అవుతుందా లేదా ఒక హ్యాండ్లో చెక్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఆన్ ద అదర్ హ్యాండ్ వీ కెన్ చెక్ విత్ ద అడాప్షన్ అండ్ అడ్జస్ట్మెంట్స్. ఎప్పుడు అడాప్షన్స్ అండ్ అడ్జస్ట్మెంట్స్ కావాలి వెన్ ఎవర్ దెర్ ఇస్ ఎ చేంజ్ ఇన్ ద ఎన్వైరన్మెంటల్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్. ఎన్వైరన్మెంటల్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్లో చేంజ్ వచ్చినప్పుడు ఇమీడియట్లీ వీ హ్యావ్ టు గో ఫర్ అడాప్షన్స్ అండ్ చేంజెస్. That's the reason why we have to go for strategic evaluation. Controls. In controls, the last step, evaluation control, talks about the same thing: personal control, output control, and behavior control. We'll skip with this. So let's go with the next concept, which is of business process re-engineering. First, let me introduce this topic to you: business process re-engineering. Business process. We'll come across with different kinds of business processes. In a business, can we say sales is a process? Sales is a process anocha. Purchases, is it a process? Yes. Accounting and finance, is it a process? Yes. So whenever, if any process becomes outdated, what companies will do is that they will try to change the process. ఒక ఎగ్జిస్టింగ్ ప్రాసెస్ని ఒక కొత్త ప్రాసెస్తో రీప్లేస్ చేయడాన్ని వి కాల్ ఇట్ యాస్ బిజినెస్ ప్రాసెస్ రీ-ఇంజనీరింగ్. వాట్ ఎవర్ ద ప్రాసెస్ దట్ హ్యాస్ బీన్ ఫాలోడ్ ప్రీవియస్లీ ఇట్ హ్యాస్ టు బి డ్రాప్డ్. ఇన్ దట్ ప్లేస్ అవుట్ అండ్ అవుట్ అ న్యూ ప్రాసెస్ హ్యావ్ టు బి ఇంట్రడ్యూస్డ్. Now this there the answer lies: business process re-engineering. Whatever the business process we are following it now, we are changing it. Because existing business process is not giving us the needed results. Existing business process is not helping for better customer satisfaction. Then we have to re-engineer the process. You all know, down the line 15 to 20 years back, if you have to withdraw money from the bank, Lengthy process, right? Going to bank, filling the withdraw form, then they'll give us the token, wait for it, standing in line, lengthy process. Do we have the same process now? Is it re-engineered or not? This is called as process re-engineer. Whatever the old processes that we are following, they have become outdated. They are not giving better results. So in that place, new processes have been introduced. That's the concept of business process re-engineering. As a term, we can say that radical redesign. Business process is nothing but radical redesign. Radically, you are changing the existing processes and coming up with a new process. But for you people, process re-engineering is సంబంధించి ఎక్కువ కాన్సెప్ట్స్ ఇవ్వలేదు. It has been very simplified for you people. Otherwise, generally BPR consists of so many concepts. So let's understand what has been given here. Business process re-engineering, also known as business process redesign, business transformation, or business process change management. ఇలా different terms ఇచ్చాడు. So here explained about what is process, what is re-engineering and explain చేశాడు that you already know. What is process? A sequential arrangement of activity with respect to how the work has been done. Morning discuss చేసాం process గురించి. Now what is redesign stands for? Look at the key term. Fundamental rethinking and radical redesign of business process. ఇందాక explanation లో ఈ term మీకు అందుకే యూజ్ చేశాను. Radical redesign. What is this radical redesign means? Drastically you have to bring changes in your process. Radical, drastic. ఏదో పైపైన చేంజెస్ కాదు. ప్రీవియస్గా ఫాలో అవుతున్న ప్రాసెస్కి ఇప్పుడు ఫాలో అవుతున్న ప్రాసెస్కి దే షుడ్ బి సమ్ radical changes. That's why re-engineering stands for radical redesign of workflows and processes. Remember this as a key term. Okay, what is redesign stands for? Radical redesign of business processes. ఉన్నటువంటి బిజినెస్ ప్రాసెస్ని మనం ఎలా చేంజ్ చేస్తున్నాము? Radically we are changing. Radically changing stands for ప్రీవియస్గా ఫాలో అవుతున్న ప్రాసెస్కి ఇప్పుడు ఫాలో అవుతున్న ప్రాసెస్కి ఎటువంటి కనెక్షన్ లేదు. డ్రాస్టిక్గా చేంజెస్ తీసుకొచ్చాం. Then only we call it as re-engineering. That's the point. And what happens when we radically change the processes? This will provide with dramatic improvements. We can make dramatic improvements in our performance when we make the radical changes in our process. Critical contemporary measures of performance such as, చూడండి, రీడిజైనింగ్కి వెళ్ళడం వల్ల ఎక్కడెక్కడ మనకి బెనిఫిట్స్ వస్తాయో. కాస్ట్ తగ్గుతుందా? ప్రాసెస్ని రీఇంజనీర్ చేస్తే కాస్ట్ తగ్గుతుందా లేదా? ఎస్. కెన్ వి ఇంప్రూవ్ క్వాలిటీ? కెన్ వి ప్రొవైడ్ బెటర్ సర్వీసెస్ ఎట్ ఎ షార్ట్ టైమ్? ఎస్. సో రీఇంజనీరింగ్ is helping us to deal with the cost, quality, service and speed. In re-engineering, we have 3 R's. Nothing but redesign, retool, reorchestrate. Redesign చేయాలి అంటే ప్రాసెస్ని సింప్లిఫై చేయాలి, ప్రాసెస్ని స్టాండర్డైజ్ చేయాలి, ఎంపవరింగ్ షుడ్ బి డన్, గ్రూప్ వేర్స్ హ్యావ్ టు బి క్రియేటెడ్, మెజర్మెంట్స్. రీటూల్, ఈ టూల్స్ అన్ని యూజ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. నెట్వర్క్స్, ఇంట్రానెట్స్, ఎక్స్ట్రానెట్స్ అండ్ వర్క్ ఫ్లోస్. టెక్నికల్ టర్మ్స్ అవన్నీ. Just remember them. Don't go in depth to understand them. Reorchestrate, synchronize చేయాలి విషయాలన్నీ. Processes have to be kept in mind. Take the help of IT, information tech. Can we imagine process re-engineering without IT? Think of it. బ్యాంక్లో మనీ విత్డ్రా చేయటం అనే ప్రాసెస్ ఆటోమేట్ అయ్యింది. ATMs వచ్చాయి, మొబైల్ బ్యాంకింగ్ వచ్చింది, ఇంటర్నెట్ బ్యాంకింగ్ వచ్చింది. Is it possible to go for all this re-engineering without IT? That's what reorchestrate, use IT, and moreover you need to take the help of even human resources also. These are the 3 R's of re-engineering: redesigning, retooling and reorchestrating. Major key term, redesign stands for radical redesign of a business process. Let's continue. Now what you have to do when you go for BPR? What is the major goal that you have to focus on when you are re-engineering your process? First one, BPR. That's what it says, principles of BPR. What has to be done? BPR is achieving what? Dramatic performance improvement, because we are bringing radical changes in the process. Re-architecting of business and management process. Our performance will be dramatically improved as we are re-engineering the process. It involves redrawing of organizational boundaries, the consideration of jobs, tasks and skills. Everything have to be redrawn. Tasks, jobs, skills, boundaries, everything have to be changed. అందుకే radical అనే term కి చాలా ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఇక్కడ. In BPR, whatever the changes that you are bringing, dramatically you have to bring the changes. That's why the importance of radical has been given more there. Next, BPR is defined as a use of scientific methods and models and tools to bring about the radical, again the same term used, to bring the radical restructuring of enterprise so that significant improvement in performance do takes place. It consists of some scientific models and methods. It's not that vaguely you are doing the re-engineering. By using some scientific models and methods, you are re-engineering your process so that you can achieve some dramatic improvements in the performance. Redesigning, retool, reorchestrating from key components of BPR. Already I have discussed that. They are the essential for an organization to focus on outcome that is needed to achieve. ఈ మూడు tools ని follow అయినప్పుడు you will achieve what you desire to achieve. That's about principles of BPR. Methodologies. There are some methodologies have been given. Let's have a look. They haven't been asked so far at any point of time. Quick ga okkar overlook veddam. First one is envision stage. In BPR, what is this envision stage is all about? The company reviews the existing strategy and business processes, and based on that, review business process for improvement and are targeted and IT opportunities are identified. Existing business process ఏంటో ముందు స్టడీ చేయాలి, ఆ తర్వాత ఒక బిజినెస్ ప్రాసెస్ని టార్గెట్ చేయాలి, అక్కడ ఏ ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్స్ని మనం తీసుకురావచ్చు యూ హ్యావ్ టు ఐడెంటిఫై విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు ఆపర్చునిటీస్. నెక్స్ట్, ఇనిషియేషన్ స్టేజ్. హియర్ we are making the project teams are assigned. Whoever is responsible to go for re-engineering, a project team is assigned. They will give it some performance goals. Proper project planning has been done and employee notifications are set. So which employee have to do which kind of role with respect to re-engineering, initiation. Then the diagnosis stage. Whatever the process that has been re-engineered, it has to be properly documented. The term says documentation of processes and sub-processes. Whatever the process that you are re-engineering, everything have to be documented. How you are re-engineering, what technology you are using to re-engineer, to what extent you are re-engineer, everything have to be documented. When you are going for re-engineering, it's called as diagnosis stage. Next, the redesigning stage. Envision is over, initiation has happened, diagnosis have happened. Now we are going for redesigning. Now what is happening here? New process design is developed. So అన్ని జరిగిన తర్వాత ఫోర్త్ స్టెప్లో ఏం చేస్తున్నాం? ఒక కొత్త ప్రాసెస్ రీడిజైన్ని డెవలప్ చేస్తున్నాం. దట్ ఈస్ ద టర్మ్ సేస్ న్యూ ప్రాసెస్ డిజైన్ ఈజ్ డెవలప్డ్ బై డివైజింగ్ ప్రాసెస్ డిజైన్ ఆల్టర్నేటివ్స్ అండ్ త్రూ బ్రెయిన్ స్ట్రామింగ్. ఇక్కడ కూడా రీడిజైన్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఒకటే రీడిజైన్ రెడీ చేసుకుంటామా? అందుకే పాయింట్ ఏమన్నాడు? వీ హ్యావ్ టు డివైజ్ ప్రాసెస్ డిజైన్ ఆల్టర్నేటివ్స్, డిఫరెంట్ ఆల్టర్నేటివ్ రీడిజైన్స్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు ప్రిపేర్. అది కూడా ఎలా? త్రూ బ్రెయిన్ స్ట్రామింగ్ అండ్ క్రియేటివిటీ టెక్నిక్స్. బ్రెయిన్ స్ట్రామింగ్, హ్యావ్ యూ హర్డ్ దిస్ టర్మ్ బ్రెయిన్ స్ట్రామింగ్ సెషన్స్? జనరల్లీ ఆర్గనైజేషన్లో ఏదైనా ఒక కొత్త వర్క్ చేయాలి అనుకున్నప్పుడు all the team members will sit in a place, rigorously they will think and they will come up with a new plan. రిగరస్గా ఆలోచించి ఒక కొత్త ప్లాన్తో బయటకు వస్తారు. దాన్ని ఏమంటామంటే బ్రెయిన్ స్ట్రామింగ్ సెషన్ అంటాం. R&D పీపుల్ ఒక కొత్త ప్రోడక్ట్ని ఇన్నోవేట్ చేయాలనుకున్నప్పుడు R&D టీమ్ అంతా బ్రెయిన్ స్ట్రామింగ్ చేస్తుంది. దే విల్ సిట్ అండ్ దే విల్ థింక్ ఆఫ్ పాసిబుల్ ఆల్టర్నేటివ్స్ అండ్ దే విల్ కమ్ అప్ విత్ ఎ న్యూ ప్రోడక్ట్. ఇన్ BPR also, when the redesigning stage happens, all the whoever is involved in that process re-engineering, they should go for brainstorming techniques so that they can come up with an outcome, how effectively they can redesign the process. After that, the reconstruction stage. Management technique changes occur to ensure smooth migration to the new process. Reconstruction. they have to leave the old process and they need to adopt to the new process, migration. Slowly it should happen, not at what stage. In this stage, that will be checked. Smooth migration from the old process to new process. And finally, the evaluation stage. In management, any activity that you follow, the last step will be of control. That's what evaluation stage. The new process is monitored to determine if goals are met and examine total quality programs. These are the 6 methodologies can be divided as a model stages with respect to process reengineering. Process reengineering చేసేటప్పుడు అన్ని stage wise గా reengineering చేసుకుంటూ వెళ్ళాలి. When you go for reengineering of the process, what benefits you are going to get? That's a concept. Results from BPR to an organization. What benefits you are going to get if you re-engineer your business process? Let's understand some results. Reallocation of jobs and processes so as to combine into fewer to be executed in natural order by least possible number of employees. ఒక ప్రాసెస్లో ఎక్కువ మంది ఎంప్లాయీస్ ఉన్నప్పుడు దాన్ని ఏం చేయాలి? Reallocate the jobs. ప్రాసెస్ని సింప్లిఫై చేసి you will try to reduce the number of employees. In a process, it's not that more number of employees should be involved. Less number of employees involved అయ్యేటట్లుగా ప్రాసెస్ని రీఇంజనీరింగ్ చేయాలి. నెక్స్ట్, రీఆర్గనైజింగ్ ఆఫ్ కంపెనీ స్ట్రక్చర్. If needed, downsizing and employee empowerment. BPR will help you to restructure your organization design. And moreover, this will help for employee empowerment also. When you re-engineer the process effectively, that will help to empower your employees. Empowerment is, just before we are going for break, I have explained you about this. Empowerment. If someone have written, they might be giving the answer. Empowerment means helping. This is the term that I said. Letting the others to realize their own potentials or capabilities. So BPR is making the organization employees to empower, and jobs and process become flexible. Previous process is so complicated. Job is becoming so complicated. Process ni re-engineer చేస్తే ఆటోమేటిక్గా జాబ్ ఏమవుతుంది? ఫ్లెక్సిబుల్ అవుతుంది. దీనివల్ల ఎఫిషియన్సీ ఇంక్రీజ్ అవుతుంది. And customer needs can also be effectively implemented. Next, the above changes will bring reduction of cost. Already I have said. When you go for process re-engineering, in that discussion, cost will be reduced and quality will be improved. And we can provide better customer services at a speedier time also. These are another benefits. It can produce huge initial savings. You can reduce a lot of cost as you are re-engineering the process, making the process more simple. That will help you to reduce the initial savings where business is struggling and often has effective of turning around an unprofitable operation. Also, it leaves the business with a fully documented model of operation. Just before I said, when you go for BPR, in one of the stage you have to go for documentation. ఏ స్టెప్ ఎలా ఎందుకు ప్రాసెస్ అవుతుంది, ఎవ్రీథింగ్ హెస్ బీన్ డాక్యుమెంటెడ్. దట్స్ వాట్ లీవ్స్ ద బిజినెస్ విత్ ఫుల్లీ డాక్యుమెంటెడ్ మోడల్ ఆఫ్ ఆపరేషన్ విచ్ ఈజ్ ఇన్వాల్యుబుల్ ఇఫ్ ఎంబార్క్ ఆన్ ఎ క్వాలిటీ ప్రోగ్రామ్. సో ఆ డాక్యుమెంటేషన్ అనేటువంటిది విల్ డెఫినెట్లీ హెల్ప్ ద బిజినెసెస్ టు డెవలప్ దర్ క్వాలిటీ ప్రోగ్రామ్. దీస్ ఆర్ సమ్ ఆఫ్ ద రీజన్స్ వై రిజల్ట్స్ బీపీఆర్ ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేయడం వల్ల ఆర్గనైజేషన్కి వచ్చేటువంటి కొన్ని రిజల్ట్స్. What else we have in BPR? Have I explained about core competency? What are core competencies? Unique strengths of a company that cannot be shared by others. A unique factor that is developed by the company that cannot be shared by others. They are called as key core competencies. Will core competencies help the company to gain competitive advantage? What is competitive advantage? Gaining advantage over the competitors. Right. These are things to avoid. So we are done with the third chapter also. Major concepts of third chapter. Whatever we have discussed. Starting from production we have discussed. Marketing, in marketing mix is important. Manpower, HR we have discussed. After that, strategic business unit, core competencies, McKinsey 7S framework, business process, re-engineering. Main areas to focus on. Yeah, I've said, SB I already have said. Strategic business unit, core competencies also we have covered. So these things you have to pay attention on. Any quick doubts if you have, you can ask. Then I'll be going into ethics. Meanwhile, if you have any doubts with respect to SM, you can ask. Of course, for ethics, we don't need OneNote. So, is there anyone who did foundation in CMA? CMA foundation. CA నుంచి CA ఫౌండేషన్ చేసుకుని రాసుకోవచ్చు డైరెక్ట్గా. డిగ్రీ చేస్తే డైరెక్ట్గా CMA ఇంటర్కి వెళ్ళొచ్చు. Do you know that? When you are done with the graduation, straight away you can write CMA inter. You don't need to write foundation. So you did foundation. Good. అక్కడ ఇదేమైనా కనిపించిందా ఎథిక్స్ అండ్ బిజినెస్ అని? There it is for more marks. అక్కడ 40 marks, you know what? Content is same. If you, and that's why I asked, if anyone who did the foundation, they'll be knowing the content is same, I tell you. Most of the concepts are similar, but there you will, 30 marks I think. What I remember, 30 to 40 I think. Yes. Content is same, but here it is not for that many marks. I don't think so it is for 30 or 40. 10 or 15 I think here. But most of the concepts will remain as same. We'll understand some of the concepts. తక్కువ ఎఫర్ట్స్తో ఈజీగా 10 to 15 మార్క్స్ వచ్చే అవకాశం ఉన్నప్పుడు వై టు నెగ్లెక్టెడ్? దట్స్ వాట్ మై ఇంటెన్షన్ ఇస్. ఇట్ ఈస్ అ కౌంటర్ పార్ట్ ఫర్ లా ఫర్ యూ. అంతేనా? ఎస్. సో విత్ లిటిల్ ఎఫర్ట్స్, వెన్ ద ఛాన్సెస్ ఆర్ దేర్, యూ కెన్ గెట్ 10 to 15 మార్క్స్. సో డోంట్ నెగ్లెక్ట్ ఇట్ అవుట్ అండ్ అవుట్. సో ట్రై టు ఫోకస్ ఆన్ సమ్ ఆఫ్ ద ఏరియాస్ ఆఫ్ దిస్. So expectedly chances might be there, any one area can be focused. So I'll brief you out with this. What is this business ethics is all about? Ethics and business. In the concepts that we have, first we'll start to understand meaning of the term ethics. While we try to define this term ethics, ethics always deals with, remember some of the terms that I'm telling you now. Ethics always deals with right and wrong. Ethics always deals with good and bad. Ethics always deals with just and unjust. Remember these three. Ethics always deals with good and bad, right and wrong, just and unjust, or moral or immoral. Idi kuda cheppochu. So ethics always deals with what is good and what is bad. Okay, what is right and what is wrong. What is just and what is unjust. About these terms, ethics deals with. And like if you remember in foundation, there is one more term called the origin of this term ethics. A difficult question that you're asking, sir, about foundation. From a Greek word, I think. Ethos. Ethikos. Ethos, ethikos. Now, what does it mean, ethikos? Character. Yes, that's right. దట్ ఈస్ వాట్ ఇక్కడ ఉందండి కొంపదీసి కరెక్ట్గా చెప్తున్నారు. ఆల్రెడీ ఇట్ ఈస్ హియర్, లాటిన్ వర్డ్. ఐ వాస్ థింకింగ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ హియర్. ఇంకా గుర్తుండి చెప్పారనుకున్నా. ఓకే, ethics is a set of, I'll take you through some key terms. Same like SM, you can highlight some of the key terms. Ethics is rules that defines what is right and wrong conduct. Not only that, ethics deals with right. Some of the terms I've given here. Ethics is a social science that deals with right and wrong. అందుకే నేను ఇందాక ఎవరో మోరల్ అండ్ ఇమ్మోరల్ అన్నారు. ఎక్కడి నుంచి చెప్తున్నారు అర్థం అవ్వలేదు. గాట్ ఇట్. right and wrong, moral and immoral, good and bad behavior. And this term has been derived from a Latin word ethos, which means character. First, when it comes to meaning of ethics, remember these terms. It deals with right and wrong, moral and immoral, good and bad, just and unjust. And this term is derived from a Latin word ethos, which means character. Ethics are set of moral principles that guide the person's behavior. Ethics are something that is going to guide an individual's behavior. Now, how this behavior will be developed by an individual? By morals, social norms, cultural practices, religious influences. All these things will have an impact on the culture of a particular person. Ethics reflects beliefs about what is right and what is wrong. Already I have said what is just and what is unjust, what is good and what is bad in terms of human behavior. వీటన్నిటితో డీల్ చేసేటువంటిదే ethics. When it comes to types of ethics, we have three types: meta ethics, normative ethics, applied ethics. What does meta ethics deals with? Moral judgment, and moreover it talks about origins and the meaning of ethical principles. అసలు ethical principles ఎక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చాయి? Origin, from where the concept of ethics has come. Meta ethics talks about the moral judgment. Meta ethics talks about the origins of the ethics. అసలు ethics అనేటువంటి కాన్సెప్ట్ ఎక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చింది, దాని ఆరిజిన్ గురించి కూడా చెప్తుంది. నెక్స్ట్, normative ethics. Normative ethics is concerned with the content of moral judgments and the criteria for what is right or wrong. That's what normative ethics. So key terms: meta ethics is moral judgment. Normative ethics deals with what is right and wrong. Next, applied ethics. Applied ethics always deals at controversial topics. ఈ ఎథిక్స్ ఎప్పుడు కాంట్రవర్షియల్ టాపిక్స్ గురించి డీల్ చేస్తుంది. వార్, యానిమల్ రైట్స్ అండ్ క్యాపిటల్ పనిష్మెంట్స్. లాస్ట్ పదం యొక్క మీనింగ్ తెలుసా? అందులో లాస్ట్ టర్మ్ యొక్క మీనింగ్ తెలుసా? క్యాపిటల్ తీసుకొని ఇచ్చే పనిష్మెంటా? పెనాలిటీ, ఫైన్. క్యాపిటల్ పనిష్మెంట్ అంటే చంపేయడం, ఫైన్ వేయడం కాదు. ఎవరన్నా క్యాపిటల్ పనిష్మెంట్ చేస్తారు నీకనే డబ్బులు ఇచ్చారు, ఫైన్ ఇస్తే వదిలేస్తారేమో అని చెప్పి. క్యాపిటల్ పనిష్మెంట్ ఈజ్ నథింగ్ బట్ కిల్లింగ్ ఇన్ ద ఆనర్ ఆఫ్ రిలీజియన్. మీరు వినే ఉంటారు ఇది. ఎవడైనా రిలీజియన్కి భంగం కల్పించే పనులు ఎవడైనా చేశాడు అనుకోండి, వాడిని చంపేస్తారు. Have you heard about this? That is called as capital punishment. If anyone has did something which creates harm to the religion, they'll be killed. Capital డబ్బులు ఇవ్వడం కాదు, పెనాల్టీ వేయడం కాదు. సో అటువంటి కాంట్రవర్షియల్ టాపిక్స్తో డీల్ చేసేటువంటి దాన్ని వీ కాల్ ఇట్ యాజ్ అప్లైడ్ ఎథిక్స్. ఆనర్ కిల్లింగ్ అని విన్నారు ఎప్పుడైనా? ఆనర్ కిల్లింగ్ తెలుగులో పరువు హత్యలు అంటారు. ఏమేం లేదు, మనం ఏమి విన్నారు మరి? ఆనర్ కిల్లింగ్ అంటారు, పరువు కోసం హత్యలు చేస్తారు. అదే క్యాపిటల్ పనిష్మెంట్ అంటే. సో that is about applied ethics. So these are the three types of ethics that we have. Next, importance of ethics. Why ethics has to be there? మొత్తం ఎథిక్స్ డిస్కస్ చేసుకున్న తర్వాత సార్ నేను ఓవరాల్గా ఎథికల్ పర్సన్ అయిపోతానని అనకండి. I don't think so it is possible. Even business ethics గురించి డిస్కస్ చేసినప్పుడు కూడా డోంట్ ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ దట్ సార్ వాట్ ఎవర్ ద బిజినెస్ ఎథిక్స్ దట్ వీఆర్ టాకింగ్ హియర్ ఆల్ ద బిజినెసెస్ ఆర్ ఫాలోయింగ్ దట్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఆల్సో నాట్ పాసిబుల్. దే ఆర్ ఆల్ జస్ట్ టు స్టడీ. ప్రాక్టికల్ ఇంప్లిమెంటేషన్ ఈజ్ సంథింగ్ డిఫరెంట్. వై టు హ్యావ్ ఎథిక్స్? ఇట్స్ ఎ క్వశ్చన్. స్టిల్ ఇంకా మనం బిజినెస్ ఎథిక్స్లోకి వెళ్ళలేదు. జనరల్లీ వీఆర్ టాకింగ్ అబౌట్ ద మీనింగ్ ఆఫ్ ఎథిక్స్, టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ ఎథిక్స్. ఈవెన్ ఫర్ వీ యాజ్ ఎన్ ఇండివిజువల్, వై వీ నీడ్ టు హ్యావ్ ఎథిక్స్? దీస్ పాయింట్స్ టాక్స్ అబౌట్ ఇట్. Ethics is a basic requirement for human life. It is our means of deciding our course of action. Without it, our actions would be random or aimless. Without ethics, any action that we perform, it is random. Without ethics, any action that we perform, it is aimless. So ethics is helping us to perform the actions in a very aimed way. Even with the ethical standards, we may able to pursue our goals with a possibility of success. So సార్ ఎథిక్స్ ఫాలో అయితే మనం గోల్స్ ఎక్కడ రీచ్ అవుతాం సార్ అనే డౌట్ రావచ్చు. అదే పాయింట్ అంటున్నాడు ఇక్కడ. ఈవెన్ విత్ ఎథికల్ స్టాండర్డ్స్, మనం ఎథికల్ స్టాండర్డ్స్ ఫాలో అయినా కానివ్వండి, there are chances that we could be able to reach our goals. సార్ ఛాన్సెస్ అంటున్నారు అంటే 100% రావా? నెక్స్ట్, we are able to correctly organize our goals and actions to accomplish our most important values. When we follow ethics, we could be able to correctly organize our goals and actions. Next, any flaw in our ethics will reduce our ability to be successful. మన ఎథికల్ వాల్యూస్లో ఏమన్నా ఫ్లాస్ ఉంటే దట్ విల్ రెడ్యూస్ అవర్ సక్సెస్. మనం సక్సెస్ అయ్యే ఛాన్సెస్ని తగ్గిస్తుంది ఇఫ్ దెర్ ఆర్ ఫ్లాస్ ఇన్ అవర్ ఎథిక్స్. ఎ సిస్టమ్ ఆఫ్ ఎథిక్స్ మస్ట్ కన్సిస్ట్ ఆఫ్ నాట్ ఓన్లీ ఎమర్జెన్సీ సిచ్యువేషన్ బట్ ఈవెన్ డే టు డే. ఎథిక్స్ అంటే ఏదైనా ఇబ్బంది వచ్చినప్పుడు ఎథిక్స్ గుర్తురాకూడదు మనకి. దట్స్ వాట్ ఇట్ సేస్. ఎథిక్స్ ఈజ్ నాట్ లైక్ జనరల్గా ఏదైనా ఇబ్బంది వస్తేనే మనకు గుర్తొస్తుంది, అమ్మో మనం చేసేది తప్పు. ఏదైనా ఇబ్బంది వస్తేనే దేవుడి దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళటం, ఏదైనా ఇబ్బంది వస్తేనే జంతువుల్ని ఫీడ్ చేయటం, ఇవి చేస్తారు జనాలు. పుణ్యం సంపాదించేయాలి కదా వెంటనే చేసి. రిజల్ట్స్ వచ్చే ముందేడికి గుర్తుంచుతుంది వీధిలో ఉన్న కుక్కకి ఫుడ్ పెట్టాలని. ఆ వీధిలో ఉన్న కుక్కకు అప్పుడు ఫుడ్ పెట్టేసి అనుకుంటాడు అయిపోయింది, నేను పాస్ అయిపోయాను, నేను ఇంకా దేవుడు చూస్తాడు నేను పెట్టింది. మళ్ళీ డేసి 5 రూపాయలు బిస్కెట్ ప్యాకెటే. విల్ బి థింకింగ్ దట్ ఐ హ్యావ్ పాస్డ్. కొంతమంది ఇంకా యాటిట్యూడ్ చూడండి, ఎప్పుడైనా ట్రాఫిక్ సిగ్నల్ దగ్గర యూ చెక్ విత్ అబ్జర్వేషన్. ఇఫ్ ఎనీ బెగర్ కమ్స్, అడి జేబులో నుంచి చూసి 10 రూపాయలు నోట్ ఇచ్చాడు అనుకోండి, కొద్దిసేపు అటు ఇటు మొత్తం చూస్తాడు నన్ను ఎవడు చూసాడా లేదా అని. 10 రూపాయలు నోట్ ఇచ్చా నేను ఏమనుకుంటున్నా. Like this is what ethics is not about emergency situation. Ethics should be your day to day choices that we make constantly. That is what ethics is all about. It must include our relations to others also. So this is importance of ethics in our human life. Inka manam business ethics loki velledu. Generally meaning of ethics, types of ethics, why an individual needs to have ethics. That's what. Next, we will connect to business now. ఇప్పుడు ఎథిక్స్ని బిజినెస్కి కనెక్ట్ చేశాడు నెక్స్ట్ కాన్సెప్ట్లో. నేచర్ ఆఫ్ ఎథిక్స్ అండ్ ఇట్స్ రిలవెన్స్ టు ద బిజినెస్. వై అ బిజినెస్ నీడ్స్ టు ఫాలో ethics. Nature of business and its importance and relevance to business. Several factors play a role in the success of a company that beyond the scope of financial statements. A success of a company cannot be discussed only depending upon the financial statements alone. If any company represents strong financial statements, every year the company is representing good profits, that doesn't define the company is successful. We cannot define the success of a company only depending upon the financial statements alone. Continuation. Organization culture, management philosophy, and ethics in business each have an impact on how well business perform in the long run. ఒక కంపెనీ లాంగ్ రన్లో పర్ఫామ్ అవ్వాలి అని అంటే ఎథిక్స్ విల్ డెఫినెట్లీ హ్యావ్ ఇట్స్ ఓన్ ఇంపార్టెన్స్. అండ్ నో మ్యాటర్ ద సైజ్, ఇండస్ట్రీ ఆర్ లెవెల్ ఆఫ్ ప్రాఫిటబిలిటీ ఆఫ్ అన్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్, బిజినెస్ ఎథిక్స్ ఆర్ వన్ ఆఫ్ ద మోస్ట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఆస్పెక్ట్ ఫర్ లాంగ్ టర్మ్ సక్సెస్. అది ఎంత పెద్ద కంపెనీ అయినా అయి ఉండొచ్చు, ఏ ఇండస్ట్రీ అయినా అయి ఉండొచ్చు, వాడే ప్రాఫిట్స్ ఎంతైనా ఉండొచ్చు. లాంగ్ టర్మ్లో బిజినెస్ సక్సెస్ అవ్వాలి అని అంటే డెఫినెట్లీ దే షుడ్ ఫాలో ఎథిక్స్. దట్ ఈస్ అ పాయింట్ సేస్. Now, don't ask me, sir, whatever you are discussing here, is it really practically applicable? I don't know about it. But here, as the point says, we are trying to understand, like even a big company, small company, even it is running in profits, no matter whatever the industry is. If a company have to be successful, then they have to follow ethics. Next, building on a foundation of ethical behavior helps to create long-lasting positive effect for a company. ఏ కంపెనీ అయితే ఎథిక్స్ అనేటువంటి దాని మీద డిపెండ్ అయ్యి బిల్డ్ అవుతుందో ఆ కంపెనీస్ అనేటువంటివి లాంగ్ రన్లో పాజిటివ్గా రన్ అవుతాయి. దట్స్ ద పాయింట్ సేస్. వెన్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ ఈజ్ లీడింగ్ అన్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ ఇన్ ఎథికల్ మేనర్, employees follows those footsteps. If management itself is unethical, then you don't expect employees to be ethical from there. The owner himself is conducting unethical activities, and employee feels that why I should be ethical when my head himself is unethical. So the point says that management have to do activities in an ethical manner. Then only the employees also follow the same footsteps. Next, employee make better decisions in less time with business ethics as a guiding principle. Ethics ni follow అయితే decisions quick గా తీసుకోవచ్చు. Unethical follow అయ్యే వాడికి ఎక్కువ టైం పడుతుంది decision తీసుకోవడానికి. Isn't it? If you are following ethics, when you follow rules, decision will be very quick. Unethical గా ఫాలో అయ్యేవాడు దాన్ని ఎక్కడ కవర్ చేయాలి, ఎక్కడ లూప్ హోల్స్ని మేనేజ్ చేసుకోవాలి, పట్టుబడితే మనకు ఫైన్ పడకుండా ఎలా కాపాడుకోవాలి, ఈ ప్రాసెస్ మొత్తంలో డిసిషన్ తీసుకోవడానికి ఎక్కువ టైం పడుతుంది. ఎథిక్స్ ఫాలో అయ్యాడు స్ట్రైట్ అవే హీ విల్ టేక్ డెసిషన్. దట్స్ అబౌట్. వెన్ ఎంప్లాయీ కంప్లీట్ వర్క్ ఇన్ ఎ వే దట్ ఈస్ బేస్డ్ ఆన్ ఆనెస్టీ అండ్ ఇంటిగ్రిటీ, ద హోల్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ విల్ గెట్ బెనిఫిటెడ్. కంపెనీలో పనిచేసే ప్రతి ఒక్క ఎంప్లాయీ ఆనెస్టీ అండ్ ఇంటిగ్రిటీతో పనిచేసినప్పుడు ద బెనిఫిట్ విల్ బీ ఫర్ ద ఎంటైర్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్. దట్స్ వై మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద ఎంప్లాయీస్ హ్యావ్ టు వర్క్ ఎథికల్లీ. As with all business initiatives, the ethical operations of a company is directly related to profitability in both long and short run. అంటే ఎథిక్స్ ఫాలో అయితే లాంగ్ అండ్ షార్ట్ రన్లో కంపెనీ ఖచ్చితంగా ప్రాఫిట్స్లో ఉంటుంది. అండ్ మోర్ ఓవర్ ఎథిక్స్ విల్ హెల్ప్ ద కంపెనీ టు రీటైన్ అ పాజిటివ్ ఇమేజ్. ఏ కంపెనీ అయితే ఎథిక్స్ని ఫాలో అవుతుందో డెఫినెట్గా ఆ కంపెనీస్కి సంబంధించి మార్కెట్లో గుడ్ పాజిటివ్ ఇమేజ్ విల్ బీ దేర్. సో ఒక బిజినెస్కి ఎథిక్స్ ఎందుకు ఉండాలి, రెలవెన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఎథిక్స్ టు బిజినెస్, దీస్ పాయింట్స్ ఆర్ ట్రయింగ్ టు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ అస్ ద రెలవెన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఎథిక్స్ టు బిజినెస్. నౌ వై we are understanding this as a CMA, why you should know about ethics? Look at the next point. The next concept, values and attitudes of professional accountants. You being a cost and management accountant, what kind of values and attitudes that you have to follow? It goes like this. A competent professional accountant in business is an invaluable asset to a company. Oka competent ethical professional accountant evadaithe untado, he is a good asset for the company. Using their skills and intimate understanding of company and the environment in which it operates, professional accountants in business ask challenging questions. ప్రొఫెషనల్ అకౌంటెంట్స్ బిజినెస్లో ఎప్పటికప్పుడు ఛాలెంజింగ్ క్వశ్చన్స్తో డీల్ చేస్తూ ఉంటారు. అండ్ మోర్ ఓవర్ దేర్ ట్రైనింగ్ ఇన్ అకౌంటెంట్ ఎనేబుల్స్ దెమ్ టు అడాప్ట్ ప్రాగ్మాటిక్ అండ్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ అప్రోచ్ టు సాల్వ్ ఇష్యూస్. సో ఎనీ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఇష్యూ దట్ కమ్స్, అ ప్రొఫెషనల్ అకౌంటెంట్ కెన్ ఈజీలీ సాల్వ్. ప్రొఫెషనల్ అకౌంటెంట్ ఇన్ బిజినెస్ therefore have a task of defending the quality of financial reporting, right at the source where the number of figures are produced besides the cost accounting. అంటే సోర్స్లోనే ఎటువంటి మిస్టేక్ లేకుండా ఒక అకౌంటెంట్ వాడే అకౌంటింగ్ యాక్టివిటీని పర్ఫామ్ చేయాలి. సోర్స్ అసలు ఆ ట్రాన్సాక్షన్ స్టార్ట్ అయ్యే దగ్గర నుంచే అన్నీ ఎథికల్గా వెళ్ళాలి. ఈ యాటిట్యూడ్స్ అన్నీ కూడాను ఆ ప్రొఫెషనల్ అకౌంటెంట్ నీడ్స్ టు కీప్ ఇన్ హిజ్ మైండ్. దీస్ ఆర్ వాల్యూస్ అండ్ యాటిట్యూడ్స్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొఫెషనల్ అకౌంటెంట్స్. Like, I don't know why the concept of management has been kept into your ethics and business. So it has been asked previously. Let me explain this. Value chain and its elements. Actually, it's a management concept, value chain. What is value chain stands for? A company first take the raw material. Yes? ఒక బిజినెస్ రన్ అయ్యేటప్పుడు కంపెనీ ఫస్ట్ చేసే పని ఏంటి? ప్రొక్యూర్ ద రా మెటీరియల్. ఆఫ్టర్ ప్రొక్యూరింగ్ ద రా మెటీరియల్ దే విల్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ ద ప్రోడక్ట్. ఆఫ్టర్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ ద ప్రోడక్ట్, డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్ ఆఫ్ అ ప్రోడక్ట్ ఇన్ టు ద మార్కెట్, ఫిజికల్ డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్. డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్ అయిన తర్వాత అటువంటి ప్రోడక్ట్ ఉంది అని కస్టమర్కి తెలియడం కోసం మార్కెటింగ్ అండ్ సేల్స్. మార్కెటింగ్ ద్వారా కస్టమర్కి అవేర్నెస్ వచ్చింది, సేల్ కస్టమర్ వచ్చి కొనుక్కొని వెళ్ళాడు. ఆ తర్వాత వాడికి ఏం ప్రొవైడ్ చేయాలి? ఫైనల్లీ సర్వీసెస్. గాట్ ఇట్? చూడండి యాక్టివిటీస్ ఎలా ఉన్నాయి. ఫస్ట్ ప్రొక్యూర్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ మెటీరియల్, మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్, డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్, మార్కెటింగ్ అండ్ సేల్స్ అండ్ సర్వీసెస్. ఈ యాక్టివిటీస్ని ఏమంటామంటే వాల్యూ చైన్ యాక్టివిటీస్ అంటాం. ఇన్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ వాల్యూ చైన్ స్టాండ్స్ ఫర్ ఆల్ దీస్ యాక్టివిటీస్: ప్రొక్యూర్మెంట్, మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్, డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్, marketing and sales and services. All these activities are called as value chain. Now let's understand the points, you will come to know. Value chain is a visualization of complete business as a sequence of activities. Sequence of activities చెప్పాను కదా, బిజినెస్లో జరిగేది అదే కదా. రా మెటీరియల్ తీసుకురావాలి, ప్రొడక్ట్ని మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ చేయాలి, డిస్ట్రిబ్యూట్ చేయాలి, మార్కెటింగ్ అండ్ సేల్స్ చేయాలి, అండ్ సేల్ జరిగిన తర్వాత ప్రొవైడ్ సర్వీసెస్ టు ద కస్టమర్స్. ఈ సీక్వెన్స్ ఆఫ్ యాక్టివిటీస్ అన్నిటిని ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేసేటువంటి దాన్ని వి కాల్ ఇట్ యాజ్ వాల్యూ చైన్. ఫర్దర్, ఇన్ విచ్ యూస్ఫుల్నెస్ ఈజ్ యాడెడ్ టు ప్రొడక్ట్స్ ఆర్ సర్వీసెస్ ప్రొడ్యూస్డ్ అండ్ సోల్డ్ బై అన్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్. ఇవన్నీ సిస్టమేటిక్గా జరిగినప్పుడే మనం మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ చేసి అమ్మినటువంటి ప్రోడక్ట్కి ఒక యూజ్ ఉంటుంది. సిస్టమేటిక్లీ యూ హ్యావ్ టు డూ ఆల్ దీస్ థింగ్స్. ఇన్పుట్స్ తీసుకురావడము, అవుట్పుట్స్గా కన్వర్ట్ చేయడము, డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్, మార్కెటింగ్ అండ్ సేల్స్. When you do all these activities in a systematic way, then only we can create value for our products and services. ఇది మీకు ఎందుకో ఇప్పుడు చెప్తారు చూడండి. మేనేజ్మెంట్ అకౌంటెంట్ ప్రొవైడ్ డిసిజన్ సపోర్ట్ ఫర్ మేనేజర్స్ ఇన్ ఈచ్ యాక్టివిటీ ఆఫ్ వాల్యూ చైన్. ఆల్రెడీ వాల్యూ చైన్ యాక్టివిటీస్ చెప్పాను కదా, ప్రొక్యూర్మెంట్, మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్, డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్, మార్కెటింగ్, సేల్స్ అండ్ సర్వీసెస్. ఈ ప్రతి ఒక్క యాక్టివిటీలో ఎవడు డిసిజన్ మేకింగ్ హెల్ప్ చేస్తున్నాడంటే మేనేజ్మెంట్ అకౌంటెంట్. You being a management accountant, you are providing a decision support to the business with respect to each and every activity. ప్రతి ఒక్క స్టెప్లో మేనేజ్మెంట్ అకౌంటెంట్ యొక్క డెసిషన్ మేకింగ్ అవసరం అవుతుంది. That's why we are discussing value chain in ethics. What has to be done in value chain? Some activities have been given. So let's understand what are the activities here. First one, customer focus. In value chain, the first one is talking about the customer focus. The challenge for managers is to invest sufficient resources to enhance customer satisfaction. Managers should always pay attention towards customer satisfaction, but every action of the organization has to result in enhanced profitability. Every action will result in enhanced profitability and maintain profitability for the organization. This is the first element in value chain. Next, key success factors. If a business has to get success, then they need to have some key success factors. What are they? ఇదే విషయం మీకు ఎస్ఎంలో లాస్ట్ కాన్సెప్ట్ విచ్ ఐ హ్యావ్ స్కిప్డ్, కీ సక్సెస్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ అని ఒక కాన్సెప్ట్ ఇచ్చాడు విచ్ వీ హ్యావెంట్ డిస్కస్డ్ యాక్చువల్లీ. దీస్ ఆర్ నాన్ ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్. కీ సక్సెస్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఆర్ నాన్ ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ విచ్ హ్యావ్ అన్ ఎఫెక్ట్ ఆన్ ఎకనామిక్ వయబిలిటీ ఆఫ్ ద ఆర్గనైజేషన్. అంటే నాన్ ఫైనాన్షియల్ థింగ్సే కానీ ఎకనామిక్ వయబిలిటీ మీద ఇంపాక్ట్ చూపిస్తాయి. వాట్ ఆర్ దోస్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్? కాస్ట్, క్వాలిటీ, టైమ్ అండ్ ఇన్నోవేషన్. వీటన్నిటిని ఏమంటాం? ఇంపార్టెంట్ కీ సక్సెస్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్. దట్స్ అబౌట్ కీ సక్సెస్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్. నెక్స్ట్, కంటిన్యూస్ ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్. ఒక చైనీస్ టర్మ్ యూజ్ చేశారండి ఇక్కడ, కంటిన్యూస్ ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్ ఆర్ కైజన్. కైజన్ అంటే ఇట్స్ ఎ చైనీస్ టర్మినాలజీ, సారీ జపనీస్ టర్మినాలజీ. జపాన్లో కైజన్ స్టాండ్స్ ఫర్ కంటిన్యూస్ ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్. వాల్యూ చైన్ అనాలిసిస్లో ప్రతి ఒక్క స్టెప్లో కూడా ఏముండాలి? కంటిన్యూస్ ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్. జపాన్లో యూజ్ చేస్తారు ఈ టర్మ్, జపనీస్ టర్మ్ కైజన్. ఇఫ్ యూ వాంట్ జస్ట్ రైట్ ద మీనింగ్ ఓవర్ దర్. కైజన్ స్టాండ్స్ ఫర్ కంటిన్యూస్ ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్, కంటిన్యూస్ లెర్నింగ్, కంటిన్యూస్ ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్. ఈ టర్మ్స్ని కైజన్ అనేటువంటి ఒక టర్మ్తో రిప్రజెంట్ చేస్తారు. So in value chain analysis, they should be Kaizen. Continuous improvement is a popular theme. Innovation related to this area is like costing ki sambandhinchi innovative ga aloచించడాన్ని we call it as costing in. Kaizen is called as Kaizen costing. Innovative improvement that we do in costing. Enduku costing gurinchi cheppadu? Because your major area will be cost and management accountedly, major focus will be on costing. So here ప్రతి ఒక్క ఏరియాలో లైక్ ప్రొక్యూర్మెంట్, మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్, డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్, మార్కెటింగ్, సేల్స్ అండ్ సర్వీసెస్, ఈ అన్ని ఏరియాస్లో మీరు కాస్ట్ని ఎలా ఎఫెక్టివ్గా మేనేజ్ చేయగలుగుతున్నారు, అప్పుడు మీరు చేసేటువంటి దాన్ని వి కాల్ ఇట్ యాజ్ కైజన్ కాస్టింగ్. దట్స్ అబౌట్ ద పాయింట్. నెక్స్ట్, వాల్యూ చైన్ అండ్ సప్లై చైన్ అనాలిసిస్. వాల్యూ చైన్ is a strategic framework for analysis of competitive advantage. వాల్యూ చైన్ ఎఫెక్టివ్గా మనం ఫాలో అవటం వల్ల కంపెనీస్ విల్ గెయిన్ కాంపిటేటివ్ అడ్వాంటేజ్. ఈ విషయం ఎవరు చెప్పారు? అండ్ వాస్ ప్రమోటెడ్ బై మైకెల్ పోర్టర్. మైకెల్ పోర్టర్ సేస్ దాట్ ఇఫ్ ఆల్ ద యాక్టివిటీస్ ఆఫ్ వాల్యూ చైన్ హ్యాస్ బీన్ సిస్టమాటికల్లీ మేనేజ్డ్, ఇందాక చెప్పిన యాక్టివిటీస్, అందుకే స్టార్టింగ్లోనే యాక్టివిటీస్ చెప్పాను. ఇన్ ఎవ్రీవేర్ ఇన్ దిస్ కాన్సెప్ట్ యాక్టివిటీస్ అంటున్నాడు. ఏంటి సార్ ఆ యాక్టివిటీస్ అంటే ప్రొక్యూర్మెంట్, మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్, డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్, మార్కెటింగ్, సేల్స్ అండ్ సర్వీసెస్. When the company follows utmost efficiency in all the activities of value chain, they will gain competitive advantage. This was promoted by Michael Porter. మార్నింగ్ డిస్కస్ చేసే మైకెల్ పోర్టర్ ఇచ్చినట్టు ఇంకో కాన్సెప్ట్, పోర్టర్స్ 5 forces మోడల్ ఆఫ్ కాంపిటేటివ్ అనాలిసిస్. The same thing has been, he's the same person who stated even this statement. Management accountants have to become familiar with the framework and provide information to implement the framework by strategic planners. So management accountants have to provide information to the managers. That's about value chain analysis concept. Next. This is a key area for you. Whatever the concept that we are going to discuss, this is going to be a major key area for you. Look at the question, what it says first. Ethical standards or of ethical conduct for cost and management accountant professionals. You being a cost and management accountant professional, మీరు ఫాలో అవ్వాల్సిన ఎథికల్ కోడ్ ఆఫ్ కండక్ట్స్ గురించి చెప్తున్నాడు. వన్ ఆఫ్ ద ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఏరియా ఇన్ ఎథిక్స్ దట్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు ఫాలో, because straight away the concept is asking about the ethical standards that have to be followed by cost and management accountant. Let's have a look. What you have to do. First, maintain all time independence of thought and action. As a cost and management accountant, మీరు పర్ఫామ్ చేసే ప్రతి ఒక్క యాక్షన్ కూడా ఎలా ఉండాలి? ఇండిపెండెంట్ థాట్. Your thought should not be influenced by the others. Under any undue influence, you are not supposed to perform any kind of actions and take the decisions. You should always think independently. That is the first ethical value that you have to follow as a cost and management account professional. Second one, not to express any opinion on cost, financial reports or statement without first assessing his or her relationship with the client. Without understanding the relationship with the client, don't express any kind of opinion with respect to cost and financial reports. Relationship ఏంటి అనేటువంటిది అర్థం అవ్వకుండా you are not supposed to provide any opinion with respect to any kind of statements. Next, while preparing cost, financial reports or statements or expressing an opinion on cost and financial reports or statements, disclose all material facts known to such member. As a cost and management accountant, మీరు ఏదైనా రిపోర్ట్స్ సబ్మిట్ చేసేటప్పుడు, రిపోర్ట్స్ని ప్రిపేర్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఫ్యాక్ట్స్ అన్నీ కూడాను మెటీరియల్ ఫ్యాక్ట్స్ని డిస్క్లోజ్ చేయాలి. యు ఆర్ నాట్ సపోజ్ టు హైడ్ ఎనీథింగ్. Whatever you are expressing, it should be up to the facts. All the material facts you should disclose. You are not supposed to hide anything. Next, sir, not supposed to hide anything అన్నారు, మొత్తం చెప్పాలా? కాదు, కాన్ఫిడెన్షియల్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ చెప్పకూడదు. అందుకే నెక్స్ట్ పాయింట్ ఇమీడియట్గా అన్నారు చూడండి, నాట్ టు డూ డిస్క్లోజ్ ఆర్ యూజ్ ఆఫ్ ఎనీ కాన్ఫిడెన్షియల్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు ద మెంబర్స్ ఎంప్లాయర్స్. Sir, I'm a very ethical guy. Whatever I know, I will disclose everything, sir. You are working in a company. You are not supposed to reveal about the confidential information about your company. So that is what the point. Not to disclose any confidential information. Next, inform his or her employee or client of any business connections or interest of which such members, employer or client would reasonably expect it to be informed. అంటే మీరు కంపెనీలో పనిచేస్తున్నారు, ఇండిపెండెంట్లీ యూ హ్యావ్ అదర్ క్లయింట్స్. సో మీ ఎంప్లాయర్కి క్లియర్గా చెప్పాలి, లుక్, ఐఎమ్ కాస్ట్ అండ్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ అకౌంటెంట్, ఐఎమ్ డూయింగ్ ప్రాక్టీస్ అండ్ ఐ హ్యావ్ సమ్ రిలేషన్షిప్ విత్ దీస్ క్లయింట్స్ అని మీ ఎంప్లాయర్తో మీరు క్లియర్గా చెప్పాలి. సో యూ ఆర్ నాట్ సపోజ్ టు హైడ్ దిస్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ అండ్ దాని నుంచి ఏదైనా అదర్ మీన్స్ ఆఫ్ బెనిఫిట్స్ కోసం యూ ఆర్ నాట్ సపోజ్ టు డూ ఎనీ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ వర్క్. సో ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ ఎనీ సచ్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ రిలేషన్షిప్ విత్ ద అదర్ క్లయింట్స్, clearly you have to say, okay, to your employer, these are my clients and these are the people whom I deal with. Next, conduct him or herself towards the members with a courtesy and good faith. Other members, ఎవరైతే మీతో పాటు మీ బోర్డులో మీ బోర్డులో రిజిస్టర్ అయ్యి మీతో పాటు ఎవరైతే సర్టిఫై తీసుకున్నారో వాళ్ళందరి పట్ల ఎలా ఉండాలి? యూ షుడ్ డీల్ విత్ అదర్ మెంబర్స్ విత్ కర్టసీ అండ్ విత్ ఇన్ గుడ్ ఫెయిత్. ఇట్స్ అన్ ethical standard that you have to follow as a cost and management accountant. Not to accept any engagement to review the work of another member for the same employer except with the knowledge of that member. So వేరే వాడి అకౌంట్స్ని నీ ఎంప్లాయర్కి చెప్పకుండా యు ఆర్ నాట్ సపోజ్ టు రివ్యూ. అనెథికల్ థింగ్ అవుతుంది అది. మీకు యాక్సెస్ ఇచ్చిన అకౌంట్స్ వరకే మీరు రివ్యూ చేయాలి. అదర్స్ అకౌంట్స్ యు ఆర్ నాట్ సపోజ్ టు రివ్యూ వితౌట్ ఇన్ఫార్మింగ్ దెమ్. That comes into unethical activity. Don't do that. Next, not to attempt to gain advantage over the other members by paying or accepting commission in securing management accountant work. ఆ పెద్ద కంపెనీ వాడికి సంబంధించిన కాంట్రాక్ట్ మీకు రావాలి, దీనికోసం ఎవడో ఒకరిని పట్టుకొని లోపల ప్రాసెసింగ్ ఫీ ఇచ్చారు. సొఫిస్టికేటెడ్గా మాట్లాడితే కమిషన్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ ఫీ అని రాస్తాడు ఇక్కడ. దాన్ని మన లాంగ్వేజ్లో మాట్లాడుకుంటే ఎస్, అలా బ్రైబింగ్ చేసి యు ఆర్ నాట్ సపోజ్ టు ప్రొక్యూర్ ద వర్క్. ఇట్స్ అన్ అనెథికల్ యాక్టివిటీ ఆఫ్ కాస్ట్ అండ్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ అకౌంటెంట్. యు ఆర్ నెవర్ సపోజ్ టు డూ దట్. నాట్ టు యాక్ట్ maliciously. You are not supposed to act maliciously or in any other way which may adversely affect the public or professional reputation or businesses of other members. Public reputation గానీ ఎవరైనా ప్రొఫెషనల్ రెప్యుటేషన్ కానీ అదర్ బిజినెసెస్ యొక్క రెప్యుటేషన్ డ్యామేజ్ అయ్యేటట్లుగా యు ఆర్ నాట్ సపోజ్ టు యాక్ట్ మ్యాలిషియస్లీ ఎట్ ఎనీ పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్. నెక్స్ట్, ఆల్ టైమ్ మెయింటైన్ ద స్టాండర్డ్స్ ఆఫ్ కాంపిటెన్సీ దట్ ఈస్ ఎన్షోర్డ్ బై యువర్ బోర్డ్ ఫ్రమ్ టైమ్ టు టైమ్. మీ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ వాడు టైమ్ టు టైమ్ మీ దగ్గర నుంచి ఎటువంటి కాంపిటెన్సీస్ని ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాడో యూ హ్యావ్ టు ఫుల్ఫిల్ ఆల్ దోస్ కాంపిటెన్సీస్. అడాప్ట్ దీస్ కాంపిటెన్సీస్ ఫ్రమ్ టైమ్ టు టైమ్. నెక్స్ట్, undertake only such work as he or she is competent to perform by virtue of his or her training and experience and will. మీకు అయినటువంటి ట్రైనింగ్, మీ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్, మీ విల్, దీని మీద డిపెండ్ అయ్యే వర్క్ని వేరే వాళ్ళ దగ్గర నుంచి యాక్సెప్ట్ చేయండి. మీకు ఆ వర్క్ రాకపోయినా కానీ యాజ్ యు ఆర్ గెట్టింగ్ మోర్ ఫైనాన్షియల్ బెనిఫిట్, డోంట్ యాక్సెప్ట్ ద వర్క్. యువర్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్, యువర్ ట్రైనింగ్, బై విల్, ఈ మూడు యాక్సెప్ట్ అయినప్పుడే టేక్ ద వర్క్, ఆర్ ఎల్స్ డోంట్ టేక్ ఎనీ వర్క్. దీస్ ఆర్ సమ్ ఆఫ్ ద ఎథికల్ స్టాండర్డ్స్ దట్ హ్యావ్ టు బీ ఫాలోడ్ బై అ కాస్ట్ అండ్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ అకౌంటెంట్. చాలా అటెంప్ట్స్లో ఇప్పుడు మనం డిస్కస్ చేసేటువంటి క్వశ్చన్ అడిగాడు కదా, 7 ప్రిన్సిపల్స్ ఆఫ్ పబ్లిక్ లైఫ్. ఎథిక్స్ మొత్తంలో వాడికి దొరికేది ఒక్కటే అనుకుంటా. మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద కేసెస్ హీ విల్ బీ ఫోకసింగ్ ఆన్ దిస్ 7 ప్రిన్సిపల్స్ ఆఫ్ పబ్లిక్ లైఫ్. చాలామంది దీనికి ఆన్సర్ రాస్తారు, బట్ దే డోంట్ ఈవెన్ నో వాట్ ఇస్ దిస్ కాన్సెప్ట్ ఈస్. ఇదే కాన్సెప్ట్ ఫౌండేషన్లో కూడా ఉంది మీకు. సేమ్ కాన్సెప్ట్, సేమ్ క్వశ్చన్, సేమ్ హెడింగ్స్, నో చేంజ్. 7 ప్రిన్సిపల్స్ ఆఫ్ పబ్లిక్ లైఫ్. ఈవెన్ దేర్ ఆల్సో యూ డోంట్ నో వాట్ ఇస్ దిస్ కాన్సెప్ట్ ఈస్. Because there is a mismatch if you ask me between the question and the answer. You will be thinking that 7 principles that have to be followed of a public life. అంటే మనం పబ్లిక్లో ఉంటున్నాం కాబట్టి ఇందా క్యాపిటల్ పనిష్మెంట్ అంటే పెనాల్టీ అన్నారు చూసారా, అలా ఆలోచించి సార్ యాజ్ ఐఎమ్ ఇన్ పబ్లిక్ లైఫ్ ఫర్ మీ దీస్ 7 principles are applicable. No. Actually, these 7 principles are not for you and me. These 7 principles are for a holder of a public office. Who is the holder of public office? A government official. Holder of a public office అంటే ఒక గవర్నమెంట్ ఎంప్లాయీ ఫాలో అవ్వాల్సినటువంటి ప్రిన్సిపల్స్ ఇవి, మీకు నాకు కాదు. అక్కడ చదివేటప్పుడే క్లియర్గా ఇస్తాడు, ప్రతి ఒక్క పాయింట్లో ఇస్తాడు హోల్డర్ ఆఫ్ ఎ పబ్లిక్ ఆఫీస్ అని. బట్ వీ నెవర్ ఫోకస్ ఆన్ ఇట్. నౌ దిస్ 7 principles are not for you and me. These 7 principles are for holder of a public office. పబ్లిక్ సర్వెంట్, ఒక పబ్లిక్ సర్వెంట్ ఫాలో అవ్వాల్సినటువంటి 7 principles. లెట్స్ హ్యావ్ ఎ లుక్ ఎట్ ద 7 principles. ఫస్ట్ వన్, సెల్ఫ్లెస్నెస్. చూడండి ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్లో ఫస్ట్ పాయింట్ అదేనాడు, ఏమన్నాడు? హోల్డర్ ఆఫ్ అ పబ్లిక్ ఆఫీస్ షుడ్ యాక్ట్ సోల్లీ ఇన్ టర్మ్స్ ఆఫ్ అ పబ్లిక్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్. ఒక గవర్నమెంట్ ఎంప్లాయీ గవర్నమెంట్ జాబ్ చేసేటప్పుడు హీ షుడ్ ఓన్లీ డూ ఫర్ ద ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ అ పబ్లిక్. వాడి పర్సనల్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ కోసం వెళ్ళి జాబ్ చేయకూడదు. టు గెట్ ద పర్సనల్ బెనిఫిట్స్ వెళ్ళి నువ్వు జాబ్ చేయకూడదు. ఒక గవర్నమెంట్ ఎంప్లాయీ అయినప్పుడు యు ఆర్ వర్కింగ్ ఫర్ ద పబ్లిక్. దట్స్ వై యు ఆర్ కాలింగ్ యాజ్ అ పబ్లిక్ సర్వెంట్. యూ హ్యావ్ టు వర్క్ ఆన్ ఎ పబ్లిక్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్. దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ సెల్ఫ్లెస్నెస్. అంటే దీనికి ఆపోజిట్ అంటే సెల్ఫిష్. ఓకే, సెల్ఫ్లెస్నెస్ అంటే లైక్ ఫర్ ద వెల్ఫేర్ ఆఫ్ అదర్స్. ఆపోజిట్ ఈజ్ సెల్ఫిష్. సెల్ఫిష్ ఉండకూడదు, సెల్ఫ్లెస్నెస్ ఉండాలి అని అంటాడు. దట్ ఈస్ ద ప్రిన్సిపల్. యూ షుడ్ వర్క్ ఫర్ ద అదర్స్. నెక్స్ట్, ఇంటిగ్రిటీ. ప్రతి ఒక్క టర్మ్ అది ఇస్తాడు చూడండి. హోల్డర్ ఆఫ్ అ పబ్లిక్ ఆఫీస్. హ్యావ్ యూ ఎవర్ అబ్జర్వ్ వెన్ యూర్ రీడింగ్ దిస్? You're thinking that these 7 principles are for we also. No, not for public life. అంటే మన గురించి కాదు అక్కడ. హోల్డర్ ఆఫ్ అ పబ్లిక్ ఆఫీస్. వాట్ ఈస్ ఇంటిగ్రిటీ? హోల్డర్ ఆఫ్ ఎ పబ్లిక్ ఆఫీస్ మస్ట్ అవాయిడ్ ప్లేసింగ్ దెమ్సెల్స్ అండర్ ఎనీ ఆబ్లిగేషన్ టు పీపుల్ ఆర్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్. ఎవరి ఆబ్లిగేషన్లో మీరు పనిచేయకూడదండి. ఒక పబ్లిక్ సర్వెంట్ ఒక ఆబ్లిగేషన్ కింద పనిచేయకూడదు. హీ షుడ్ వర్క్ ఫర్ పబ్లిక్ అండర్ ద గవర్నమెంట్. Obligation to people or organization that might try inappropriate to influence them in their work. They should not act or take decisions in order to gain financial or other material benefit for themselves. So holder of public office ఎప్పుడు కూడాను ఎటువంటి ఫైనాన్షియల్ గెయిన్స్ కోసం లేదా అదర్ మెటీరియల్ బెనిఫిట్స్ కోసం పనిచేయకూడదు. వాడికి సంబంధించవచ్చు, వాళ్ళ ఫ్యామిలీకి సంబంధించవచ్చు, వాళ్ళ ఫ్రెండ్స్కి ఫైనాన్షియల్ బెనిఫిట్స్ని క్రియేట్ చేయడం కోసం he should not work. They should declare and resolve any interest and relationship. They must try to dissolve all the issues with any of those relationships without expecting anything. Next, objectivity. What a holder of public office should do? He must act and take decisions impartially, fairly and purely on merits. ఒక గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫీసర్ ఒక డిసిజన్ తీసుకోవాల్సి వచ్చినప్పుడు, సపోజ్ వేరే వాళ్ళని రిక్రూట్ చేయాలండి. గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫీసర్ నీడ్స్ టు రిక్రూట్ అదర్ పీపుల్. వేరే వాళ్ళని రిక్రూట్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఏం ఫాలో అవ్వాలి అక్కడ? ఓన్లీ ఫెయిర్ ట్రీట్మెంట్, మెరిట్. సార్ మావాడే సార్ అందుకు తీసుకున్నా, మా ఫ్యామిలీ ఫ్రెండ్, మా పేటలోనే ఉంటాడు సార్, నా కజిన్. నో సచ్ థింగ్స్. ఓన్లీ ఆన్ అ మెరిట్ బేసిస్. That is called objectivity. Decisions have to be impartial, fair decisions. Decision should be taken only on the merit basis. No other means should be followed. Next, accountability. Holder of a public office accountable to public. Yes or no? మీరు గవర్నమెంట్ జాబ్ చేస్తున్నప్పుడు you're only accountable to public for your decisions and actions and must submit themselves to scrutiny necessary to ensure this. ఒకవేళ మిమ్మల్ని స్క్రూటినీ చేయాల్సి వచ్చినప్పుడు యూ షుడ్ యాక్సెప్ట్ ఇట్. యాజ్ అ హోల్డర్ ఆఫ్ ఎ పబ్లిక్ ఆఫీస్ ఏ స్క్రూటినీకైనా మీరు రెడీగా ఉండాలి. అండ్ యూఆర్ ఓన్లీ అకౌంటబుల్ టు ద పబ్లిక్, నాట్ ఫర్ ఎనీ అదర్ పీపుల్. సార్ ఇవన్నీ ఫాలో అవుతూ గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫీసులు ఉంటే ఎంత బాగుంటుంది సార్? జరగదు అది. ఓపెన్నెస్. హోల్డర్ ఆఫ్ ఎ పబ్లిక్ ఆఫీస్ షుడ్ యాక్ట్ అండ్ టేక్ డిసిజన్ ఇన్ అన్ ఓపెన్ అండ్ ట్రాన్స్పరెంట్ మేనర్. Transparently decisions he should take. Information should be withheld from the public unless there is a clear lawful reason for doing so. పబ్లిక్ కి ఒక ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఇవ్వకుండా నువ్వు హోల్డ్ చేసావు అని అంటే లా హోల్డ్ చేయమంటే తప్ప ఎప్పుడు కూడా నువ్వు హోల్డ్ చేయకూడదు ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్. ఇఫ్ ఒక లీగల్ ఆస్పెక్ట్ అయి ఉండి ఇఫ్ లా సేస్ దట్ యాజ్ ఎ గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫీస్ నువ్వు ఈ విషయం బయటకు చెప్పకూడదు అనేటువంటి విషయాలు మాత్రమే హోల్డ్ చేయాలి. రెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద థింగ్స్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు ఓపెన్లీ కమ్యూనికేట్ టు ఆల్ ద పీపుల్. Next one is honesty. I don't need to talk about it. He should be truthful and honest. Next one is leadership. Holder of a public office should exhibit these principles, leadership qualities they should have in their own behavior. They should actively promote and robustly support the principles and willing to challenge poor behavior wherever it occurs. సో పూర్ బిహేవియర్ని ఎప్పటికప్పుడు ఛాలెంజ్ చేస్తూ ఒక లీడర్షిప్ని ఎగ్జిబిట్ చేయాలి హోల్డర్ ఆఫ్ అ పబ్లిక్ ఆఫీస్. వినటానికి బాగున్నాయి, బట్ వెన్ ఇట్ కమ్స్ టు ఇంప్లిమెంటేషన్ ఇట్ ఈస్ రియలీ డిఫికల్ట్. దట్ ఈస్ రైట్. సో దీస్ ఆర్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ 7 principles ఆఫ్ పబ్లిక్ లైఫ్. వాట్ ఆర్ ద 7 principles? First one, working for the public interest. Second one, integrity. You should never uphold. Next one is impartial decisions. Next one is whatever the activities that you do, you are accountable for it. Next one is do the activities or take the decisions in open and transparent manner. Next, finally, these are 7 principles of Nothing but holder of a public office. Next one. So far, I have covered about ethics, origins of the ethics, importance of ethics, and 7 principles of public life. But nowhere we have connected ethics to business. Now we do this. The term is business ethics. And moreover, features, principles, and importance. What is business ethics is all about? Look at the meaning. Business ethics deals with morality in business. Business law morals follow avvadanni we call it as business ethics. And it is a system of moral principles and values applied to business activities. మనం పర్ఫామ్ చేసేటువంటి బిజినెస్ యాక్టివిటీస్లో వాట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ మోరల్ ప్రిన్సిపల్స్ అండ్ వాల్యూస్ వీఆర్ అప్లైయింగ్. అంటే ఎథిక్స్ని దేనికి కనెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం ఇక్కడ? బిజినెస్కి. బిజినెస్లో వాల్యూస్ ఎథిక్స్ని ఫాలో అవడాన్ని వి కాల్ ఇట్ యాజ్ బిజినెస్ ఎథిక్స్. దిస్ మీన్స్ బిజినెస్ యాక్టివిటీ షుడ్ బి కండక్టెడ్ అకార్డింగ్ టు ఎథిక్స్ అండ్ మోరల్ స్టాండర్డ్. అసలు బిజినెస్ ఎథిక్స్ అంటే సింపుల్గా చెప్పాడు ఇక్కడ, బిజినెస్ యాక్టివిటీస్ షుడ్ బి కండక్టెడ్ అకార్డింగ్ టు ఎథిక్స్ ఆర్ మోరల్ స్టాండర్డ్. బిజినెస్ యాక్టివిటీస్ అన్ని కూడా ఎథిక్స్ అండ్ మోరల్ స్టాండర్డ్స్ని ఫాలో అవుతూ కండక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి. ఒక డెఫినేషన్ ఉంది. బిజినెస్ ఎథిక్స్ ఇస్ అ ఆర్ట్ ఆర్ సైన్స్ ఆఫ్ మెయింటైనింగ్ హార్మోనియస్ రిలేషన్షిప్ విత్ ద సొసైటీ, ఇట్స్ వేరియస్ గ్రూప్స్ and institutions, as well as recognizing for right or wrong of business conduct. Business ethics ante enti? Oka business conduct lo right jarugutunda, wrong jarugutunda. And like, because ethics talks about, already I have said, right or wrong, good and bad, just and unjust, moral and immoral. ఆ బిజినెస్ లో రైట్ అండ్ రాంగ్, గుడ్ అండ్ బ్యాడ్ ఎలా జరుగుతున్నాయి దాని గురించి చెప్పేటువంటిదే బిజినెస్ ఎథిక్స్. ఫీచర్స్, సింపుల్ టర్మినాలజీస్ ఇచ్చాడు ఇక్కడ. కోడ్ ఆఫ్ కండక్ట్ని ఫాలో అవడము, protection of social groups, providing basic framework, need willing acceptance, education and guidance has to be there, not against for profit making, because ethics never against to profit making. Business gurinchi maatladinappudu, so ethics never say that don't work for profit. Ethics also says that work for profit, but in an ethical way. Now you don't ask me, sir, how to get profits ethically, because in business there are two contradictory things, ethics and profits. Once I have read a statement where it say that where Gandhi says this statement, it is difficult to do ethical business, but it is not impossible. But the Gandhi himself have agreed that it is difficult to do an ethical business, but this is not impossible అని అంటాడు. ఫస్ట్ స్టేట్మెంటే తీసుకుందాం, ఆయనే అంటున్నాడు it is difficult to do ethical business. Somewhere I have read this statement once. These are our principles. When you follow business ethics, you should never exploit the consumers. You should never follow unfair trade practices. You should have a fair treatment to your employees. Importance. When you follow business ethics, what is the importance that you can gain? Consumer confidence will be improved. Business become conscious on social responsibilities. క్రియేట్ గుడ్ ఇమేజ్ ఫర్ బిజినెస్. ఎథిక్స్ ఫాలో అయితే బిజినెస్కి ఒక మంచి ఇమేజ్ క్రియేట్ అవుతుంది, మార్కెట్లో గుడ్ విల్ పెరుగుతుంది, ప్రాఫిట్స్ విల్ ఇంక్రీజ్, కాంపిటీషన్లో ఎఫెక్టివ్గా సర్వైవ్ అవ్వచ్చు, అండ్ సేఫ్టీ ఫ్రమ్ లీగల్ పర్స్పెక్టివ్. ఎందుకన్నాడు చెప్పండి ఎథిక్స్ ఫాలో అయితే సేఫ్టీ ఫ్రమ్ లీగల్ పర్స్పెక్టివ్ అని? వెన్ ఎనీ కంపెనీ ఫాలో ఎథిక్స్ దే విల్ గెట్ సేఫ్టీ ఫ్రమ్ లీగల్ పర్స్పెక్టివ్. వై ఇట్ హెస్ సెడ్? ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ, ఎథికల్గా చేస్తున్నామనంటే వీఆర్ ఫాలోయింగ్ ద లా, దెన్ యు ఆర్ ప్రొటెక్టెడ్ ఫ్రమ్ లీగల్ పర్స్పెక్టివ్. అనెథికల్ యాక్టివిటీస్ చేసినప్పుడు భయపడాలి, ఎప్పుడు ఎవడు ఫైన్ వేస్తాడో, ఎప్పుడు క్లోజ్ చేస్తాడో అని. దట్స్ వాట్ ద ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఇస్. వెన్ యూ ఫాలో ఎథిక్స్ యు ఆర్ గెటింగ్ సేఫ్టీ ఫ్రమ్ లీగల్ పర్స్పెక్టివ్స్. Okay, we'll understand this concept. The concept is areas in business ethics. when it comes to business ethics, what are some of the areas that we have to keep in our mind with respect to business ethics? First one, corporate social responsibility. Are you aware of this term, corporate social responsibility? What does it mean? The corporate social responsibility, what does it mean? Yes? Good. What a company do for the society without expecting anything in return. It's called as corporate social responsibility. What a company do for the society without expecting anything in return. Return lo aim expect cheyakunda society benefit kosam company perform chese activities ni we call them as corporate social responsibility. That is one of the area of business ethics. Like some companies do this very seriously, CSR activities, philanthropic activities antam. Yeah, Tatas have their trust. Through that they will do so many social responsible activities. I think they even have a cancer hospital also. Tata Trust in Bombay they are having. And fiduciary responsibility to stakeholders. Not only corporate, you will have a fiduciary responsibility to all the stakeholders. And you should have industrial espionage, surveillance. Industrially also you have to follow business ethics. Some examples they have given here with respect to business ethics. Attract customers to the firm's product, which means boosting sales and profit. ఎలా ఉంటాయి business ethics అనేటువంటివి? Make employees want to stay with the business, reduce labor turnover and therefore increase the productivity. Attract more employees wanting to work for the business. This will help to reduce recruitment costs and enable the company to get more talented employees. So, ఒక యాక్టివిటీ దాంట్లో ఫాలో అవ్వాల్సినటువంటి ఎథికల్ థింగ్స్ చెప్తున్నాడు. Attract investors and keep the company share price high, thereby protecting the business from takeovers. These kind of some examples that we can understand with respect to areas in business ethics. Area, not only this, different areas lo ethical. In fact, every activity that business do, their ethics is involved. Every activity. So here some of the areas have given. That's it. Here, simple concept. Common unethical practices attempted by executives of a corporate. జనరల్గా ఒక కార్పొరేట్లో ఎక్కడ అనెథికల్ ప్రాక్టీసెస్ ఎంప్లాయీస్ తీసుకునేటువంటి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది, కొన్ని యాక్టివిటీస్ చెప్పాడు. ఫస్ట్ వన్ ఈస్ కరప్షన్. ఎంప్లాయీస్ మే అండర్గో ఫర్ కరప్షన్ అండ్ సమ్ మే గ్రీడ్ ఫర్ ప్రాఫిట్ అండ్ టర్న్ ఓవర్. ఎక్కువ ప్రాఫిట్స్ వచ్చేయాలని చెప్పి దే విల్ పర్ఫార్మ్ అనెథికల్ యాక్టివిటీస్, గ్రీడ్ ఫర్ ప్రాఫిట్స్. అండ్ అకామిడేటింగ్ అ గ్రూప్ మే బీ ఎంప్లాయీస్, వెండర్స్ అండ్ కస్టమర్స్. ఇంటెన్షనల్గా వాడికి కావాలని అకామిడేట్ చేస్తున్నాడు. రా మెటీరియల్ ఎప్పుడు సప్లై చేయడం కోసం వాడిని అకామిడేట్ చేయడం, నథింగ్ బట్ బ్రైబింగ్ హిమ్, గివింగ్ దెమ్ సమ్ కమిషన్స్. ఇట్స్ నాట్ ఎ గుడ్ థింగ్ టు డూ. లీక్ ఆఫ్ నాలెడ్జ్. If any kind of sensitive information is with you, you are not supposed to leak it. That comes into unethical practices in the organization. Lack of professionalism. Every time up to professionalism you have to follow. External pressures. The company should never surrender for the external pressures. And as an employee, ego and dominance of top management, ignoring the right things. Top management వాళ్ళు dominance చేయాలి, లైక్ డామినేట్ చేయాలి, ఈగో చూపించాలి అనేటువంటి చేయడం ద్వారా రైట్ థింగ్స్ అనేటువంటివి ఇగ్నోర్ అయిపోతాయి. ఎక్కువ ఫోకస్ అనేటువంటిది వేరే వాటి మీదకి వెళ్తుంది. ఇవన్నీ కూడా సమ్ ఆఫ్ ద అనెథికల్ ప్రాక్టీసెస్ దట్ హ్యావ్ బీన్ ఫాలోడ్ బై ద ఎగ్జిక్యూటివ్స్ ఇన్ ద కార్పొరేట్స్. లెట్స్ అండర్స్టాండ్ నీడ్ ఆఫ్ బిజినెస్ ఎథిక్స్. అగైన్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ కాన్సెప్ట్. నీడ్ ఫర్ బిజినెస్ ఎథిక్స్. వై అ బిజినెస్ నీడ్ టు బి ఎథికల్? What benefits that the company get if they are being ethical? Let's straight away jump to the points. First one, when any business is being ethical, it will help them to stop business malpractices. Ethical ga unna business eppudu malpractices cheyadu, isn't it? Malpractices ante enti, like ikkada konni points istaru chudandi. Unfair trade practices, వాటిని ఏమంటాం? బ్లాక్ మార్కెటింగ్, ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ప్రైసింగ్, అడల్ట్రేషన్. అడల్ట్రేషన్ ఫుడ్లో జరుగుతుంది. అడల్ట్రేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్. కల్తీ చేయడం, అడల్ట్రేషన్ అంటే ఫుడ్ కల్తీ చేయడం కానివ్వండి, బ్లాక్ మార్కెటింగ్ ఆర్ ఎల్స్ లైక్ ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంక్రీజింగ్ ఆఫ్ ప్రైస్ని కావాలని ఇంక్రీజ్ చేయడం, బ్లాక్లో ప్రొడక్ట్స్ని అమ్మడము, బ్లాక్ మార్కెటింగ్, ఇవన్నీ కూడా మాల్ ప్రాక్టీసెస్. ఎనీ బిజినెస్ విచ్ వాంట్స్ టు బి ఎథికల్, దే విల్ ఆల్వేస్ స్టాప్ దిస్ మాల్ ప్రాక్టీసెస్. ఎథికల్ బిజినెస్ ఎప్పుడు కూడాను విల్ నెవర్ ఫాలో దీస్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ మాల్ ప్రాక్టీసెస్. నెక్స్ట్, when a business is being ethical, it will improve customers' confidence, isn't it? The business which follow all the ethical aspects, always customer will have more confidence on the business. That's what it says. Business ethics are needed to improve the customer's confidence with respect to quality, quantity and price. ఆ కంపెనీ క్వాలిటీ ప్రొడక్ట్ ఇస్తుంది, మంచి క్వాలిటీ ఇస్తుంది, తక్కువ ప్రైసెస్కి ఇస్తుంది, కస్టమర్కి ఒక కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ ఉంటుంది. when the business follows ethics. Next, survival of business. Company don't need to worry about whether the business will survive in the long run or not unless the company is following the unethical activities. If company is following ethical activities, it is quite sure the company will survive in the long run. It's other side of a coin, how much money and profits that they are getting, but at least they will survive for the long run. Future survival will be there if a company is purely following ethics. That's the explanation says. Business ethics are mandatory for survival of business. The businessmen who do not follow it will have short-term success, but they will fail in long run. Short-term they may become successful, but purely unethical practices will give damage in the long run. So many classic examples we can discuss. Businesses flow, unethical practices follow అవడం వల్ల షార్ట్ రన్లో they have reached to the heights, but they couldn't. Do you know something called, one of the classic example whenever I talk about Satyam we can talk. Short term they have achieved a high success, but what happened? They could not sustain in the long run. That's what. Unethical practices వల్ల షార్ట్ టర్మ్ సక్సెస్ రావచ్చు, but they can't survive in the long run. Next, safeguarding consumer rights. The company which follow business ethics, it will always protect and safeguard the consumer rights. Consumer sovereignty cannot either be ruled out or denied. Business can survive so long it enjoys the patronage of ethics ni follow అయితే కన్జ్యూమర్ రైట్స్ ని మీరు ప్రొటెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నట్లే, then that will help for your patronage, nothing but the good relationship with your customers in the long run if you follow ethics. And if you follow ethics, the other advantage is protecting employees and shareholders. When you follow ethics, you are protecting employees. Not only that, even you are protecting your shareholders also. Business ethics are required to protect the interest of employees, shareholders, competitors, dealers and suppliers. It protects them from exploitation through unfair trade practices. Next, it will develop good relationship with all the stakeholders. ఏ బిజినెస్ అయితే ఎథిక్స్ని ఫాలో అవుతుందో అది ఖచ్చితంగా అందరు స్టేక్ హోల్డర్స్తో ఇట్ విల్ డెవలప్ సమ్ గుడ్ రిలేషన్స్, అండ్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ ఇట్ విల్ క్రియేట్ ఎ గుడ్ ఇమేజ్. సొసైటీలో ఎటువంటి క్రిటిసిజమ్స్ ఉండవు కంపెనీకి when they follow ethics. Explanation says business ethics create a good image for the business and businessmen. If the ethics వల్ల ఇద్దరికి గుడ్ ఇమేజ్ వస్తుంది, for the business and businessmen. If the businessmen follow ethical rules, then they will fully accepted and not criticized by the society. No criticisms you will see when any businessman follows ethics. Next, smooth functioning of business. There won't be any disturbances in your business if you are doing it ethically. The moment you start unethical practices, the law will intervene and your business practices cannot be run in a smooth way. So smooth functioning of business happens when you follow ethical practices. And consumer movement. Business ethics are gaining importance because of the growth of consumer has become so talented now. కన్జ్యూమర్ బాగా తెలివిగలవాడు అయిపోయాడు. వాడిని చీట్ చేస్తే హీ నో హౌ టు డీల్ విత్ దట్. సో అందువల్ల కంపెనీస్ ఏం చేస్తున్నాయి, ఎథికల్గా ఫాలో అవడమే బెటర్ అని డిసైడ్ అయిపోయి. అన్ఎథికల్గా బిహేవ్ చేస్తే హీ విల్ డెఫినెట్లీ స్యూ మీ. ఆల్ ద కన్జ్యూమర్ ఫారమ్స్ ఆర్ సో యాక్టివ్లీ వర్కింగ్. సో అలా కన్జ్యూమర్ మూవ్మెంట్ ఎక్కువైంది కాబట్టి ఇట్ ఈస్ బికమ్ మ్యాండేటరీ ఫర్ ఆల్ ద బిజినెసెస్ టు బీ ethical. If they are being unethical, they will face a tough time from the consumer. That's the point. Consumer satisfaction, obviously. The companies which follows ethics, they will provide good consumer satisfaction. They know that consumer is a king in the market. Everything that the companies are doing, keeping the consumer at the center. Companies have to treat a customer as a king. For that, they have to follow all ethical practices. And moreover, importance have to be given to the labor. Customers గురించి మాట్లాడడం ఇప్పుడు వరకు, but companies have to even ethically deal with the labor also, workforce. Employees or workers play a very crucial role in the success of a business. Therefore, business must use business ethics while dealing with the employees and even with the labor unions also in the company. Next, healthy competition. Unethical competitive activities. Healthy competition ఉండడం కోసమే మనకి కాంపిటీషన్ యాక్ట్ కూడా ఉంది. హ్యావ్ యూ హర్డ్ అబౌట్ కాంపిటీషన్ యాక్ట్? దెర్ ఇస్ అన్ యాక్ట్ కాల్డ్ కాంపిటీషన్ యాక్ట్. అన్ఫేర్ ట్రేడ్ ప్రాక్టీసెస్ చేస్తూ మొనోపలీ క్రియేట్ చేయడానికి ట్రై చేస్తే కంపెనీస్ యూజ్ చేస్తాయి. జియో వచ్చినప్పుడు మిగతా కంపెనీస్ అందరూ కూడా పిటిషన్ ఫైల్ చేశారు. జియో ఈస్ ట్రైంగ్ టు క్రియేట్ మొనోపలీ, అన్ఫేర్ కాంపిటీషన్ ప్రాక్టీసెస్ని ఫాలో అవుతుందని చెప్పి. ఎవ్రీ కంపెనీ ఈజ్ హ్యావింగ్ అ రైట్ టు డీల్ ఇన్ ద మార్కెట్. So, healthy competition will develop when all the companies are following ethical practices. Check, చూడండి ఎన్ని మార్క్స్ అడిగాడు ఆ క్వశ్చన్ అనేటువంటిది in the exam. If it has been asked for more than 7, no other option to write most of the points. At least ఒక లైన్ ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్ అన్న రాయండి, don't skip the headings. If it is for 3 or 4 మార్క్స్ అడిగినప్పుడు అన్ని హెడ్డింగ్స్ కాకపోయినా ఒక 5 to 6 హెడ్డింగ్స్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయండి. మిగతావి జస్ట్ హెడ్డింగ్స్ రాసి వదిలేయండి. గాట్ ఇట్? రాసాను కూడా ఇప్పుడు టైప్ చేసి అనాలి. సో ఇట్ డిపెండ్స్. యూ చెక్ ఫర్ హౌ మెనీ మార్క్స్ దిస్ హెస్ బిన్ ఆస్క్డ్ అండ్ అకార్డింగ్లీ ప్రొవైడ్ ద ఆన్సర్. అడ్వాంటేజెస్ లైక్ సేమ్ థింగ్ విల్ కమ్ హియర్. కాంపిటేటివ్ అడ్వాంటేజ్ క్రియేట్ చేయవచ్చు, గుడ్ విల్ పెరుగుతుంది, మార్కెట్ షేర్ పెరుగుతుంది. We can perform all the things in an ethical performance. Overall growth of the society too takes place. Value integration with quality and strategy. Like ethics follow the advantages kadu. Surprisingly, there are some disadvantages also for the company if you follow ethics. What is that? This negativates the object of business concerns in maximizing the profits. Generally, companies will work for maximizing the profits. Ethics ఏమంటుంది? You have to more focus on providing good value to the customer. But customer కి మంచి వాల్యూ ప్రొడక్ట్ ఇవ్వాలి ఫుల్ ఫ్లెడ్జ్డ్గా ఎథికల్ మేనర్లో అంటే you will not get profits. So there is a disadvantage. ప్రాఫిట్ మేకింగ్ అనేటువంటి దాన్ని నెగిటివేట్ చేస్తుంది ఎథిక్స్. ఎథిక్స్ ఫాలో అయితే you may not get profits. ప్రాఫిట్స్ కావాలి అని అంటే you have to deviate from the ethics. That's a disadvantage. Next, diversity in achievements. So, diversified achievements ఉన్నప్పుడు you can't achieve them when you are being ethical. Quite an obvious thing. The company has to incur extra expenditure. Sir, I am a perfect Indian. I will pay taxes without evading anything. Then you have to have extra expenditure. Business people మనకన్నా తక్కువ ట్యాక్స్లు కడతారు గట్టిగా ఆలోచిస్తే. They know how to evade it. If you follow ethical and ethically if you do everything, then you have to incur extra expenditure also. So business lo ethical behaviors ela improve chesukovali. The point has been given here. How to protect from corruption andaniki chinna case study la icharu chudandi. Ethics is the first line of defense against corruption. So corruption నుంచి ప్రొటెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలంటే ఫస్ట్ లైన్ ఆఫ్ డిఫెన్స్ ఈజ్ టు ఫాలో ఎథిక్స్. దాన్ని జస్టిఫై చేస్తూ సమ్ పాయింట్స్ హ్యావ్ బీన్ గివెన్ హియర్. ఎస్, డన్. వెన్ యూ రీడ్ యుల్ అండర్స్టాండ్, నో టెక్నికల్ థింగ్స్ విల్ హియర్. సో వెన్ యూ ఫాలో ఎథిక్స్ యూ కెన్ ప్రొటెక్ట్ యువర్ సెల్ఫ్ ఫ్రమ్ ద కరప్షన్. సో వీఆర్ డన్ విత్ ద ఎథిక్స్. సో ఫైనల్లీ, well before time, we have completed what we are supposed to do for today. So, which one? Why? Last? జరిగినాయే 3 కదా, 3 subjects 4 days I think. లాస్ట్లో కొడుతురు. So are you clear with the things? If you have any doubts and queries, you can ask. Finally, a long day has come to an end. And it's wonderful thing. All of you are pretty active throughout the session. Post lunch bhaypaddanu, but it also went so comfortably well. I haven't seen anyone who is feeling drowsy and taking naps in the class. So, emana quick doubts unte with respect to SM and ethics, you can ask. Some people were saying, లేదు సార్ ఏసన్ మీకే కనిపించలేదు, ఉండొచ్చు. You might have taken naps, but I might haven't seen. Yes, any quick doubts? So when you're going to write your exam? Next month. Good amount of time. Use it productively. So do practice on the system more. Whenever possible, I think exams ki mundu మీ బోర్డ్ వాడు ప్రాక్టీస్ టెస్ట్ ఏదో వదులుతాడు. రిలీజ్డా? కేవలం RTPs, MTPs they have given, but ఆన్లైన్లో అలా మాక్ టెస్ట్లు వదులుతాడు. మాక్ టెస్ట్ ప్రాక్టీస్ దెమ్, ఆన్లైన్ ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయండి. ఇప్పుడు వరకు సార్ నేను సిస్టంలో ఒక్కసారి కూడా రాయలేదనే వాళ్ళు ఎవరైనా ఉన్నారా? సార్ నేను నెక్స్ట్ అటెంప్ట్ రాస్తున్నాను, సిస్టంలో ఒక్కసారి కూడా ఎగ్జామ్ రాయలేదు ఇప్పుడు వరకు అన్నవాళ్ళు. లైక్ డూ ప్రాక్టీస్ ఇట్. అదర్వైజ్ పేపర్లో ఫిజికల్గా రాయటం వేరు, సిస్టమ్ ముందు కూర్చొని రాయటం వేరు. టైం ఫ్యాక్టర్ని కన్సిడర్ చేసుకోవాలి. యూ షుడ్ టైప్ ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్. చాలా లైక్ మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ డోంట్ నో ద ABC ఆఫ్ టైపింగ్. సో టైపింగ్ అంటే మన మొబైల్లో టైప్ చేయడం కాదు. వేర్ ఆర్ యూ అంటే WRU, హౌ ఆర్ యూ అంటే HRU, అక్కడ అట్లాంటి రాయకండి అక్కడ. సో బీ కేర్ఫుల్. షార్ట్ ఫామ్స్ రాసేయకండి తొందరలో ఇన్ ద ఎగ్జామ్. దే విల్ స్ట్రైక్, మార్క్స్ కూడా షార్ట్ చేసి ఇస్తాడు. సో బీ వెరీ కేర్ఫుల్ విత్ దట్. సో నో డౌట్స్? డన్. సో దిస్ ఇస్ ఇట్ ఫర్ ethics and SM. So I wish you all luck. Wish you all the best. Don't waste your time. Use it productively. So just come up with good. But don't take the things for granted. Don't take it on a lighter note. I put that, sir, CMA. No, the standards have changed now. That is not the case like how it used to be once. But now things have been completely changed. Follow the exam patterns. Follow the exam standard. Whatever the preparation that you are doing, do keep in your mind the exam patterns and standards and accordingly do your preparation at this point of time. So I wish you all luck. Take care.